Welcome back, or welcome to, this is the Online Showdown 2025. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're ready for a wild day of Netrunner. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I'm joined by two phenomenal Netrunner players and Netrunner content creators, casters. How's everyone doing today? Firstly, from all across the ocean, it's Aksu. Aksu, how's it going?
Me and Jai are, me and the other commentator are both across the ocean too.
Yeah, we got two different oceans. We have a pretty good span today, which is exciting because the other ocean behind it lies Jai. Jai, how's it going today?
Yo, what's up, everyone? Happy to be here as always.
This is going to be an exciting day today. So for those who don't know, this is the Online Showdown 2025. So ManintheMoon, Abraham, as you might know, this whole year has been running these online showdown tournaments, which are have been the biggest online tournaments I believe we've seen to date. And across these tournaments and across other major tournaments this year, we've brought together today 24 players to compete in this invitational only tournament. So this is a bit of a show match, but it's also a bit of a really, really high skill Netrunner. We have 24 players. This is from the beanstalk. This is from online continentals. This is from in-person play. And of course, I think it's like the top 4, top 5 players from every showdown this year going in. This is going to be a wild day. The format is interesting. This is a format that you don't see too commonly. This is the 3 lives lost format, which I believe was a standard format for intercontinentals over the last couple of years. So the idea is that players are just going to be playing against each other based off of a seed ranking that I think comes off of the beanstalk and in-person attendance. And they're going to be playing until there's only one player left who hasn't lost 3 games. We've seen this once before. I really like this format. I think it's quite fun.
Yeah, I think
actually, I think
this was like one of the standards. It was like one of the standards for like intercontinentals, the intercontinental format up until 2023. 2024, it went back to like a more traditional 2 live.
Double elimination.
Double elim bracket, yes. But in 2022 and 3, at the very least, it was 3 lives, and I'm happy that we're going back to that. It's fun. It's a show, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, we're confirming.
I think it's actually
go ahead.
Actually a combination of like a normal Netrunner tournament and the 3 live system. So we will first have 6 rounds of single Swiss, and then a cut to top 8. But at any point, if you lose 3 games, you're out of the tournament.
For real? Okay,
Yes,
interesting.
I
So
believe so.
it is a bit more structured than I thought. Okay, that's good to know. So we're going to see this again unravel throughout the day. We have 24 players here, and we're going to be playing a fair bit of Netrunner. We're going to be here for the whole day. So hopefully you're comfortable. Grab yourself a drink and a sandwich. I just want to shout out a couple things before we go in. Again, we have 24 players. They're right now in the player meeting, so we're going to be starting round 1 in just a bit. But this is brought to you by ManintheMoon and netrunnercards.net. You'll have the link in the description. I don't think it's there right now, but netrunnercards.net is this website that Abraham's been working on for a couple of years now. And this is a place that it was built to be able to get cards to tournament organizers and to players kind of as accessibly as possible. So if you head over to netrunnercards.net, there's some sections where you can grab play sets of cards that these art come from the community. Abraham has built some of these cards, but these are from artists from all over. And I think the part of this website that I like the most is in the top, you have the event organizer tab. And this is a section in which you can grab like large collections of alt art cards to help support your local tournaments, whether it's like a GNK, a CTK that you're running, whether you're just bringing friends out for a casual event, or whether it's a bigger event. I know I've used this website to grab some really nice alt art to support tournaments. And while the stuff here is really great, I believe it's for the next 72 hours or so. You see the art that we have on the stream today. That's the sent art, which is prize support attached to this event. If you do make an order in the next 72 hours, you do get some, I don't know if it's multiple play sets, but at least play set of this like exclusive descent for this Ultimate Showdown 2025, which is pretty hype. I think this one turned out really nice. I really like this art. Cool. With that, you want to talk about some of these players today? So I'm going to jump over to Cobra because we don't have the pairings just yet. I don't know if these are accurate to the pairings, but we have some really, really strong players today. We're looking at 24 of the most performant players in terms of, again, beanstalk rankings, top rankings at in-person or online events. We've had some players who unfortunately could not make it today and had to drop. So we have players who are just like the seat below taking their spot. But regardless, we're in for a treat today. What can y'all tell me about the players we're expecting to see today?
Oh, I mean, where do we even start, right? First off, I guess we should start off with the fact that we will have both of our finalists from this year's World's Final playing.
Yeah.
Zomsdraft and Devs 131. I think both immensely strong players, and I think I want to highlight Devs in particular for like an incredible streak of like tournament performances over this this elevation season. I do believe he is currently seated at the top of the beanstalk by a considerable margin, at least more than 200 beans over the second place player. It's actually crazy.
Yes, Sam wrote a really good article that's up on netrunnercards.net, and at the bottom of the article, it recounts all of Davs' placements this year, and it's absurd. It's so many events, yeah, and then just so many strong placements at those events. Obviously, the finalist at Worlds played some great Netrunner. We also can see some of the deck lists. So once we go over this list, I'm excited to jump over to the pairings tab because we can see like, did Davs bring Essa? Did Davs bring the same list that Davs played at Worlds? I think that's also a really interesting narrative today because events like this, like intercontinental-esque events, sometimes they've been approached kind of more like show matches where people bring stranger, weirder, wackier things just because this game, like people play today sometimes just for fun as opposed to like the World Championship where people bring the top stuff. I don't know where y'all think that today's going to land, somewhere between like a bit goofy and a bit like, you know, super competitive edge.
Yeah, I've been looking at the lists while you were talking, and I don't see too many like spicy lists that we might have seen like previous years. We don't have stuff like Rosetta Stone Isla, but we do see a couple of interesting notes. Stuff like the Scrubs Ob seems to really have been picked up by a different group of people into here.
Yeah.
Cool. So
I want to shout out like
interesting
two interesting pieces of trivia.
Yeah.
The first is we have a single player playing BTL today.
Cool.
I expect like that name will show up sooner rather than later. At least by the time like round 2 rolls out, right at the very latest. And second is that I believe we have two players on Epiphany today. Neither of them are Zomsdraft.
Get out. Wait, what is Zomsdraft playing today? Let's find out, I reckon.
Yeah, I think it's like the NWEPD list, which can like score out amazingly fast. I think I have played some games where the deck just scores out on turn 6, turn 7.
This is the what we call the Miracle PD, yes?
So this is not like combo PD. This is just like 2 Matt Skorovka, 3 Nano Management, like just score out PD. Like we're playing Ingatans, Midnight 3, Luminal to send a message. But this is not like the combo version. This is just like, oh, go as fast as you can. So the ice is like very, very low. We're looking at nothing expensive. No MICs, no bronze. It's just like a Hagen, some Scatterfields. Again, Maskarovka we're spending influence on. This is such a wild list as much as it is very, very straightforward.
Yeah, I think the idea is to park the wage workers in a remote and then just keep hammering your agendas out with nano management and other amazing scoring tools.
Very, very cool. And also on Zomdraft's side, maybe picking up the deck that Davs played against Zomdraft at Worlds. This is an ESA deck. We're on 45 cards. If we look down, let's just count how many dolls we have. It looks like we're on 2 Begamud, 5 Matryoshka. This might be perfectly card for card. What was the deck list of the week? I believe just maybe still right now, if not a day ago.
Yeah,
I believe it is.
Yeah, just going over the list, it's very, very close, if not exactly identical.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Okay, so we're going to see both 2 different decks in the hands of our current world champion, which is really, really exciting. Yeah, we can see the IDs here. So like we see Epiphany, Jonas TBU 3K is playing it alongside the Moosely Hot, which that Moosely Hot did win Continentals just a couple months ago. We see I'm going to say maybe a fair bit of LEO. My guess is it's mostly like Snare Bears players, but that can't be entirely correct. It just looks like a couple of them are playing that. But I think we're seeing...
We have our obligatory single mirror morph. No prizes for guessing who that one is.
Is this Alpi? Is Alpi here? Yeah, Alpi's playing Baz.
It's
Mirror Morph Strongest Soldier.
Himself, LP.
That's awesome. Yeah, Alpi, mind you, has been streaming some Netrunner stuff recently. If you search Alpi up on YouTube, you can find those streams. They've been pretty great. But if you want to see a player who plays really interesting decks, this Mirror Morph deck has a bit of those combo lines. It's a fast advance type deck. And then Barry Baz, sometimes you just install your resource when they resonate and you die to whatever Wayland card's trying to hurt you. But otherwise, this Baz list has been really, really performing at Worlds. It's going to be a treat to watch more of this.
I think round 1 is paired, so we might want to jump over and look at some of the tables that we might want to watch.
Yeah, do you all want to pick a matchup? I'll jump in. Again, we can just go anywhere at this point.
I don't know about you. I really want to watch Davs play ESA. If it's not like Davs on
Davs on
ESA, if Davs is not on ESA this round, we can go wherever.
Yeah, Dav is corping against
Davs is corping this round.
So what do we have here? So there's still a few Ayukos, not super surprising. Maybe table 10, it's Tuno and Maggie versus Ian on Oko, Rongi Doge on Ayuko.
That looks like fun.
I think this is one of those tournaments where I can watch literally any game and it will be good.
We're so spoiled with the quality of play today. It's going to be an absolute treat. So again, if you're just tuning in, we have round 1 coming up of what's going to be a long day of Netrunner here, but we have 24 players, the most performing players from across the entire year of Netrunner. So hype in chat. We're just spinning up the tables. So if you're showing up now, you're just on time. We're about to start a really exciting day. All right, players are sitting down. We're going to just take a second. We can look at these lists really quickly. Both players are setting down. If one of y'all can shout out if the table starts, because I have another page open. I'm just going to open some of these deck lists because we can see the matchup. So Rongi Doge on the left playing Ayuko. Rongi Doge finalist at in-person Continentals here, but also top 16 in the world. Just a phenomenal player. This is false lead Ayuko. So what you expect with some Oppo researches. We're on 2 Oppo research, 2 end of line. Everything else is kind of what you expect. I think the Phonatrias have been somewhat interesting. They're not always included in the deck, but they've been slipping in more and more that we get closer to worlds. And the bites also. 2 bites I've heard some people say is too many bites. 1 bite might be the place, but we'll see how impactful those are, because this is also very importantly open deck list Netrunner. So across the table, Tuno, it knows that there's bites in the list, and that table bite has a huge impact, even with just a single false lead being scored.
Yeah, I think biggest detractor of the double bite is actually Davs, who played it at Worlds.
Yeah.
And after the tournament has been like saying that playing 2 bites is just committing too much into the trap game plan.
That's what I heard. So it looks like we're going to have a minute. Okay, so we have a minute before we're jumping in. I'm going to just jump back to Cobra to look at. This is a Magdalene list, and Tuno is playing a really interesting shaper coming into Worlds. I'm not sure if that's what it was playing at Worlds itself, but I really enjoyed the lat list that Tuno is playing. This sort of like knick-knack deck where you sell yourself forward. This looks largely like it, as much as Magdalene now gives you the click compression to install cards instead of draw cards. So we're looking at a full play set of knickknacks. We have some teleworks. The Hannah, if you're getting those free knickknack runs, makes a lot of sense. And in this matchup, dropping a knickknack, dropping a Hannah, I don't know if you can ask for a better opener outside of, I think Azimut's actually not in this list. And that was something that was missing from Tuno's lists going into Worlds as well. So we'll see if those asset costs, if we can just get our money back by having a really well-oiled knickknack engine.
Yeah, we also do have wheels for like bit of asset tech.
Yeah.
So that will help you, allow you to run one, get your knickknack trigger, and still have 4 clicks to actually get econ on the table.
Speaking of ice, I want to shout out. Robodoge has made a very interesting tech concession in his ice suite for this event. I'm going to direct you to look at the triple fly swatter that he has laid out.
That's a lot.
That is not something we've seen, in a long time. Triple fly swatter.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen triple fly swatter. We're also like missing the Aleksandras, which are like a really hot tech card going into Worlds because of all the dolls fear. I don't know how many dolls we're going to see today. I think that's actually going to be fascinating. I know we're definitely going to see Audrey to some extent, but the dolls itself, I think we're going to find out today, throughout the day, how popular those 6 per decks are.
Yeah, and I do wonder what how much utility that Robodoge will be able to get out of this full play set of fly swatters, because I think the conventional wisdom is to have some amount of split between fly swatters and white spaces.
Yeah.
Which is like a really brutal face check in the early game when runners are trying to contest your cohort or your FAT remotes. But fly swatter, if you're not on exactly like Fermenter or Audrey, even Botulus is like not that bad, right?
Yeah.
I think the fermenters are important. Like Shaper, I do think can crack the fermenter before it wants a face check here in Tuno's list. But I've always found the fermenters to be relatively load bearing if you can't get the knickknack engine to work for you. But I do think the knickknack engine will be relatively consistent as long as the mulligan doesn't go totally awry.
I think the game is just starting up.
Fantastic. Thank you. So welcome to round 1. If we look here, both players have kept their hands, so we're off for a fantastic game. Really quickly, AUCO, if you're not familiar, 45-15, new card from the set. If you do net damage or any damage, or you trash cards from HQ, you get these counters that you can trade in to draw cards, but also discard cards. So we'll see how quickly Rongi can get those counters. Other side of the table, Magdalene, end of turn, you can install something, and opening up with one of the 2 lily pads and then getting down the coalescence, passing on 6 turns.
Blazing fast setup. Wow.
Great start there. Now, there is a window to take these coalescence credits. JNet doesn't always support it. It's not going to matter, but getting that cohort iced up, this is one of the best things that can snowball you forward on AUCO, because next turn, technically, you're looking at 5 cards on your mandatory if this cohort doesn't come down.
So coalescence Tuno just drawing the money off, and here comes the wheels. All right.
No knickknack, but we're gaining a click a turn to check the table and a panic button to remove tags, either off of a bite or an early oppo. Moonpool for 3 seems to be slightly too much money. We'll see how quickly Tuno gets that knickknack. Server 2, I'm not sure what we're checking for. Bladderwort doesn't do anything here, so the Moonpool setup, you have to be a bit scared now. If you run archives, you can always feed a bunch of points, but Tuno definitely has cards in hand. Telework, Fermenter, install, gonna get the lily pad draw. Just perfect efficiency so far in 2 turns.
Yeah, so but we will see the first alcohol fire this turn, on turn 3 of the game, and I think Robodoge will know by now that he is on a bit of a clock, right? With this Fermented Commander of this Telework coming down, I think both players are aware that Tuno can and will start contesting the board a lot more aggressively, and maybe even go on this already known Moonpool.
Yeah,
there are 2 bites in the list, so we'll have to be a little bit careful of that.
Yeah, the see how they run can be set up now. The little kill combo, though, the problem is it only does 5 damage, which Maggie deck is going to have enough cards at hand, so you need FUT or something else to do additional damage. Hannah, going to check the outermost. Again, no matter what, we're getting a click back, and it's a Bladderwort, which you don't really have to trash here. Only after a big oppo are you really ducking the credits, but Tuno, it's taking it down, and there's a knickknack, which won't fire this turn, but we're going to get a Maggie install. Just install a Rising Tide right now. I might as well sell it later. Wow, this is such a great start. I think so far Tuno has taken about 15 plus clicks, if not more, in 3 turns.
Yeah. Of the turn 1 lily pad, I believe it's gotten a lily pad draw every single turn of the game.
Every turn, and a Maggie every turn. So that's almost like 2 clicks of value. Now we'll see what the Rangi on the corp side is going to do here. The cohort is ticking. You can use cohort to flip a card up. This is not a Regenesis list, so even just step 1 score out of false lead is going to cause Tuno some amount of pause, especially once the second one comes through. But we'll see. We can almost score any agenda off the table if Rangi has the right stuff in hand here.
Yeah. So looking at the ice suite in Rongidoge's list, the painful face checks are the triple anemone, which is of course a standard in every alco list, and 2 for Nutrias, 2 copies of phones. And oh, here comes the moon pool.
Getting a
This
Yuko
is a
counter.
new remote.
Yeah, this is a fast advance of a false lead. So our first agenda score of the tournament, this 3-1, the points don't so much matter, but now this paid ability window at instant speed, if the runner has 2 or more clicks, you can just take them away. So Tuno, followed up by an Oppo too. So 2 tags there with 6 cards in hand. I think this is just going to be annoyance, but I don't know if Hannah's going to leave this turn. Spin Doctor's the charge.
Yeah, I mean, Tuno probably has like sufficient, like a good enough economy at the moment. Yeah, so there we go. Just clearing 2 tags.
Pause reaction here. There's no more second Oppo. We did not steal or trash anything, so that's fine. And with this Fermenter in Tuno's back pocket, the question is, can Rangi force the face check into the Fly Swatter? Otherwise, Tuno's very comfortable. A compilation coming down. We're up on 8 credits after the, I believe it was a sure gamble.
Yeah, I do want to say that the this small Oppo was kind of committal because the decision made during deck building was to cut the third Oppo research as well as your last 2 floating influence, which normally goes into predictive planograms or public access plazas, back to go into the second end of the line, which does increase consistency when executing the kill combo, of course. But the opportunity cost of the third Oppo research, it means that you notice that Rongi elected to shuffle back the Oppo research as opposed to any of the other up to now 5 face down cards in archives. So there is a world where there are still points lying around.
Now, card on the table. Checking this card. It's been on for a bit, not scored, not pushed out, not rezzed. An enemy is going to be a res here, so this actually gets you a whole bunch of Ayuko counters. Twice on the damage, once on the discard. Not that Ayuko counters have been a struggle. Losing some simul chips. Access here, if it's a bite, that'll be the whole hand. And it is a bite.
Ooh,
hoping that there's going to be an early run, but that takes all the cards out of Tuno's hand. And the tag here.
That is spicy. And I think Tuno has to be very careful here because if it doesn't play around this false lead, so there we go.
And now there's a choice here. If there's any way that you can do a single damage, it's a possibility. If there's a see how they run fast events on the table or from hand, you would need a moon pool in the perfect hand. In theory, Rangi could go for it, pull the turn away and say, I can do 1 net or core damage. Who cares about the side game? As much as scoring out a 4-2 from hand is very tricky. Looks like not going to be the case. Gonna draw. Fermenter up on 4. Can you purge here? I don't know if you can.
Oh, I mean, I feel like you really want to, right? If you're Rongidoge, if you're the cop.
That gives Tuno the time to draw back up. I don't know. It's really tricky. You really want the white space, and that could have been a white space risk. And Tuno was okay just like bouncing off that and purging the Fermenter back.
Yeah.
Question.
I kind of feel like you have to. I mean, as you did allude to the fact, right? This Fermenter in a lot of shaperless is very low bearing, and I don't see any like other kind of like burst econ cards like the environmental testing in the list, for example. So in terms of like bulk credit accumulation, Fermenter is like what you're gonna get, and we do see like the Alco trigger, and Petty Cash is the play from guys, and we will see if there's a purge here. I think he's strongly considering it.
Yeah, I think so too. You can Petty Catch purge here. I don't believe the deck has a virus in it. Maybe we missed it. But at least the good thing with Ayuko and Cohort is that if you're purging, you're still getting value from your turn. You're not just doing nothing besides mandatory draw. Looks like we are going to just continue playing in. So a couple cards on the table. That's a nice way to sort of overwhelm Hannah. Looks like we're going to fast advance Moonpool, the second false lead. Now the Oppo can be potentially really lethal. I don't know if Tuno has any hard tech here, but double false lead means that if the big Oppo goes through, we resing bite? Oh, I guess, yeah, you can res it for the table. There's no reason in this matchup not to.
That's losing some working prototype value, if you ask me. But okay.
Brain processing too many things. Now, server 7 did not move anywhere, but we have now hit the double false lead. Checking server 7, Hannah. Telework is going to be sold to Knickknack, and the Spin Doctor are going to be drawing through again. There's 6 cards in archives. You don't really need to check archives as quickly in this matchup as some others that are running Regenesis. But Tuno just needs to stabilize on hand. What's interesting is maybe you can let the Spin Doctor go. The Oppo was shuffled back in, so if Tuno trashes this, you have a big problem potentially with Oppo, as much as the money might not be there.
So the math is it takes about 3 plus 3 plus 7, 13 credits for the alco for like the full double end of the line combo to come through.
And I think we're going to need the double. Well, maybe not, because you're right. With Mindscaping, you can get there. The thing is, like with Lilypad Simulchip and Maggie, there's a chance at Tuno it can be on a 7-card hand. So you actually might need the double end of the line if Tuno can set it up properly.
Correct. With Simulchip, it gets like very tricky. The silver lining for Rongidoge is that the list is not on any copies of Stone Chip Chart Room. So 2 end of lines will always be lethal.
All right, complexity went up a fair bit there. We did shovel a whole bunch of agendas back in R&D, and now the FUT behind the enemy, well, you can't just take a net damage to take that thing down. This does open up a bit more kill potential. One counter,
this is an excellent find. Of course, you're playing all 3 in every alco list, but it's an excellent find for Rongidoge to find, because it's one of these cards that you really can't afford to ignore, and therefore will eventually turn on the Oppo at some point. Cupulation notwithstanding.
There's Spin Doctor on HQ, so not stealing, not cupping that. We are going to be running again. We're expecting agendas. Only 19 cards left in R&D, only 2 points here. Mindscaping, you do want to hold on to that with the cupulation, and the line would have been your better grab, but that does remove up to 3 damage. And because cupulation doesn't steal or trash, it does not turn on the Oppo research, which admittedly Rongidoge doesn't exactly have the money to fully threaten out alongside a combo, but you can go for a small Oppo, which is quite nice, and still get there. Second Simulchip. Okay, Bladderwort is just a pad campaign on this turn. It's like everything Tuno does draws a card. Simulchip usually draws a card. Lilypad draws a card. Making a run, Knickknack draws a card. Like, it's so hard to put the Shaper in a bad position where they're caught off guard with low cards in hand. I think the only thing that's really, really potentially scary is if a central run finds a bite. And I think we know that there's 1 bite in archive, so there's only 1 more bite in play.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Tuno is considering the approach of trying to remove Rongidoge's economy, because like I'm looking at this cohort guidance program that's been sitting around since turn 1. It's gotten 7 turns of value from at this point, and thinking that maybe one other way that you can deal with the kill combo is to say that you can't really afford the double end of the line on the turn after the big Oppo.
So Tuno cycled the cup,
speaking of which,
didn't use it, but just trashed it with Knickknack to bring it back to steal the end of line. So now if this end of line's held here, the max damage that Rongidoge can do with the combo is only 7 damage. And that is not going to be lethal with a Simulchip Maggie if you set it up right.
Yes.
Echelon coming through, FUT's coming down.
In theory, Rongidoge can do up to 10 damage with all 3 of the remaining cards in the deck. Of course, that would necessitate shuffling back the 1 Mindscaping and then going Mindscaping end of the line.
Yeah.
But in the absence of like that very extreme outlier, the most important card right now becomes the Simulchip that Tuno is currently holding on to. This is the last Simulchip in the list. The other 2 have been used already. And this is, I believe, Tuno's only way to, other than the 1 SMC, to generate a card draw on the Corp turn.
Yeah, that's going to be really important. And also, like, both players are kind of running out of cards. This has been a fast game so far. Like, we're barely, I don't know, 20 minutes in, maybe less. We're 14 cards left in the stack, 16 cards left in R&D. Spin Doctor was just used to shuffle back Fut and an unknown. Server 11's being charged, and that is a moon pool. The final moon pool as well is not being trashed. Again, we are respecting Oppo research on 11 credits. And Lilypad won't fire here? I think Tuno. Oh, it wants to trash the moon pool. Okay.
Yeah, trash the moon pool. Okay.
So down to 2 credits.
Trash.
Coalescence gets installed with Maggie, but we've already fired Lilypad. So Tuno is only on 6 cards in hand here, but we might have an Oppo window. There's only one more Oppo in the game, or sorry, one was shuffled back. So there's 2 Oppos alive here. And either for 2 tags or 4 tags, even tempo 4 tags is like maybe financially a problem. It turns on the bladderwort. No, it doesn't, does it?
Oh, I mean, it could, depending on the other clicks that you take on your
Yeah.
turn. And now that you mentioned, the bladder is important.
Mm-hmm.
The bladder is important
One
because
damage matters.
it is the way. Yes, damage does matter. So if Rongiroch can like finagle a way to get the bladder fire on the turn that he executes his damage combo and false lead turn skip.
Yeah, we'll see if we go
that
for the
can be a
turn
way
skip.
to punch through.
It's really difficult because Tuno, it here only is going to have 6 cards in hand. So you're kind of the closest you've been for a minute. Again, Simul Chip until Lilypad does get the card draw here. So the question is whether we have the combo. You're going to need the last end of line guaranteed and 1 Mindscaping and the Oppo. And you have to duck to sub 4.
Okay, so there is a way for Tuno to get up to 7 cards, but it's a bit excessive. You will need to Simul Chip for the Muse and Muse for the SMC. And then SMC for whatever it is on the turn. But Tuno's only on 4 credits. That may not be viable.
Yeah, very important that Tuno took. Oh, action before
so
click.
there is an economic consideration here, which I'm not clear. I'm not sure. I'm not sure like either player knows exactly what's left in the stack. Tuno obviously knows, but I'm not sure if it's like accounted for that fact. Especially because there are 0 DZMZs installed, which means you can there's like actually a limitation on what kind of programs that you can grab with this Simul Chip SMC.
The line here has to be it. Yeah, you have to go for the Muse for the SMC. It's double cohort. We might be drawing into it. Bladderwort's not going to fire, but Rongidoge can have a 7 damage combo here. Tuno could get to 7 cards, but I think we're only going to get to 6 here. Mandatory?
I'm thinking about this line. Yeah, because we go to. Okay, cool. We're getting conduit. Okay, so we get to 6 cards. And now the thing is, okay, so Mindscaping does 2. Okay, now the question is, do we have the second Mindscaping?
Yeah, we need everything. We do have the second Mindscaping. Okay, yes.
Second Mindscaping.
Now the end of line?
Question mark?
Rongidoge gets there. The double false lead coming through. Again, yeah, if we went for the Muse SMC, that was just 1 more card, what didn't matter, but had every single combo piece. What a fast game. The last pure win con we have left. Wild.
I do think I'm not sure if the Tuno had the economy to make the Simul Chip Muse SMC, because like the only way to make that play work is SMC on your own discard step.
Yeah.
For the Simul Chip for Muse for SMC on your own discard step, and then on Rongidoge's following turn, pop the SMC. But I don't know if you can afford that, plus the MU, plus the 2 credits, plus the install on whatever it is the SMC is fetching, plus if you have even anything left in the deck. And that's so difficult to calculate.
It was still 8 damage, I think, regardless. So even if Tuno does land that line with the money, I think it still ends up on the wrong side of the flat line. Cool. Do you want to jump into another table?
Yeah. Let's just find something.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump into table 7. Aleksandra versus off 15-15.
Yeah, let's go.
Cool. I don't know what the matchup is, but it looks like, it's another Ayuko. Sorry, I didn't know that. I would have maybe gone a different way, but we are 4 tags in. We have our world champ there playing Essa. Hand size is at 8, but 5 cards in hand and off 15-15 with a moon pool on the table, a lamplighter on HQ, a cohort. And if we look at the archives, we've seen no kill pieces so far. So this could easily be the last turn of the game. Aleksandra now can just draw up, and there's a chance that just being on 8 cards in hand is good enough when you have both a Marrow and a Hippocampic. Dr. Nuke is a way to do that too, but we're going to be taking down the cohort first. Money will matter going into next turn.
I will say Lamplighter is not a card that we see very often in AOCO lists.
Yeah, it's cool.
Not recently, at least. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's compared to like other like 2-credit contemporaries, it is like very similar to a white space.
White space, yeah. But the face check, like if they take the tag, then you have multiple problems. Like right now, it's an end the run on server 1, which is kind of cool. Sorry, I said this was on HQ. It's on server 1, the Lamplighter.
I don't imagine that Alco will have any tricks involving like the Lamplighter trash text.
Yeah.
Like some of these like op decks used to try, but it feels to me like a perfectly functional, perfectly cromulent piece of ice in like a horizontal based tag deck. Now, or thinking about this res.
Yeah, OF 4 credits. So Saisantan, that can't be res, but every other ice you'd expect in the list can be resed here. A Phonotria for some damage, an enemy for card draw and damage. The problem is you need credits here. So unless we're playing Predictive Planogram, which we haven't seen that much influence in the bin so far, 1 Oppo, there's not that many big bounce backs, especially because if there is, one of the interesting things is how ESA interacts with petty cash. Sometimes Sabotage can actually give the corporation economy on the start of their next turn, but you want to be starting your turn on 3 credits if that's the risk. It's a Tattoo Bola. This won't be broken. We're going to be bouncing off that down to 2 credits. Mystic Miami is angry, but Zomdraft is probably going to want to hit that Nuka button here, unless he feels comfortable with only 4 cards in hand, when the Corp will only have, I guess, 4 credits with the cohort.
Yeah.
There's the Nuka. So we're up at 7.
Theoretically, Mystic can eat a card here and you are safe. You go to 4 credits on OF, and you can only do... Oh, no, you can do 7 damage with... Yeah, you can do 7 damage with a single with click for credit Mindscaping end of the line. So yeah, I think keeping the Mystic is a non-starter.
I even think like a loaded Mystic is so tricky when your deck is already playing Ghost Tongue, because it's just so much harder to get more credits off the Mystic in a single turn.
There are very few events that actually let you like empty the damn thing.
Yeah. Ayuko, we're firing. We're doing that before we do the cohort here. So again, if you're not familiar this year, that's look at the top 3 of R&D. Trash 1, draw 2. Wow, I short-circuited there for a moment.
Yeah. I thought that was a test for a moment, but yes.
Then we have the cohort, which is going to give us more money. So we're starting here now with 7 cards in hand. There's the petty cash in the bin.
Oh yes, and of course the petty cash, which I didn't account for in this. So definitely correct to leave the Mystic in the bin.
Yeah, cohort giving you up to those credits first so you can play the petty cash is very, very important. The only way to stop that is to totally bankrupt the corporation, because from 1 to 3, there is a Mindscaping, Brindle Moldar, 3 cards out of hand, 4 left here. We're maybe doing tempo damage. Maybe we're looking for the Steelskin Scarrings. If we look in the bin, there's 2 in the bin. And we don't have that much more money to finish it off. Double Mindscaping?
I think if there is the 3rd damage card,
wait, can
this was a strictly tempo Mindscaping, that would be a little bit rude from OF.
Yeah, third Mindscaping would win here. I don't know if we have it. This looks like tempo. There's no agenda we can score out here that's lethal, right? Like we don't have... Because with the Moonpool, in theory, you could advance, score out, I guess, the 4-2 from System Gateway.
Blood in the Water is possible, but there's no FUT, so that isn't game winning either.
Yeah, it's like Orbital is the only thing that ends the game here, but it's just click for credit. We just took cards out of Zomdraft's hand, but the Nuke is going to rebuild it really quickly. Still 4 tags, but 11 credits here. Now you're forked between removing the tags, but with 2 Mindscapings out, those are the only cards that scale with the amount of tags. So if you just grab cards, you should be relatively safe.
Okay, so here's a hypothetical question. Your opponent has 4 tags. You have a Mindscaping in hand that would do 3 damage and would cost you 2 credits and a card from your hand.
Yeah.
You also have the option of click basic action card for click and 2 credits to trash the Nuka. That's effectively removing 3 cards.
Yeah.
Like, you follow me? I'm genuinely not sure about like the cost benefit of that.
But it's like, maybe you can see that there's been cards, and it's really hard with ESA because ESA, gets rid of ESA's cards in hand, is whether you think there was cards in hand that are important to the matchup, right? Like, do you want to knock the finality out of hand? And yeah, maybe it's just as likely that you'll draw it from the deck as anything else, but this board state has no breakers. Mind you, this list only has 7 ice breaking cards in it, 5 Dolls, 2 Begamuts. So Samstraft here, finality, like still can win the game. We're 3 points. The big old Oppos have to be somewhere. So not Oppos, the Fujis have to be somewhere.
Yeah. So like the big advantage of getting the mindscaping, firing the mindscaping as opposed to trashing Nuka is firstly, of course, the alco counter,
Yep, huge.
which may or may not be in short supply. And secondly, it's possible that OF wanted to smoke out the third and final steel skin and or strike fund out of hand.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that last steel skin is so important if you're trying to go for the kill lines, but off 15-15, it looks like we've spent so much of our kill potential here. So there's still maybe a burst. I don't know how many mindscapings are on the list, but we have 2 spin doctors out. And of course, S is just going to ruin random cards. So counting on the 3rd spin doctor getting your mindscapings back, maybe that's just not a guarantee. And we want to go for some tempo damage.
Yes. I will note that there is one Begamot and 2 Matryoshkas in the bin already. So this Tatubola, as innocuous as it is keeping this cohort very safe, at least for the foreseeable future, barring, of course, the singleton pinhole threading. Oh, yes, there's a singleton pinhole threading in the SR list. So if Zomjobs doesn't clear out his tags, OF will be able to find their pair of end of the line sooner rather than later. Only 20 cards left in R&D.
Final steel skin getting cracked there.
That's
We're up on 8 cards in hand, just passing the turn. Again, we're going to be on 5 credits there. Oh, 15-15 in theory could start the turn on 7 credits, which means you could do credit end of line if everything lines up perfectly with a petty cash. So Zomdraft on 8 is going to be safe into that possibility here. But neither player seem to be like pushing a board state forward. Maybe we can moonpool here out of false lead. Maybe that makes things interesting. So at any point, if Zomdraft goes to too few cards in hand, you can just take the rest of the turn away and just end it there, especially with all the steel skins out.
Yeah, the question is server one has to be some kind of agenda, yes? Because I can't imagine what else would be sitting here.
Maybe another moonpool?
Like, I would have been res by now.
Why is this moonpool rezzed?
I imagine it was to duck some bladder walk early on in the game.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, which eventually got trashed.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. There's a petty cash, so we're up on 7. So good thing that Zomdraft's up here safe on 8, because credit, end the line, if that all lines up. And again, speaking of lines up, we have only 15 cards left in R&D here, and there's only 3 points in score areas. So off 15's hand, let alone archives, which Moonpool is protecting some extent, has to have a lot of agendas in it, but also the combo pieces should be floating to the top.
Yeah, and I feel like OF does need to find a way to put these 2 mindscapings back in the deck. That's like the only way remaining left to go over the top versus like a 8-card group.
Mm-hmm.
The alternative, of course, being to try and find like another Bladderwort play and find a way to duck another Bladderwort. Or you could just put a FUT down.
FUT on the table. This will make it slightly sweeter if you want to score out a false lead maybe next turn. I'm not sure if we still have the time and the road ahead of us to score out the false leads and go for that kill combo, or whether we just want to mindscapings if we want to go for the see how they run to get hand size down. It's back to Essa though. 11 credits. Ice is the hard part here. We need to drop $2 or 1 Begamut before we can break a single ice. And we also do have 1 Ashen, which is kind of important. So the Katurga is in the bin, but if the Ashen does get lost to damage, it's not coming back. We only have 14 more cards in stack to deal with.
Yeah, and I think like one part of the Ashen, which is like a slightly problematic, is that if you Ashen, you will have to Ashen click 1. Because if you do not exactly go Ashen, draw, you might just be dead straight up.
Yeah.
Right. So the timing of when you're allowed to Ashen is actually quite restrictive on this specific boss state.
Do you think with 8 cards in hand, Zomdraft just clears tags?
Ooh.
Because even really if you clear 3 tags, you're no longer dead to double end the line, and then end the line mindscaping, it's only 5 damage, and you're probably laughing against that.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility to clear some number of tags, maybe as you say 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Clearing all 4 though, you go down to 3 credits, which is like really problematic because like then OF can leverage like the ice that they have on table to start like pushing agendas. And as you discussed, we have like no breaker solution installed right now. 2 of the 5 Matryoshkas are gone. 1 Begamot is gone. Like all these ice are, they start doing things, right? Once you're on low credits.
Yeah, we got some sabotage running hot. We're going to have a whole turn here. So if we do want to clear the tags, you have a bit more room. So the question is, where's off 15-15 going to sabotage from? And again, it looks like it's going to be 2 from the top of R&D. Ayuko just throwing them in the bin. This is not a Regenesis matchup, so you don't mind too much. But we have 6 clicks here left to do whatever we want. 7 hand size is actually, you know, a big difference here. We were talking about how double end the line does flatline you on anything under 8. So some risks will be taken here.
Especially because we have no more steel skins left.
Yeah, exactly. So Zomzarv might have to at least commit to clearing 3 of the tags to be safe against that line.
Yeah, which you,
I think you can do
you
it.
can do
Yeah.
with this many clicks, right? But simultaneously, you can simply just end the game with like finality run archives.
Raindrops in the remote server. This is where Lamplighter is so great because it just ends the run, but instead it's an enemy taking more cards out of hand.
Ouch, owie.
Yeah. Ayuko counters. That's a strike fund and a 3rd Matryoshka hitting the bin. And this still has more damage to deal. So that's going to get rid of... What else did we lose there? We lost Sure Gamble. So big econ card. 4 cards in hand. FUD is off the table. We're on 13 credits. And off 15-15 here. Can start next turn up on 5 credits. Which again, credit end of line does threaten here. So we're just going to clear every single tag.
Okay.
I think this is why
The
probably off
immediate,
15.
like, kill threat has been diffused.
Yeah, and I think that's why off 15 might have done for the mindscapings, thinking that the lethal cannot show up fast enough before Zomdraft has the breathing room to clear the tags. And so maybe you just tempo damage the mindscapings. But off 15-15 here now, like it's not that easy to score to 7 in this deck. I think you have to set up a false lead to have a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, I am wondering, like, how realistic is it really? Like, we have this cohort that is like cooking, and realistically, Zomdraft can't do anything about. I will note that the pinhole has not been sighted yet.
Nope.
And we have this moon pool, right? Like just hanging around. So it is not unfeasible, right? To be able to push like at least 1 or 2 agendas through. But to do that before the finality and the archives run connects, that's a different story altogether, right?
Yeah, this moon pool is probably well taxed out. It likely has been for a couple turns already. Cohort is turning a petty cash face up. It looks like the card in server 1 is an agenda here. Now that Lamplighter doesn't end the run, it's a 3 credit tax. If you score out, it's so funny. If you end up scoring a see how they run, you want to lose the side game so you don't do the core damage, because otherwise you have to sabotage 3 with Marrow. But single advance.
That is so funny.
Yeah, it's really, really weird when the core damage shows up on your Uncorp cards. Notably, the advancement can be on anything with Cohort. I don't think I've realized that. Not necessarily has to be an agenda.
Yeah, we're not scoring this. What's going on?
I think we might still moonpool it. Maybe we res a FUD first for damage.
Yeah, we couldn't res a FUD.
But also, this could, in theory, be a bite, right? Like, this doesn't have to be an agenda.
What?
We're going horizontal.
Whoa.
Table bite could open the game up entirely.
Yeah, but I think Zomdraft, like with seeing that his opponent is on 0 points, I think it's like can very reasonably just send archives and send a finality. Or speaking of, do we have finalities left in the deck?
I think we have 1 more.
1 finality left in these 16 cards.
Corp is acting. I think we might have forgotten to res a FUD here. Yeah.
Smell a FUD res.
Yeah, it's a FUD res in server 8, it's my guess.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, no actions have gone. Again, FUD has that really, really important end of turn. I do like any card that reses for 1 that gets a counter on it immediately, because you just move your credit over there. It's super elegant.
Oh, yeah, like it.
All right, so Zomdraft, 5 cards in hand, no steel skins. I believe no strike funds. There's 1 Ashen, as much as that might not show up this game. There has to be a lot of agendas and centrals. We're not tagged. There's more oppos, but the card in server 1 is looking like it can do up to next turn, 4 damage if we score out of Fuji? And that can just be cards out of hand, as much as off 15-15 has a long road to get to 7 points, the honest way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking like if we assume that Zomzav has like effectively diffused the flatline threat and all that he has to worry about is OF trying to score out. I'm just wondering like what is like how viable is it to, let's say, just send an Ashen like now, now that you don't have any timing restrictions on when you're allowed to play the Ashen for fear of
Yeah.
dying. You can send an Ashen now and just take 1 core damage every turn for the rest of the game, and like
Yeah.
does OF have enough time to score out before they mill out?
Yeah, I don't think they do. Maybe you just have to like take the enemy down, the FUT down. Maybe you have to pin a whole cohort to slow down those advancements. But I think you're right. Also, it gets like the steel skins back in the game, which also helps you a lot, or at least makes it uncertain from the corporation. But I could see the Ashen and just like hold on. We have no way to charge hippo camping in this deck, right? No.
Oh yeah, nah.
So that's just +2 hand size. Very importantly for those watching, these unique hardware, like Ghost Tongue and Marrow, you can install your second and third copy. It trashes the original copy because there can only be one, but it allows you just to get that sort of like free sabotage counter, or a trigger more accurately, which like sometimes that's valuable when the corporation only has 9 cards left in R&D and maybe 1 spin doctor is already in archives. That usually does not come back. Cool thing about Moonpool is you can put any cards back, right? They have to just be face down. So even like running archives to flip the spin doctor's face up is a really niche angle. Oh, it looks like actually we're going for it.
Yes. Yeah, that looks to be the play here. I think very, very reasonable. I think the odds of you dying here are very remote. Even Fuji will never kill you here.
Because you have 3 agenda points.
And this,
you're kind of safe.
This almost certainly smokes out. Yeah, this Moonpool. There we go.
So you might even see here just like finality R&D, because we're assuming this is going to shuffle up towards like 5 to 6 points from archives and R&D. It's 1 face down and Fuji. Oh, it's 2 Fujis. Excuse me.
Oh, we're splitting the counters. Wait, what? What is this? Build your own mitosis. Okay, not a false lead score.
So third, we're up on 4 points. So a single Fuji wins it if Zomstrap wants to go for the finality here, because all the Fujis might be in R&D. We see where a bite is, which is really important, but we don't see where any more oppos or kill cards are, kill operations. But those cards on the table have a lot of advancements. FUT does some damage here, 5 minutes remaining of the round.
Oh, this splitting of the Moonpool advantage is like so suspicious to me. Like if I were a betting man, I might put like some money on like either server 1 or server 9 being a bite.
Yeah, there have to be, if this is a 2-bite list, there's one more. And again, Moonpool does not care if the card can be advanced. So you can put them anywhere. Again, this is open deck list, so Zomdraft will also know if this list is running Urticas, which sometimes is the case.
Oh, no, it's a single bite list. It's a single
bite list. Okay. R&D, this could easily be a Fuji. There's 2 and 11 at a minimum, nothing. No steal, no trash. 2 clicks left here, only 3 cards in hand means egg to end the line. If there's a see how they run on the table, could be it, but Lamplighter, we're checking for 3 credits to see what this double advance card. If it's a Fuji, it is game.
Okay, so we will pay 3 here, go to 2 credits.
See how they run.
See how they run.
Super important to steal that. We're on 6 agenda points. Any agenda touch, whether you want to send it HQ, whether you want to check server 9. But that card needed to be dealt with, because otherwise you have lethal on the table.
I guess we check 9 now, right?
Well, if it's an Urtica, do you have no cards in hand and then you die to fast advance FUT?
Oh, oh my goodness, there is an Urtica in the list. Goodness, you're right.
Is there? I was just...
that is so scary.
Yeah. The easiest trap, 2 damage. This will be 3 damage with a single advancement, knocking every card out of Zomdraft's hand. Now, the problem is if this card on the table is another see how they run, that gets scored for a damage and then end the line, does end the game, but you do need a Moonpool on the table as well. And you're going to need a couple more credits than we have. I think you're going to need, well, every petty cash is out, so I don't even know if you have the money here.
Yeah, okay, so there's a few considerations here, right? If 9 is a see how they run, you can die to end of the line.
Yep.
If 9 is an Urtica, you don't die to running it, but you do die if 10 or 11 is a Bladderwort. And I believe there's
or even
one
if it's
more.
If it's just like it's a Moonpool into an agenda, you die to FUT if you have 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Please find the time. Yeah, Alpha Team definitely needs some more time to cook here, but we're coming up. We're checking it. And Urtica is easily game winning. It's an Urtica, 3 cards. 10 or 11 Reds of Bladderwort, end the game. Fast advance, end the game. What do we have here? No snap res, but Zomdraft is on no cards in hand on 6 points.
No snap res.
No res.
This game's not over.
So FUT will do a damage if you can score on an agenda. There is false leads here as the easy 3-1 to close the game out. All you need is a moon pool and cards. I think we have it here. Confident
Looks
install.
like this is a snap install.
There's the moon pool.
Yeah, it's a moon pool. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh, I found a way. They found a way. They killed through this ridiculously tanky Esser deck. Oh my goodness, killing with false lead. Is there anything this agenda can't do?
As Rocky Dutch said, the last true corp win condition or something like that, that it will do 1 net damage with FUT. 6
my
points.
God.
Yeah, Zomzrev can't get there again. On the table, if that was to see how they run. I'm not sure if Off15 has some money, but there is a threat there. But well played. Round 1 against the world champ. Off15 is taking it, especially from like it seems like that game wasn't exactly going their way. The double mindscaping play seems strange maybe, but it definitely converted. Well played to both.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe we just watched like 2 games of Netrunner in this round 1, and like both of them involved a false lead kill in very different ways.
Yeah, very different ways. And I think that is all of our tables. So we're going to be jumping back over one of these buttons opens up Cobra. We'll see what the results look like. Again, if you're tuning in, this is the Ultimate Showdown 2025. This is the culmination, the end of the year of all the Showdown events. And again, people are also invited from beanstalk points, from placing well at Worlds and Continentals. And it's just a celebration of the competitive season. And I'm just so stoked that 24 players from all different time zones agreed to show up today to play. You know, there's some good prize support, mind you. Your likeness shows up on a card, which is really cool. That will come out next year. But a lot of this is just, you know, the love of the game. It's a bit of a show match for y'all on the weekend. So thanks so much if you're watching.
Absolutely. Hopefully
you're going to have a good weekend. And we're just off to a great start here. I'm still not 100% sure what the structure is today. I think Axu corrected that. I think we have Swiss-like rounds, and then we will have a top 8. So we're definitely in the as soon as in the day as we can be.
Yeah, it's like Swiss-ish, except you know, you go home if you lose 3 times.
Yeah. So
don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Let's look at the standings here. So table 1, we had Kikai, Ayuko, that's our circuit breaker, versus Motion Blower and Sable. Sable is taking it. And underneath Eden also, Cobra Bubbles, 2 criminals taking it off of Ayuko games. If we look at Ayuko win rates, I think we saw 2 Ayuko games. Those were the Ayuko games where the corpse won. Otherwise, looks like we're going 50-50. Augie playing some op. We'll find out what kind of op that is, whether it's that sort of like scrubs.
I do believe it is scrubs.
Okay, cool. Augustus has been playing a ton of different op decks, so that's very much clearly in his wheelhouse. We'll be very, very lucky to drop into a game like that. Malt is playing some Epiphany, taking down Hoshiko. That can be an interesting matchup based off of how Hoshiko builds the companions, the economy, but Passive Malt is definitely getting those lines. Analyze Chris, which honestly, there's not that much LEO, but taking an LEO win against Hoshiko, we'll find out what sort of line or what sort of deck Warlock is playing. Radish on PD against Jad, taking it there for purple. And then we have BTL. I think that game probably went a bit late. That was probably one of the slow BTLs. Yes. I think this is the BTL that I want to say Bowsley was playing. Is that correct? There was a player that was playing this at the top 16 at Worlds, and it's the sort of like 3 clearinghouse, only 6 agendas. That's my guess what sort of BTL this is.
Oh, I feel like I saw a Charlotte, but maybe I'm
yeah, I think there's shards in that deck, but it is like hyper Glacier with a kill line, which is quite powerful. Alpi taking it on Baz for all the Baz lovers. We saw Rongi versus Tuno, Davs versus D. We don't have a report yet. That's all of these are amazing matchups. And then
if you do refresh, I think Davs did take it over D.
Okay, cool. And hey, round 2 pairings are up. So again, this is triple elimination today. Players will continue to play for a bid. Nobody's out this round. This is not double elimination. We have more Netrunner ahead of us. Just to re-rack really quickly, my name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. So excited you're here. Shout out to everyone who helps put the stream together and all the folks sharing a microphone. I'm joined by Jai. How's it going, Jai?
Good. Taking a sip from my a sip of coffee from my big hug mug as we speak.
Yeah. He keeps rubbing it in with his fancy Netrunner mug. Also, we might
€50 bribe well spent.
We might have Axu on the microphone too. Axu, how's it going?
You do have me on the commentary? I was just listening to the wonderful job you were doing last round.
Thank you. That's very kind. I think all 3 of us love talking a lot. So 3 on the mic might be hard. I think I'm going to throw myself on mute for this round. So it'll be the 2 of you, which is going to be my pleasure to listen to. Before we get there, what table do you want to jump to?
You have opinions?
I'm gonna call table 4. I don't think I've seen like any like actual devs SL gameplay, and I'm very excited to see how the master does it.
Okay, I'm down for table 4.
Awesome. So that's Antoine versus Davs, both players at Worlds. Antoine, a local player, I'm a big fan, won the Winter Showdown earlier this year playing Ken Tenma, which I cannot believe that was a legal identity you could play in the year 2025. What a year it's been. But we're looking at Elio Hyperglacier versus Essa, which I've heard some people call this matchup draw MIC or not, but we'll see how Davs puts on that pressure because the dolls are not the best matchup into Elio, as much as eventually, your bronze are not going to do anything when the cat gets its drink. Okay, I'm going to throw it on table 4. I don't have to share my screen because y'all are just watching in person, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to throw myself on mute. Have fun, y'all.
All right, so how much do you think the game actually goes down to draw MIC or lose?
I mean, if the Essa draws the Begamot, which it eventually will, because it's Essa and that's what the deck does. It just draws cards. You play Wildcat Strike. You're like, shit, I can't give this deck money. You draw, you get the draw, and then they put down the Nuka, and they go like they go draw, running hot, and like, shit, I messed up. Yeah, that's basically how it goes.
Yeah, situation you cannot win. A couple of interesting cards we see here is like next activation command. Only can get your brands on top of the line for Begamot, but racing brand for 6 seems kind of a tough issue. Also, we'll see a lot of barriers in the list in general. 1 Maskirovka, 3 Hagen, 3 Bran. So like almost half of the ice basically null during the game.
This one next activation command will have to come in very clutch. So just some quick math. Next activation command brings the brunt to strength 8, so that requires 6 core damage of the Essa in order to stop it with Begamot. And I think Dav's reading the list, assuming he does see the next activation command, and he's a good player and very literate, so I expect him to. We'll take that into account. Although 6 core damage is somewhat spicy. You will need to find like the space to actually take 6 core damage, right? And not have it like completely screw over like whatever combinations that you're sitting on. And of course, that's why you have Hippocampus Mechanocytes.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a really late game play, but I think Antoine is trying to push the game going before that. We do see the agenda suite with 3 architect deployment tests, so a bit more of the jamming kind of at least than we might have been expecting here.
Yes.
Also spending influence on Maskirovka and predictive planograms, kind of like these cheap cards that just let you do stuff on the remote before maybe the ESA has time to set up.
Yeah, it is kind of telling that that Antoine has elected to go like the full set of Brans, obviously full set of Hagens, and then a 7th barrier on top of that. So normally that lines up not very great into Essa, but like this next activation has got to carry. This 1 corporate hospitality to get back the next activation has to carry. And we'll see like what kind of access that Antoine has to these tools that they've put in the deck.
Yep. All right, I believe we're starting the matchup. So Leo being able to stop the runs and Essa taking some core damage, being sabotaging. And how do you actually see the match going? Like early aggression from Antoine and Dav's trying to control, or opposite, or complete opposite?
Okay, so here's a question. If you only have 1 ice, obviously Antoine has more than 1 ice on this opening. If you only have 1 ice in your opening hand, and let's say some asset that you want to protect, like a humanoid resources, are you still icing HQ turn 1 against Essa?
We have less just Tuskas, so it's not as important, I feel like. but you probably still should.
Yeah,
R&D probably the server you can let early access in at least somewhat.
Yeah. So
But great,
okay, so
you can
but we
start
do
from-
have the
Mhm.
yeah, we do have like third ice plus Hanse review, so and something to jam behind. So this can be humanoid, or I assume we are on hold up. This list is on 0 tranquility home grids. That isn't very jammy of you, Antoine.
Yeah, just deciding to go with other
And
agendas.
wait, this is the new card. Clean getaway. That was yeah, I remember talking to devs like about some like alternative economy options not too long ago, and I think Clean Getaway was one card that came up in the conversation, and happy to see that he's taken some advice at least, and I'm not completely washed.
I mean, it's one of the best econ cards in the history of the game, basically. And that you are still really happy to spend the 2 influence to get that in.
Yeah.
We see the humanoid being able to get install on archives and on the remote and still get the operation in there. Getting huge value.
My goodness, Antoine has found so much ice in like just the first 3 turns of the game. Only
just controlling the
16
game.
in the whole list, which I feel like is mildly low. Like it's either like average or like very slightly below average. But already finding 5 of them in the first 20-ish. Less than 5.
Yeah, I think 17 is the number I would assume, but we have to spend more slots on agendas, so it makes sense that you keep those ice numbers a bit lower.
Oh
That's going
my
full
goodness.
setup
We are
mode.
sending.
And finality being played.
So Beckemot breaks Hagen. Okay, this is fine. It just so this Boomy will almost certainly eat this finality. Surely.
You maybe can let it in and just keep this booming up for the second one, but besides, just have to send it.
It's so scary. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it is so scary.
Yeah, seeing 4 cards on top of R&D, basically, if Antoine snipes like 2 ADTs, it's game over, basically completely in that one
So
axis.
what are the? This is exactly the last card in hand is seamless launch into ADT.
Could be, and then we see some mighty big eyes on R&D. Doesn't look like it.
Antoine,
We're just playing petty cash
instantly
out of
sending
the
it, so
bin.
it's probably not. We do see
Look-
one seamless in archives.
Yeah, out of the sabotage, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, so server 1, we have 0 idea what it is. Advanced, so seems like either a architect deployment that we're slow pushing, or a send a message.
Yeah. Okay. Raindrops is really good here. Okay, so this almost certainly this this is a full break.
Yeah, do you
And
continue?
now we can just click through a brand, right? Even though Begemot can't break it. It
You
will
can
force
a
it.
second MLC on the remote. That's so nasty.
And what is him? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, we were earlier talking about like the matchup being fight MIC or lose, and we found 2 in the super early game, and the remote is basically unbreachable for years here.
It's that simple, folks. It's that simple.
We did go down to 2 credits, so you cannot score it out, but I think you found the predictive also? Damn, Antoine is good.
Oh, Antoine is so good.
Yeah, just the only thing we need to find anymore is just an ice on R&D before Dav sends another finality in there.
Okay, run archives.
Yeah, just make your opponent be honest.
Yeah.
And you might have gotten some sabotage in there. It's a boom on archives. Deciding to res it.
That's fine. I mean, it's still a credit tax.
Mm-hmm. It's also a tax on the Matryoshka, so you cannot.
That's gaming. That's gaming. Come on, look at it.
Just taking the core out of this. You are selling 2 cards. You have 0 cards in HQ. This is basically 2 against top of R&D.
This booming subject is access to additional cards, you know?
Yeah, Spin Doctor saving the line though.
Okay,
two spins
this
are
is
going
very important
archive
though.
though. And we have
Yeah,
to
two
shuffle
more spins.
zero spins left in the game.
Yes.
Copulation, sending HQ.
Yeah, and I
And
think
the
Devs
is so nasty
is
here.
demonstrating. Devs is demonstrating like a very, very strong understanding of like what, like how fast you need to play this matchup, which is like extremely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I expect Antoine to go. Okay, credit. Are we double advancing this? Question mark.
It seems sketchy. You have to either score it out to be safe, or you have to find some defense for central servers, because we are bleeding out of there right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think both players are bleeding. Have you seen Devs' hand size?
Already on 5 core damage. We're talking about the big Behemoths are 7 strength. Yeah, this cat is huge. Yeah, the cat is on 8 now. We're really spelling over the
next activation, this bozo.
Yeah, I mean, the remote would be still basically unbreachable with the MLC being kind of a good card. Going R&D. Treasure Corporate Hospitality would have loved to see that card.
That's the last recursion. And hits the petty cash, that's very rude.
Oh, petty cash, yeah, I will take this. And the second Matryoshka, we can technically challenge the remote now, but that seems kinda tough right now.
Yeah, on this yeah, that's the.
Oh, that's 3 MIC.
Actually,
yeah.
That's so crazy, bro. Oh, actually, I don't know if I ever told this. Have I told this? I hate Leo. I hate Leo with such a passion. Every time that this shit happens, you know, oh my goodness, he's taking another call. He's taking another call.
I mean, Anton, we'll defend the properties. You know, stop happening. What I mean, they are trying to play. Yeah. And what about the 2 cards?
This is so sick. Oh, this is so sick.
Instant remote? Didn't you see the agenda? Advance? Are you there, man?
Oh.
No, it doesn't seem to be an advance. But oh, this! I don't have any points!
This guy!
You! Can you take a core somewhere, though? If you take a core, it's 2 access. Sending it renders archives? No agenda,
Nothing. Where are the things?
In R&D
pinhole.
You're putting inertia, then you can run the remote. Your opponent has to use a MIC to stop this run now.
Oh,
no, we cannot. We don't have a click. Damn.
Yeah, no clicks. I mean, we just triple advanced this question mark.
Triple, yeah. You have to get this out of here. You have to get to safety.
Yeah, get down, Mr. President.
We're thinking about it a bit. You might, if you think your opponent doesn't have the credits to go in.
I'm just doing like a very quick ice check. There's 4, 5, 6 ice in the bin. 6 ice in the bin, 4 ice on the table. There's 6 more somewhere. Mercia check. All 3 Mercias are in the bin. Send a message. Fly swatter. Ooh, that's some value. All right, Marrow, Sabotage 1. We will now see. Okay, Sabotage 1 is 1 from the top. Okay, do you come in? Do you run HQ now?
It costs you 1 credit. Of course you do it. You have to go and check.
The thing is, I think there is an incentive for devs to like try and find a way to burst up to 10 credits. Because the moment we are...
That's so many accesses.
Oh, that is so
and
many accesses.
In HQ.
Oh, that is so...
HQ is still there.
So, what devs is saying? Okay,
there's 1. There's 2.
That's a...
No.
That's 2. Okay.
Run archives?
Architect.
Another architect up to 6 points in 1 turn.
I was going to say this Mystic Mime was installed this turn, last turn. It paid for like 1.
It also did the damage.
You know, you can have just for credit.
And we have to
No, so the thing is that with that last archive check is betting that the last card in HQ wasn't an agenda because like in theory, if Antoine just jams this thing inside and clicks for credits, like it's very difficult. Oh my god! You're joking! Why do all these little players all the freaking time?
You have to think about this, because if you give your opponent 2 credits, they might be. Can you turn the remote? No, you can't. So you never give the draw here. You never give the draw.
Can't give. Okay, so the thing is, if you give credits, like doing the math, if you give credits, you go like devs goes to 8. Can you crack this remote if 8? You need.
No, you can't. I don't believe you can.
10 credits to fully break.
Yeah, you have to fully break, otherwise the MICs are going to end your run. Click for a draw. Oh my god! That's at least 3 cards of R&D that we will see.
By the way, you're joking. Oh my goodness.
So we have 3 from deck, and we will see the 3 cards. And it's not there!
Oh my goodness.
It's not there! And no 3! That's
happening. I can't.
Oh my god!
You are kidding me, bro.
Yo, what a game of Netrunner!
You are kidding me. Triple MIC into the last card in hand, install advance.
It's been so punished for not running HQ there.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yo. Did you see the line where Antoine popped that boom before it did the core damage? Did you see it?
That was so sick. Top on approach. I have never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, but that's crazy. There's 2 more agendas in this last segment. Like there was a very real chance, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
There was we go Mando. Yeah, I think that was like worth. I think that Chastushka was worth like 2 excesses of like unknown cards of R&D. If my math is right.
Mm-hmm. I think it's 3. Oh, 2 unknowns, yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's credit perfect. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting.
Yo, that was absolutely absurd. What a game. The game went so fast. Like, just speed of play is absurd too. We should jump into another game. I think we need a second to catch our breath, but well played to both players. That is just absurd. Y'all want to pick a table? I think we should try not to do a AUCO for a moment.
Can we do table 12? Let's do table 12. Let's check out some scrubs.
Let's do it.
Sure.
I think game's over.
Game's over.
Unluck.
Yeah, Tino, it gets there.
We can watch. Is there an IDs we haven't seen yet? Table 6 is Ob against ESA. ESA we have seen.
Table 11 is
Jinteki RH, table 2.
Table 2.
Oh, yeah, we can have table 2.
Yeah, that's Motion and Radish, yeah.
I saw the Jinteki icon. That I don't want it.
Yeah, I was scared too. Okay, I'm gonna throw myself on mute. Have fun, y'all.
Oh, and we see the Blink Hoshiko, so kind of an engine deck that tries to
this is the
build up.
Yeah, I mean, we see the Simul chip and the illumination. This is Vampire, I'm almost certain. Is it the exact 51 cards? Lots of removed from game, so...
Yeah, I mean, you see almost all of the deck on archives already. We did take a card back in deck, top of the deck, so we have the Ashen coming in. Removing even more cards, removing 13 cards from the deck. Is this Blue Moose?
Okay, so notably, there's no more Buffer Drive. The Buffer, I think, got removed from the Ashen or some other card. But 1 Pinhole and 2 Simul chips got removed from the Ashen, so that's significant.
Yeah, those are definitely cards you want to keep on table. And we're running the remote. Interesting to see. We can get in pretty free. But server 1, if we see a defensive upgrade and something nasty, it's going to be annoying.
Oh, I think I think Radish might have overpaid one Botulus counter on this run. Am I crazy?
Yeah, might be.
Yeah, it looks like spend 2 Botulus counters and then the third on Audrey. It could have been the other way around. Oh well. We'll see if that ends up biting them in the butt later on. But this has been an Anotic Void Fire. I mean, most of it is very low on credits for someone with 2 hedge funds and a Hanse in
I believe in this point
archives.
you're really happy with that Anotic Void being there. Just end the run. And you still get to pressure your opponent out, just spend a couple of Botulus counters, 1 order counter, and you still get the really valuable Hoshiko flip back.
Yeah. This is a twinning install, probably? Or,
Yeah,
I mean, we definitely remove Illumination Bling, yes? The question is, or maybe it's like Lago Bling, something like that. The question is, we're installing Botulus or twinning? Or maybe even Simulchip if you are, but it's a bit early in the shuffle.
Can you install Simulchip with Ketchup on it?
Oh, no, you can't. Yeah. So it's just Botulus or twinning.
Yeah, I feel like Botulus probably has to be the option. You need to get your multixes down and actually start pressuring your opponent on central servers also. A second Botulus on the remote.
That's very exciting. Okay, Chisel. Oh, okay, we get a bling. We get a bling fire. That's like worth something, I guess.
That's pretty cute.
So we shuffle back what? Twinning, Simulchip, and the Illumination. So we burn the Lago. 15 cards in the remove from game zone now.
Are you actually happy to see the Chisel here? Because it will be trashed. You don't have really. You have 1 Simulchip left in the deck.
Yeah.
I feel like there is a world where you much rather have this Chisel come down later on.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I can see like the value of the Botulus, especially coming down on the end turn, because now Radish can basically run through the Saisentan twice for free, right? Once with Botulus and once with Botulus plus Audrey. And then like how much can Motion Blur afford to like keep voiding this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is coming down. Can Motion Blur fight a second Ice on Server 1? And can that actually defend Server 1 with some confidence?
Yeah, well, Motion Blur can't find another ice for at least 3 more clicks, 2 more clicks of with pin holding directly. That's interesting. Okay. That is interesting.
Oh, just want to go R&D.
I would have imagined that Radish might choose to like fight the void head on, but instead choosing to go R&D instead. Okay.
You might be hitting one of the other cards also. If you see, do we have a Monogram in here? A both or a Motion Blur goes down 2 credits. Good spot.
We can't break this, right?
Yeah, you have to eat it.
Yeah, we can break this without dying.
We are breaking it. Are we dying?
I mean, you have to break the net damage now, and you can only break. We can only break.
Does mean Server 1 is like really pressurable now.
So I mean, so Motion Blur is probably obligated to spend to pitch a card right now, which is actually thinking about something. Just fire instead of this is probably the same result-ish. This is the same result-ish, but you keep your Audrey counter.
Yeah, and
the downside is you don't get to pick which card you keep from hand, which is like, you know, fine. Yeah, so I
think we see exactly the same cards being hit by damage also, so it doesn't even matter.
Sure.
Yeah, spending 1 to discard to end the run, and you can now just go Server 1.
Yeah, so the question is, do you think the last card do you think that the card that is in Server 1 is a Fuji? Okay, I guess you never die to Fuji anyway because Radish did click to draw. Right. But we will like triple break and we'll force this void and we'll go to 0 credits.
I feel like you cannot void
it. There's a breach, right? So yeah.
Charlotte though.
Yeah, Motion Blur is just giving it up. Trash the void, trash Charlotte, La Costa is the obvious third card.
Yeah, that Charlotte was so key for Motion Blur's Econ though, and this server one basically
now
folding in half.
a little bit in the pits.
Oh, deciding even to get rid of the Sizentan, yeah, that's basically fair. Sizentan not doing anything right now.
Yeah, but the thing is like Motion Blur is like it's just like another turn where like nothing is going on, right? So Radish now can cash out this fermenter. I hope we are using this paladin. This fermenter trash is important, right? Because I think there was a very good chance that Motion Blur purges next turn to try and like get this Audrey reset.
A second. Botchel is going on the remote, so remote is still not safe. Motion Blur on 5 credit, you cannot be able to rest all this ice.
Yeah. Installing a blind Botulus is kind of spooky. The other option, of course, was to put it on the Boto, because there are 3 Tattoo Bolas in this list, which will completely mess with this Botulus if you blind install on one of those.
Yeah, that's true. Also, R&D probably starting to look kind of heavy with agendas, with that sprint being played especially. We have just seen 3 points out of the deck come out. A Simul chip on table lets you actually do something with that Botulus. If you install it on...
Yeah, it looks like the idea is to try and chisel charm the R&D ice.
Yeah, could be that Botulus is just a sacrificial lamp for the Simul chip here.
And yeah, Motion Blur is just click drawing. This doesn't bode well. He definitely needs to find like more ice. We see 1 Tattoo, Cloud Eater, Empress is and replacing the...
Okay, do you pop the Simul chip on this turn?
I think you have to. I think you pop the Simul chip on the bottom, like you use this window to do it now. Yeah, there we go.
You have to do it now, otherwise you will waste on a different program to do it. And the Simul chip on the remote...
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't hate it. Like this, I mean, this insta kills Tattoo Bola, right? So I don't hate it that much.
Yeah, it insta kills anything basically.
Yeah. Oh, illumination on the plane.
You don't really care about that long, at least.
Okay, is this another void? Is the question. If it's a void, you have to let it go, right? Because you can't really afford to defend this.
Yeah, defending a La Costa with a void seems like a tough call here.
Oh, it's another.
It is a void. We just cannot afford to defend. So how many voids have we gone through? We have seen already 2 voids come out. We might have a third one, but if that's on the bottom of the deck, the remote is completely folded for the entire game. Access La Costa still not flashing.
Yeah, this Audrey just keeps on charging and charging, right? Like the threat still exists. I guess the one upside for Motion Blur is that I believe this is the last program recursion that we have.
Again, putting a chisel on HQ. We're not respecting this bot at all. Nobody cares about this fish. And drawing up. Pressuring everything except R&D here. And it does make sense. HQ does feel like it has to have some of those agendas. Server 1 getting a new card in there?
I mean, I just keep on wondering what could it be. I mean, do we have a virus in this? Do we have no virus? So like, there's no reason why Radish can't just run this thing.
And I think we will see that happening exactly.
I mean, that probably means the Spin Doctor, right? If it's something that you don't really care that much about.
Would make sense, yeah. Going HQ?
Sure. Fine. Another bottle. Okay, this probably gets kaboom. Oh no, wait, then you have the option to this Audrey. It's only 1 card. Okay, never mind. Kaboom.
And yeah, it's Spin Doctor on the remote, protecting central servers.
Yoink.
Yeah.
Match point.
We just
never mind. Yeah. Yum, as they say. Yeah, that was a little bit anticlimactic, but I think that was like the inevitable outcome of like the of the deck, like considering only one spin out of the game.
The deck HQ had to be full of agendas, with one agenda being gone, and everything else was there. I think we have 1 game still going on. If we want to jump in there.
Yeah. Table 7 Mornivo against Analyze Chris. This is Alco.
Alco against Reg Sable, the most Reg board state available. A Blasto installed. That's a new one.
Oh, All right. I like this matchup more already. Like Modevo has like the cool cards installed. Scatterfield, the powers that be.
Yeah, looks like we're going for like more of a scoring line than we have seen from the skill outcourse. And I think that
instead of playing like God's last win con in false lead or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of sketchy when I think a lot of people switched out of this Alco list because it had a bad Grim matchup, and here Analyze Chris does seem to be kind of controlling the game completely.
Okay, never mind. I take everything Modivore is cringe as hell. There's still an Oppo. How do you have influence for all this stuff?
How do you? Is there Oppo where?
There is 2 Oppo, 1 end of the line with this thing.
Oh, yeah, you're looking at the actual deck list. That's new tech.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I take back my take back. There's still 0 false lead. So okay, Modivore is based as hell. Good on you, sir.
It's like a scoring list that has like a kill fork to keep your opponent down. Kind of super modernism-esque, if you say so.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh.
But yeah, and I think being very clinical about this, like the full rig setup, I will note the buzzsaw, which is not like the most common decoder in Crimlist, but it is doing very well here. Plus this leech into Scatterfields.
Yeah, leech buzzsaw being basic. I mean, that is important sometimes. We are going to see 3 cards accessed out of HQ, and totally just could be a game here. We are force popping a moon pool just to get those agendas safe out of there.
Yeah, we are dumping.
Yeah, if you have 2 agendas, you have to get those out. Otherwise, you just insta lose. Shuffling 1 card out.
Okay.
Okay, there was a Fuji. That was like 1 in 3 out of 4 to lose the game or something.
Advancing the Scatterfield, by the way. Damn, if Scatterfield was advanceable. Okay, never mind. Like that, no. That's enough sickle thought for now. Yeah, I think, but yeah, I mean, Analyze Chris, we haven't really talked that much, but just going back in 3 cards with the twinning on R&D, this is likely game. Oh no,
Argenesis? No, just 1. Up to 6 points.
Nothing. Okay.
How do you feel about actually shuffling that Fuji back in? It does feel like we're just delaying the inevitable, where you kind of need your moon pool to actually score out a surprise Regenesis, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky, right? Because like the Modivore is like very, very low on fast advance options, given that 2 hybrids are already out. 2 moon pools, as we've talked about.
Yeah, so basically the last moon pool has to do it.
Yeah.
Or you have to somehow
make... recursion, this is the 3rd spin that just got trashed.
Oh no, that's so tough. So we are going to be flooding up pretty soon into the deck, especially if we're ever using the Alco.
I just realized that there's a Solidarity badge installed. Good grief. Okay. Yeah. Like Chris knows the tech. Chris knows the matchup.
And calling it correctly into a tournament with 8 Alcos, so basically most of the field being kind of asset decks.
Yeah, 1/3 of the deck of the field being Alcos with tags, 2 Epiphanies. Of course, they're assets. Of course, they're tags. You have stuff to trash.
And
I mean, badge, really good card.
Another install going in server 2, but has to click for credits outside of that. Does feel like we're just going to check that for what? Oppo lands for 2 tags? Of that?
I mean,
try to push some pressure on.
But like, I mean, the thing is like, I mean, Modivore is like trying his hardest, of course, but like there are very few outs at this point. Like, see, with just the badge and the no free lunch, Chris is tag free at the start of the turn. Click this.
Yeah.
And it's just so difficult at this point.
The only out here is try to create some space for Analyze Grace to mess up. I feel like Alco kind of good at doing that typically, but without false lead, there's way less chance of actually capitalize on those mistakes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, especially in the tournament of this high caliber, your opponents are all the top of the top.
100%. Going R&D, the last revolver counter. So we are running out of bullets.
Are we down on Oh, there is the comment. The comment is in the bin.
And
Okay.
there it is.
Yeah. GG.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
33
gonna say
minutes.
the comment is in the bin. So like in theory, there is like some grinder out. But I
I
mean,
caught pivoting to the classic PE line of like, there's always the grinder
yeah.
out.
Yeah, there's always the grinder out, except when the game is at this stage with like this much of a board on the runner side with the twinning chugging along. There's only so much you can hide agendas.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a game where Unless Chris just controlling the entire game and just wait until the AUCO loses to like just agenda density piling up in central servers.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, and I think that's the last game from round 2.
I believe so. We have been running out quite fast, 33 minutes for an entire round. Not sure how we are TOing this. Are we just jumping straight into the next one or waiting our mandatory 7 minutes break?
I'm not
before the next
100%
round?
sure. I think there's a chance we'll just keep going, but I think we'll wait to hear from ManintheMoon which way we lead. Yeah. Yo, those were good games. We are now at the point where there might be some players that are on their last life. Again, for those tuning in, this is triple elimination here at the beginning, technically throughout the whole day. So there might be players that have unfortunately lost their first 2 rounds, which at a tournament of this caliber, it's going to happen, and still just phenomenal players. That's all you're going to see today. So it's only one person can win the match, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's always in these kind of cut-like tournaments where the play level is so huge.
Yeah.
And fourth of the field has to go 0-2.
Yeah.
And eighth of the tournament has to go 0-3. So like 0% knock on anybody who actually exits the tournament early today.
So I believe we have all the results. We can look at some standings really quickly. Again, I think we'll just have a couple players that are still undefeated. Looks like those are not through yet. But I do think it is the above tables as they're listed here. So my guess is like the top 6 tables. Now we see half of these players are undefeated.
If you look in Discord, there's a graphic that you can maybe put on stream.
Oh yeah, we have more life graphic. Let me pull that up real quickly. All right, this is where we're standing after the results. So again, hearts are how many lives left. So we have, again, the mathematic. No, not necessarily, but we have 5 players here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are on their final lives. So it's very likely round 3, we're going to be watching one of these players because that game is going to be pretty exciting. They're more than likely to play against each other. So that is always, the very exciting narrative, but phenomenal players here. And we still have a handful of folks who are entirely undefeated that have a full day ahead of them. Maybe as much as I think it's like 7 or 8 more rounds of Netrunner. It's going to be a long, exciting day of Netrunner.
Shout out to Rongy Dog.
Yeah, Rongy Dog. Super cool. Okay, so I guess we haven't talked too much about like the actual tournament info. I think you said that there is 8 AUCO. Is that what it comes down to?
I believe there's 8 AUCO, the most represented corp in the tournament, and then 6 OBs. I think everybody kind of picking up the Scrubs OB out of Worlds that we actually didn't see in the top cut there quite represented as much as the Dex power might have might suggest. And after that, quite a sharp fall off into 3 Leos. An interesting pivot out of the Worlds where we did see Leo kind of take up everything, basically.
Yeah, I think Leo probably numerically didn't convert that well into the top cut. We didn't get to see that much LEO. Oh, we saw some LEO gameplay, but like the top 16, there was a handful of LEOs, but I don't think that many of them made it too far on. But like still such a good deck to be playing. I think the question is how you feel about your vampire matchup. And I don't think I have enough testing reps to know which side of I feel more favored on.
I think if you compare, let's say, the world's top cut, top 16 versus the field here, definitely the biggest winner is Wayland, and more specifically the Scrubs Op. I think we see like the same number of players on Epiphany, which is 2, but of course this is a slightly bigger field of 24. Alco is going to be Alco. There's always going to be like some sicko on Jindaki RH. But I mean, highlighting the runner side, I think there's once again there are exactly 2 Shaper players out of the entire field, and then like the remainder of the pie chart has been gobbled up by this Hoshiko and to a lesser extent Essa has taken some of Crim's market share. And I think it's not clear yet how many of these are Vampire Hoshiko versus just Dolls Hoshiko.
Yeah, I think so far we've only seen Vampire, but there's a chance. Yeah, it doesn't always have to be that. I think the criminal narrative is also interesting, right? Like always the question is at every tournament, I think over the last couple months, it's like Muesli Hot has been converting better than Sable, but people are still playing Sable just a bit more than Muesli Hot. And this tournament, again, it's a small sample size, but I do know a lot of the players on the top cut I would recognize them as Sable players sooner than Muesli Hot players. And it looks like that's very obvious here with these numbers.
Yeah, it's sometimes tough to like figure out the stats completely in a game that is not as huge as something like Magic the Gathering or Flesh and Blood, where a lot of the numbers actually come down to like players' familiarity and enjoyment of different ideas. So like might be that people are just more familiar with the Sable, so they will keep bringing it, even though Malicious Team might have some bigger numbers somewhere.
Nah, bro. All the Sable players are sellouts. They should all just be on Muesli Hot instead. Clearly.
When I see Analyzed Chris playing Muesli Hot, I will eat a hat. It'll be a weird day, but just phenomenal Sable player.
Shout out to Deer, one of the Muesli Hot diehards. The big unit also on Muesli Hot, the only two Muesli Hots at the event. And I will say, I think I do recognize like some player ID representation, right? I think we've already talked a little bit about LP on Miramorph and Bass, his signature decks. Not Yeti has been like quite vocal about like how he thinks like Magdalene is like really fun. But I think it's not actually on Magdalene today. Shame.
It looks like
shame.
It looks like round 3 is up at this point. I don't know if there's a table you want to see. I'm kind of leaning towards table 10. We get to see one of the Epiphany players. That's TBU3K. Jonas is on his last life and just such a stellar player against Cobra Bubble is also there. An incredible. That's a Sable into Epiphany matchup, which like I think that could go either way. Yeah. Does that sound good?
100%. That sounds good. That sounds like amazing.
Awesome.
We get to watch some really interesting decks.
I think it's going to take us a second to open the deck list, or sorry, to open the game up. So I just have the deck list on the screen if you all want to chat about this. I'm assuming this is going to be 10 agenda Epiphany.
You would be incorrect. There are next big things in here.
Oh, cool.
Surprisingly enough. Yeah. But I think a lot of it is stuff you wouldn't be unfamiliar with. B1001s, Powers That Be, Prototype. Oh, there's 3 drafters in here. I like that face check. Oh, I do like me some NBN drafter.
Yeah, this drafter thing has been like, I think in the Snare Bears testing before Worlds, drafter was like a really common inclusion. Whether how that stacks up against Wage Workers and Prototype, I think we'll find out. But that is like a very relevant face check that brings the board back, brings some of your combo pieces back you've discarded. That was like the secret sauce. But I don't know, since Worlds, I think we saw the strength of the 10 2-pointer agenda, both because Stoke the Embers, because you're Hollowman, because just getting to points quickly to get to threat quickly is good. So we'll see these next big things. If you lose one off turn 1, maybe you're happy with your oppos, but they have seemed to be a liability into these decks that cannot ice up centrals super sufficiently.
Yeah, I think a big proponent for the lower agenda density is that scoring the next big thing is really difficult.
Yeah.
And a lot of the games you lose are due to you just opponent sniping the next big thing in the end game, where you could have been controlling the game. So it's an interesting change here. It's going to be better into this Hermes. Triple Hermes criminal from Cobra Bulls, though.
Yeah, that's a big number.
There's one thing I do want to highlight on Cobra Bulls' list is that when we talk about the drafters and then the rest of the NBN ice suite that we have going on here, the VSAs, the pings, etc. Cobra Bubbles Breaker Suite does not line up well into drafter and VSA. Unity is always 2 to break. And let's not talk about first install echelon against drafter.
Yeah, I think you're hoping to revolver for the first couple turns until you get that set up. But yeah, it's really not the easiest. We have one mutual. I don't know whether
it's not. Yeah, one mutual and notably only one boomerang.
Yeah. In terms of the asset tech too, like we have one Biobands that can go really far in the matchup, but in terms of like hard asset tech, there is no Debbie, there's no Azimuth, there's no Fueno, so it's just like keeping your money afloat. 2 no free lunch will definitely help. Obviously, you're really happy with that, regardless how the tags come, especially because B1001, you have to watch out about the priority battle, because even if you have the no free lunch, for those who are surprised, if they res a ping, they can immediately hold priority and end that run, even if you think the no free lunch will save you. It does not.
Yeah, nothing will save you from the Jive 1001.
Oh my goodness.
Have to throw it out there. Have to get my one.
Those cheap or free central checks, those are going to be really good for Sable. You know, the Carpe Diems, the clean getaways, making those clickless. Of course, with the Chesvas, you don't love trashing cards off of central servers, but this is the sort of deck where you do want to do batch trashing. If you played against CTM, again, that once per turn ability is also alive in Epiphany. So a lot of turns, if you're just trashing one asset a turn, that is what Epiphany likes to be in, because they're getting those counters, and those counters are so powerful, especially in a deck with 3 Hollow and 3 Stoke the Embers. You're actually able to fully fast advance 4 2s off the top of your deck from a totally blank board state if you're really lucky and you have 2 Epiphany counters, which that's a move that caught me by surprise at Worlds. It's really, really, really powerful if it all lines up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we're in.
Stoke the Embers.
I'm gonna throw myself on mute, y'all. Have a great game.
Right, all the best, and etc. etc. Yeah, I did want to highlight that it does feel okay. So the big unit does has found like the first ice for HQ always critical against criminal, as we all know. And we go gamble, nuka, wake. Yes, I was going to say this wake implant is going to be critical because it is like one of the best ways to get cheap multi-access that's like independent, that basically the corp can't really interact and like take away from you. Like for example, with like trashing it because the twin is after all a resource.
We do have one attribution to trash it though.
Oh, that is true. That is something you can do.
Also, there might be conflicting takes on how cheap actually getting those wake implant counters are. HQ getting iced, and you don't really want to be just forcing your access on central servers in this matchup, though you will get a third of the time a mark on table that helps you a bit with that.
Yeah.
Federal fundraising getting rest on the table, one key asset in the matchup, or I guess in the entire deck, but nothing else yet on table.
It's true what you say about like the central accesses and like the relative value of wake and all. But I think federal fundraising kind of illustrates the point that I was trying to make. Like because between federal and Epiphany, a lot of the times the best place for Epiphany to hide the agendas that they are not ready to score it, and we have already talked about the fact that this deck doesn't want to get a next big thing stolen before it's ready, right?
Yeah.
The best place for Epiphany to hide an agenda is the second card on R&D. Right? And like Wake Implant is like the uniquely positioned to be like the best way to deal with that. We do see Cobra Bubbles charging that federal fundraising.
Yeah, it's definitely a card you just have to take down. Otherwise, just playing Econ, installing Class Act on the table, draw up, get your Econ down, start hammering.
Resing this public access without the threat protection, unless there's no way this is exactly a tomorrow's headline, right? No shot.
Yeah, no shot. We are actually scoring agenda this turn. It's still a thing you rest for 1, your opponent has to take it down for 2, so does make itself a positive trade, though not a one you really want to see this early.
Yeah.
It helps that you go triple install on the other remotes, means that Cobra will kind of stretch out, cannot just go trash this public access plaza with like a clean getaway and just camp up, build more econ on board, but we kind of have to check more of these remotes. The big question here is just what do we do that with? We did draw 4 cards at the end of the last turn, so we have 3 cards we can play out of hand before we have to like start thinking about what we are discarding. Hedge fund helps. Hermes does help also.
Oh, that's a really good start. And
balance coverage.
Oh, we can't trash that, right?
Yeah, it's really challenging. Carpe Diem doesn't even run there anymore.
I mean, we will rest his balance because I do believe big unit. Oh, second PAP. Big unit does know still the top card of R&D from the last turn's Epiphany trigger. Of course, we will have to show this card. It is an asset. I hope he didn't click this wrong. Very hard to roll back. There we go. It's a regolith. Yeah.
Oh,
So this regolith is something a little bit different, right? We haven't seen this at least not in such large numbers. Yeah, there's 3 regoliths in this list. Definitely not standard. Which is a little like not something you'd immediately expect, given that the list isn't even on that much big ice for you to spend down on. So and you have like 2 working prototypes for like supplementary econ. So this is a lot of focus on asset click economy. Credit economy that uses clicks. I don't know how you want to say that.
Yeah, we don't have the big eyes. We still have oppos that we have to spend 7 on. We have holomens that will take a lot of credits. So we're not we're using those credits to actually score out instead of just erasing big eyes.
Yeah.
Chase with pinholtering, nice combo.
Yeah.
Chase with being able to spend on central server runs, which this pinholtering is, and we will take out. Just running the regular mining license.
Okay, so that's good value gotten out from the mark. The question remains though, right? Of course, is how much is killing this regolith going to matter, given that the big unit has 4 credit drip basically coming up. We're going draw. And balance coverage was upgrade.
Upgrade that. Yeah, I think we used a Epiphany counter last turn that revealed top of the deck.
No. Last turn we went regolith regolith.
Do you mean?
No. Yeah, it was regolith. Yeah, it was. Yeah, correct. So yeah,
nobody is going to call upgrade randomly.
Yeah.
I think if my opponent does that, I'm accusing them of cheating at this point.
Yeah. Mud cards.
Running the remote.
So this is the Epiphany card.
Yeah, this is the holoman that we did see.
Yeah, so it's worth noting that that big unit does not know what the top card of the deck is now, right? Unless I'm missing something. But I mean, being on 15 credits, maybe it doesn't matter that much if they miss one or 2 triggers. How would that be? Ooh, I really want to trash this, but it's like so hard.
Yeah, 8
Again,
credits
reminder
doesn't
that
really
almost is not on any asset tech, right? So you have to make your trashes count.
Do we count hedge fund as an asset tech?
No. I mean, credits are like just, playing the game tech,
We're running back with a clean getaway.
Okay,
I guess that makes sense.
Oh my goodness. Have you ever seen such a thing? Ooh, that hurts. That really hurts.
I didn't realize what even happened. So we see part that we rest on the remote cover was running, and then we rest the second on the remote, where the uniqueness of the card actually trashes the first one and ends the run completely. Doesn't come unsuccessful, doesn't come successful, just ends the run, and the clean getaway goes into the bin.
It just fizzles. Wow, that is a slick play by a big unit. I'm
credits out.
I am not gonna lie, I'm a little bit happy for that. For 2 reasons. Firstly, because I get to zoom back in a little bit on my screen. Secondly, because like this exact same thing like happened to me in an Eternal game some time ago. And this is a little bit of story time, right? While the big unit takes his turn and takes his Epiphany trigger. Yeah, the exact same thing happened to me with a Temujin contract. And it's like, if you think losing a clean getaway is bad, imagine losing a 16 credit Temujin contract because your opponent like reses a secondary G's model Byros and like trashes the first one like, oh, that's servo. Look at all these credits on my 3 Eternal point card that I'll never be able to use again. By God, and I'm so disappointed, like both for that reason and for the fact I got to zoom out again. Thanks, Jonas.
I think you have to start doing that pretty soon. We aren't at the point where Jonas can just start spamming stuff on the table.
Yes.
Second is going down on HQ.
Okay.
And yeah, this waking plant looking more and more cringe every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a lot about the wake implant at the start of the game. I said how important it was. I mean, how many central runs have we made this game? The answer is 2, both on archives
Like
for
2,
mark value.
yeah.
But yeah, the answer is not 0. That would be even worse.
Yeah, can we count just random mark value runs? I guess it has been with a clean getaway and a Carpe Diem, so those kind of add up.
Yeah. Clickless value is clickless value, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, 100%. We have gone through quite a bit of econ already. 3 sure gambles, Carpe Diems, a lot of run events, and we're down on 8 credits already. Again, I'm on archives run with the mark. Just 3 clickless credits.
Feels good.
Yeah, you love being Sable here, not Mulisha T. And the big unit kind of rolling up this game feels like, yeah, we're discarding a transfer at this point. And Cobros doesn't have any tools to actually get into these remotes or any servers in that matter.
And
revealing the agenda just that's pretty confident calling that you're not getting in here.
Yeah. There are only 9 eyes in this list. The problem is for Cobra Bubbles that I think, and this is like what I say a lot, right? Is that the later in the game that it goes, the more game-ending a drafter face check is if it's let fire, because if you can imagine like a Hollow Man hitting back onto the board, federal fundraising that you have to go after subsequently, and we've also talked about like how you are going to have to find like Revolver, or I mean, God forbid you break an Echelon with we break a drafter with Echelon right at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think that basically sets us back almost all the credits we have gained during the game here. Marcus HQ, I don't believe we're getting in there. So we just have to stick for drawing. And if you're drawing here, what are you drawing into? Just econ, or do you need to find something specific here?
I mean, I feel like you need to find breakers, right? Okay, this buyer bench will do a lot. I think gathering of this powers that be is the second powers that be, and I believe there's only 2 in the list, and so now I believe both players have trashed 1 powers that be. That is fair. Yeah, and that this is basically Cobra Bubble saying, like they can't really stop the big unit from trying to score agendas, but you can try to limit the value that you're getting. The good news is, of course, that the Crypto Crush hasn't hit the board yet, and we do know it is in hand. Working Prototype is the reveal, so we do know a couple of cards in HQ now.
Yeah, we might be just waiting to draw into a couple more eyes. If you put a second eyes on server 9 and start pushing these agendas behind there, it becomes quite scary at that point.
Yes. And alternatively, I think you might want to be like finding Spin Doctor to try and put these powers or this Hollow Man back into.
There's an Oppo for 2 tags.
Yep, small Oppo. At this point, like any economic pressure is good, because we've already said no asset hit. You're gonna have to spend real money to get rid of these damn things. This was the only buyer bans in the list.
Yeah, and we have 8 credits in the pool, and we have yet to install any of our actual breakers. So it's going to be way more expensive for cobrables during the game, just going down on econ here. We see also current installed in server 9, so the big unit like pressuring out something while it's lining up this Oppo for cobrables troubles. You might be able to get into server 9, but can you find anything that's actually relevant there? It's another question.
Yeah, I mean, it just might be another Hollow Man, right? Because like there's no guarantee that this server 9 is the Crypto Crash that you're interested in. declare 2 tags and we're discarding 2 cards. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, clicking for a draw with Nook and having to discard 2 does seem quite tough here. I feel like we're discarding breakers at this point. We have gone through a lot of the deck already. On open market is a solid gain of credits, despite being quite slow gain. That second transfer well discarded, you kind of need to be lining those up here.
I'm just gonna say this open market install is so punishing. Ouch! That's not a nice move. It's so punishing for this open market if like server 9 is the working prototype that we know is somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to be able to actually get it to 6 counters this turn, which might be challenging.
I mean, in theory, if we go like install, then res the board. Okay, never mind. It's just the headline.
Just a headline.
We will get a Hermes trigger. We will get a Hermes trigger, so there is like some chance of some HQ pressure coming in. I say that 2 transfers have been discarded.
Yeah, the problem is there's a second ice on top of there. So even if you hit the innermost, there's going to be challenges getting in there.
The Hermes bounces. R&D ice, okay.
R&D ice. So R&D is open, and mark R&D.
Oh, yeah, so good.
Definitely has the premium JNet mark dice.
Do you know who has obviously paid for JNet, premium JNet? It's all these freaking Leo players, I swear to God. I cannot hit. I cannot. I mean, stop me if I've heard this before, but I cannot handle Leo players. They are all so freaking lucky. Okay, I will stop crashing. I will stop crashing right now.
Oh no!
The crash out has immediately started.
That's so horrible.
Stop!
The one tag we got from tomorrow's headline, B1001 grabbing you by the shirt, dragging you out. You're not getting into R&D this turn, and that feels like the runners econ backbreaking.
My heart just melted a little bit. Ow. I think everybody watching the stream kind of felt the same thing in that moment, right? Sure.
Yeah, that just hurts. There's nothing else we can say.
The no free lunch install is just so rude.
Yeah, probably feeling pretty bad about.
Oh
no. Again, revealing, just dripping out so many credits. Click for a draw. So we are still clicking for draws, which is interesting. Surely we have more agenda somewhere. You also do have the second ice, which we're not pulling down. We might be being blown up on R&D. I don't think we know what top of R&D looks like right now. So if you send it R&D,
yes, there's no.
If you run R&D and find the next big things, the whole game might be different. Run R&D.
It's true.
Find the next big thing.
Let's say you run R&D, find the next big thing. Yeah, you bounce ice on 9, run 9. Let's say you go up to 5 points, which is good. You will have to end the game in the next 2 turns though, because I think you just immediately get the game is pretty much locked out after that if you don't instantly win.
A lot of the ice we can actually just go through. There's 0 ice that actually ends the run super well. Only thing is ping, and I think we probably can install a group at some point. A spin doctor getting used. 2 cards shuffled back. Interested to see if this is 2 face downs, or do we see the Hollow Man maybe? Hollow Man or Oppo. I feel like those are the 2 power cards that you actually need here. And we are thinking about it.
Big unit thinking about this shuffle. And you will note that this spin was rezzed from the iced remote. That's possibly indicating it is Hollow Man and 1 face down. It's possibly indicating that it kind of has nothing to do in the short term. Like maybe we're trying to find like some wage workers into Crypto Crash. The Crypto Crash, we do not know if it was discarded. There was one face down, but it is safe to assume that he has agendas in HQ.
And I believe now we actually can just run everywhere if you decide to go tag me, kinda.
Yeah. So what we can do is we are using like this open market and no free lunch money to trash Beyond 1001. And then technically after that you can run wherever the hell you want.
Yeah, and just
Then
I feel like the game.
no, I
feel
take
like-
that because Drafter brings back B, and then all that bullshit starts happening.
Yeah, technically. All that bullshit. Damn, it doesn't sound like you like the card, even though you put your face on it.
I mean, I don't have any control over what evils people do with it in my name. I know, like the more I talk, the more I sound like the Lisan Al-Jai, but that like is really truly not my intention here. Okay. Oh, I have to freaking zoom out again. God damn it.
It's an ambient asset tech. What are you expecting to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I should know, right? I mean, I played like so much of this, so many of these things.
It's almost like you won the P1001 Altart by playing this kind of a deck.
Did I? I mean, I did not.
Was it like the Intercontinentals you played like?
No, I won Intercontinentals last year with Asa. Like, I mean, I did play B1001 like the year before, like in that Intercontinentals, which I didn't win. Which our dear, I mean, the winner of that tournament was our tournament organizer for today, ManintheMoon, whose face is now graces our the Twinning Ornat. I say the Twinning Ornat. I still have not received mine from NSG, unfortunately.
7-9 actually being the agenda being pushed there. We did see a couple of minutes being taken by the federal fundraising thinking. Like a big problem with this ambient deck is just they're extremely fiddly sometimes, where you have to start triggering your turn orders extremely correctly.
Yeah, it's a lot like how you say wheel spinning, right? Like you are doing a lot of things, but very little of the things are actually doing something, right?
Yes.
Like a lot of time is spent on like clicking balance coverages. Like, okay, yes, I know this card is a freaking asset. Please, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it to them, etc., etc. So we're running R&D now. This card is known? Question mark. It should be known. Yes.
It is known by federal fundraising. I think you just have to take that shot here. If there's any reason to put those there, although I believe 7-9 looking with 2 eyes is going to be probably some sort of a game ending threat, like a Hollow Man, like something
actually.
like that.
The top card revealed by balance coverage was Hollow Man. Afterwards was the mandatory draw, and then the top card of the deck after that was also another Hollow Man. And of course, this was a chess v trash, so it's free. The only thing you're really giving is the Epiphany counter. So the question is, okay, Unity's come down. We still need an Echelon though. If not, like this is really a non-starter.
It just feel like that.
Credit. Alright, so question: do you think 14 is Hollow Man? Yep, it is.
I think 14 is Hollow Man. Yes.
Yes. Good catch. Yeah, so likely what we're gonna see is like we're going into server 9 now, Hollow plus Advance, like maybe a Crypto Crash and Rejam.
So yeah, Crypto Crash Rejam is. If you're Crypto and Rejam, you can just put the next big thing in there, and Cobra Bulls at that point is on a huge clock.
Yes, and I mean, there is a world where you go back and get it, like between the no free lunch and the open market. Cobra Bubbles can start their next turn on 4 credits, which is enough. Which is enough to get past, I think, any combination of 2 eyes here. Like you will end up face checking a drafter and letting an Oppo go back to HQ, but that's like maybe unavoidable at this point. But there's nothing that Like it would take like I think exactly like double ping for the B, and then like getting the B fires
Mhm.
to get locked out of this remote.
We do see Holloman moving 09. Advance. Advance looks like the crypto crash. Yeah.
There we go.
We were talking about starting the turn 4. Now we are starting the turn 1.
I mean, yeah, it's not a turn at 4 if we pop the no free lunch, right? We are assuming, of course, that the crypto crash gets got. Okay, so HQ ice gets bounced. Okay, that's not necessarily what I was expecting. I kind of felt that that's a big opal. 26 credits left after the big opal. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it seems a tough position. We're definitely not clearing all these tags. Running the
So we
B1000
will-
first.
Yeah, this is mandatory. If not, you're never getting anywhere this game.
Do you think you're saving the no free launch here?
Yeah, I want to just shout out that the big unit declined the federal draw last turn. So the top card of R&D is almost certainly clean.
Yeah, and that feels like with the card under it might be a Stoked Embers that we're hiding and planning to get back with this Epiphany trigger.
Yes. Okay, so balance coverage is so this is the card that Korobos accessed, and this is the card that the big unit chose to leave on top to protect. And as we say, the safest place for Epiphany agendas is the second card down. We will see what the plan is like. As you mentioned, there is like every opportunity to fast advance a Stoke the Embers here for very cheap, if I am remembering correctly. It's actually credit positive, right?
Yeah, I believe so. It gives you 6 credits if you score it out.
5.
Close enough.
Some number. Okay, so
So going
we
plus 1.
not important. We are federal fundraising this turn, so
I feel like you kind of have to do it. If you didn't have the balance cover Stoke Embers on top, at some point it has to show up here.
Yes. Okay,
It's
it's
still
called a new remote, which is like not obviously not something. A wage workers. Okay, that's a triple install then.
Yeah, it does feel like it. And if you have a drafter somewhere, that's kind of a nasty card. Card 09. Drafter basically ungettable at this point, and top of R&D being protected, so you don't get huge value from going there either.
So I expect the last click to be the wage workers click to be clicking the Epiphany at this point. Oh no, we trashed no village.
Yeah, trash that. I mean, it's 3 credits that you don't want coverables to have. Open market going up to 2.
Yeah. So
and the question here is, can you somehow challenge 09? You do have a 1 boomerang in the deck. So if you call correctly on the server ice you need to boomerang because it's a drafter, you might be able to get in there.
It's possible. Yeah. So the things if it's exactly double drafter, it's like Jover because nothing is going to stop the big unit from like returning the B and like just pulling the plug right then.
Yeah,
if it's only a single drafter, you can get through with boomerang and luck.
Yeah, if that's something like click for credit, clean, getaway, archives, install revolver, run the remote, that also might work.
Yuka.
Mm-hmm.
I think we probably have seen every card in the deck at least once between like the class X at this point.
Yeah, it does
maybe
feel like
not
it.
every card, but very, very close. More probably like 43 or 44 out of 45 cards. Okay, clean getaway. I'm pretty sure this one is not going to get kaboomed. Unless, if B is in 7-9, like I will not be able to take it. Okay.
No, it doesn't look like it. So top of the deck going to be less protected in the future, but I feel like the next turn is going to be the last turn. Or if we're sniping the Hollow Man, that's not the case anymore, though.
Sure, I mean we can snap the Hollow Man. The problem is, of course, like just the advance. Now what?
Yeah, you're basically in the exact same position. You do have 2 credits more than the last turn.
Yeah. Okay, so we are running R&D. This card is known.
Yeah, just gotta take the access where it can, I guess. It just cannot run HQ because the fear of the drafter here.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a ping. So between ping, we know ping is in hand now, and VSA, one VSA is in the bin. So unless you think it's exactly ping, ping, VSA, VSA in some combination, there's at least one drafter on this board.
Yeah. And
And
the
that
draft,
is like
the drafter is the card we fear at this point if we're comparables. Anything else, kind of being almost a blank eyes.
Yes, I mean it's just like the one credit to break with Kurupura for ping, and that's literally it.
Yeah,
We are
and
tag me.
the issue here is that if you believe either of the server has a drafter, you just cannot get in there because of the B1001 comes in and stops you right in your tracks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Using
I will
Epiphany
say
Trigger?
that the big unit has done something in the deck construction which I personally approve of a lot, and I like doing myself. Oh, that's maybe not a drafter, or maybe it is a drafter. I click and oh, ow, oof, ouch, owie. Oh, that's not good.
Retribution the Kurupura, that's evil. That's evil. We still have a second one in there somewhere, but that 3 credits you would have so much like to use on something else than installing an extra one.
Yeah.
And we might have been bottoming the other one, so it might be like the 10th card down at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be like brutal to crawl. And so the thing is, we didn't touch the card in server 9. So the implication is that it is a 5/3 agenda, because like otherwise there was an option to wage workers and to wage workers and score it out.
Yeah,
But
that is true.
putting an ice on R&D is valid as well. Okay, here comes a revolver.
Oh,
That's
revolver?
good. We can break drafter. Very important because of chest wave.
Oh, Chesby, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you do see
good.
it. The
Yeah,
Chesby
very good.
coming in so clutch here.
This card is not known.
That's amazing.
Oh, okay. Is this a game?
Is this exactly what we were talking at the start? Where you fought an next thing.
We have
You
enough
fought,
count.
yeah. Bounce our eyes on server 9.
We could have 50-50. We could have 50-50 the ping if we bounce the ping. Oh no!
Sending in bravado.
Is this how the board?
It's a revolver.
Oh, this is not good. The board is getting. I mean, this is just Hermes doing Hermes things.
The evaluation board like switching up crazy here.
How did it come to this?
I don't know. What happened? I believe the game is completely different.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this Hermes card, bro. It's not.
It's too much. It's too much. I know.
It ain't right, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
And now you can you go HQ? Just like check it out. Find the last points.
I mean, I think they are thinking about it. They are definitely thinking about it.
If we see 7 points stolen a turn, it's a heartbreak here.
Oh, and this is like the big unit on his last life.
This is a horrible way to go out of a tournament. Like, you know that 8 of the players have to do it, but it still sucks.
You know what's the worst part? The worst part is Korobos isn't even on their last life. This is like a pair down.
Oh no!
Okay. Last Kuru. So the evaluation is right now that you don't have the shipment from Black, or at least not shipment plus next big thing, right?
I feel like we would have played it like 3 times if we had it.
Yeah, exactly. So like the evaluation is you don't have this You don't have that, and therefore, you can like find the space to install this grouper, and you will need it because next turn the ping is coming down. You want this 50-50 on like maybe the ping on server 9, right? But
yeah,
you
like
have to
depending on what on HQ, we see Epiphany. What is it getting though? If this is the agenda, we can still see the game just end on this turn. We don't windmill it, so it probably is not though.
Yes.
Unless the big unit is taking like a victory lap around his computer at this point.
Okay, so the problem right now for the big unit is right that 2 Holomans are in the bin, right? 1 B1001's in the bin. Of course, there's 2 more Bs somewhere. We expect that it's not server 10, or if not, that would have been like a massive throw on his part, right? By not ending the run on either of these servers.
Yes.
Yeah, the thing is, there are 2 federals in the bin right now. Like the big unit is actually has very little agenda control left in the deck. So if like there's, for example, two agendas on R&D right now, there's actually very little that he can do to stop Cobra Boss and just walking and taking it. Okay, I take that back. That's an expecting counter. That's an expecting counter. So like it is like kind of forced if you think that there is an R&D dig coming, especially maybe this Waking Plant gets.
So that is an expecting.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, so it's kind of, I think that's my hypothesis, right? That's what's happening here. That you see agendas on top of R&D, and you're like, yeah, I can't, like, if there's no way they can stop the runner from like just walking through this drafter, you have to pop this next big thing, and then but the problem is you shuffle the agendas back. 1 R&D is denser now, and 2 R&D is still not known. You will have to spend another Epiphany counter, and then even after that, you still have no control.
You cannot protect it.
Yeah.
So
yes,
I feel like
where the agendas are, but if they're in bad places, you don't.
I feel like the best option here is just to install a spin doctor on table and hope HQ holds. You have 6 cards. Some of those are agendas, and I think Coverable's turn is going to look something similar to like run HQ as many times as you can and run R&D just to hope.
Have you ever seen a 7-card next big thing shuffle? That's crazy. 7 cards. That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, decent chunk. Cobrable's thinking about it? We have 5 minutes.
Marcus R&D.
So you do get 1 more turn after, so you can like run Arcas as well.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, for Cobra Bubbles, you only have 1 run remaining left with this revolver before you need to find your echelon again.
I think you can let the opponent take a card back in hand with revolver, so you can technically like shoot just R&D.
I mean, only if it's the game-ending run, right? Yeah, I mean, this has like such good odds, right? There's 5 agendas left somewhere. You will see 1 card, but maybe it's good enough.
Isn't good enough.
Spicy.
So HQ? It has to be HQ, right?
The thing is, if you ran HQ, you would have run HQ first, right, to get your wake counter. I
don't think what else can you do here? You cannot just wait and hope your opponent doesn't have it.
Yes, right. I mean, the idea is like you find your echelon, and now the echelon is actually good against your own drafter because it's the last click, right?
Click for draw.
Like we can still like install echelon and run this server 9.
Yeah, and if the big unit doesn't have it this turn, they're like it's slipping out of his hands every turn, a bit by bit.
Yeah, it's oh, I mean, just one next big thing snipe. Okay, HQ run. Okay, this is very interesting.
That's a drafter.
Because this drafter res is so spicy now, right? Because you will have to give him back a B1001.
Actually, you take back the retribution, right?
Oh,
retribution, kill the second Kurupira.
I mean, that's true. It all depends on where the last ping is, right?
Yes. If the ping, it's like I don't know.
And even that is not guaranteed. It's not a guarantee because like we have 1 boomerang in this list, which might come in clutch.
100% is going to come clutch. It will show up Exactly 1 minute.
Well,
We
face
add a
down.
card back.
Okay,
Face down.
that's spicy.
Ooh. Face
Oh,
question.
yeah.
Yeah.
You got it, Chief. All right, this is a
Done.
snap rest. Okay, VSA, you just
VSA?
take the tag. Yeah.
I mean, Snap Respect 26 credits, yes.
Yeah, it's just yeah. Who is
Yeah,
that shit?
paying 2. Access BSA!
The curse off.
Last click.
Oh wait,
Just a draw.
we paid for this VSA. Hold up, what's up with that?
A power move, if I've ever seen one.
Wait, that can't be right,
No,
right?
it probably can't. No.
Is the fifth tag ever important?
Bounce Scourge? Do we have it?
Oh,
Do we ping?
okay. That's
What did we take
whatever,
back?
like 1 credit tax.
Epiphany? If it's on the top 3, we might have it. We might have it.
We have. Like, where is this freaking next big thing, bro? I can't.
It's hiding. It's hiding on the bottom of the deck. You're holding on for dear life.
The thing is, it's not even just the next big thing. It's like, where are the other? Where is like spin 2 and 3? Because spin 2 and 3, like get back the Hollow Man, and that's like.
Almost. Points to become 4. Making last one. This had to be a score or not. It's nothing.
This is.
Stoke the Embers. Is this a Hollow Man?
I mean, no. There's 3 Hollow Mans in the list. Okay.
No, but it doesn't destroy the upgrade. So it has to be a Hollow Man, right? It's a Hollow Man.
Yeah, it is a Hollow Man. Okay. Wait. Hold.
So Commander has 1 more turn. Just 1 more. Advancement to server 10.
Server 10.
Ball server 10. Good luck with the advancement. And 1 click. And then the Commander has entire turn to find 1 more agenda. Oh, it's HQ!
R&D is clean. R&D is clean.
Has to be clean.
It has to be clean. Yeah, because like he did see the other 2 cards, right? And then okay, think valid.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the item HQ just doesn't matter, right? It's a ping. We don't care. It's a VSA. We care even less. Like,
yeah, and it can't be another drafter because that's a game loss. Yes.
Imagine though.
Yeah. So, no, it's not even imagine, bro. The Jada doesn't let you do it. What are you talking about?
You can play if it's a classic table. Take 1 draw. We still don't have the Echelon here.
I mean, we still can go install Echelon run, right? Because we can break ping. We can break like the important drafters.
Where is the Echelon? Where is it? There it is. There it is.
Okay.
I think you need 1 more credit though. I do believe you need 1 more credit.
I mean, it depends. What kind of run econ does Bubbles have? No more copy.
There's nothing left, right? There's no run econ left.
There's no run econ left.
So like, you have to click for a credit because you have to be able to clear the ping.
I am starting to feel that the 1 credit that they spent on like breaking the VSA as opposed.
This is free. You get to do this for free.
Yeah, I mean, if they just let the VSA fighter, we have 1 credit more on this run, and then like maybe you can break the. You can break ping. You can break ping.
VSA.
No, wait, that doesn't matter.
It does. You can. We have the chance whenever we I forgot.
Oh, wait, it does change something. Wait, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't do shit.
Yeah, you break the installs up on this drafter. You let the downstairs VSA fire.
You're so right.
You have 1 access on HQ and 3 accesses on R&D, the top 2 of which are known. You have 2 accesses to find 1 agenda with if your Bubbles here. Retribution doesn't matter. 1 in 6. Well, some in 6.
VSA again. No! I was too hasty. A ping though.
I mean, yes. I mean, now you do get your last chest recreated,
R&D,
and you see
R&D.
3 cards on R&D, two of which are known.
Does R&D hold or no? Encounter, break the install sub. Fire the second.
I mean,
the card doesn't matter here.
It literally
And we
doesn't matter.
see 3 cards. I think some of these are known by the big unit.
2 of these are known.
Unseen. It holds! Oh my god, it holds!
That got real spicy at the middle of the I tell you what.
It holds, and the big unit wins it on time. Cobra was checking on also HQ. Never ask this question on 1 in 5 at least. Oh.
1 in 5 is 1 in 6, but yes. If it's 1 in 6, that means that there were 3 agendas in R&D. So 1 in 6 and 3 in 10. Damn.
I believe so, yeah. Cobra was like converting it almost out of nothing. Cobra didn't have anything to do here. But then somehow finding the line.
Still the game at the end. Yeah. My goodness, this could have been.
Oh. The next big thing out of R&D, opening up the line on the remote, and then just trying to find the last points, but couldn't manage on time. And I think the net big unit has it on next turn, especially.
Yeah, it's like almost guaranteed, right? It's like almost guaranteed. Yeah. My goodness! I mean, it's only round 3 of the Ultimate Showdown, and already we've seen so many plays. Holy
I have never seen some of these plays. My mind is still stuck on the Boomy play. That was so next level. On both sides, like eating the core on the Boomy just to make your opponent sabotage out of R&D, like absolutely amazing. And then mind space to actually
success, bro. Yum.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, all these games have been absolute bangers. But if you want, if I have to select one, I think, I think Antoine versus Devs is like game of the tournament for me. I don't know. What do you think, Andre?
I think so far that's been my favorite game. Just absolutely wild. How fast it was played out. Obviously, the sabotages. The one card in HQ held over was the agenda. All the MICs. I don't know if we can ask for better there. And I think actually Antoine might still be undefeated playing against Chris on the other side of the LEO, and Hoshiko takes it there. So
yes, and won that game.
Yeah, won that game. Yeah, all right. That's wild. We're waiting, I think, for one more result here. It's very likely that, unfortunately, some players are going to be sent out the bottom of the bracket here. Again, this is triple elimination, not double elimination. It's triple, so there's a bit more breathing room. But in a field of 24 of the most performant players this year, there are just going to be players that are 0 and 3. It feels bad. It is what it is, but we are going to have the end of round 3 just coming up. We have a lot of Netrunner ahead in front of us. Again, I think there's still a handful of players who haven't dropped a game, and so they have a long road, as much as there's a bit of padding on both sides. All right, we have our results. Yeah. So I am going to wait until we get the new hearts counter in. But if we go to the standings, we have only 2 undefeated players. Odd Radish playing PD and Hoshiko, and Antoine with Hoshiko and Leo haven't dropped a game so far. They're on the runner advantage.
Incredible performance.
Really good performance. Unfortunately, at the bottom here, there's 2 players, Warlock and Small Grump, who have taken 3 losses just as fast as you can get, but just phenomenal players. Huge props for coming out and playing some great games. Those are both fantastic players, but we have 22 players who are going to continue on. And speaking of continuing on, I think actually we are pausing here for a bit of a lunch break. I just want to re-rack a couple things. Firstly, if you're watching this, welcome to the Showdown. We'll talk about this a bit later, but if you're not familiar with the website, hold on, which of these buttons does it? This is brought to you by Abraham, ManintheMoon, and netrunnercards.net. Showdowns have been running for, I want to say 2 years now, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been some of the the biggest online tournaments, let alone just phenomenally well organized tournaments with great prize support. We'll be talking a bit more in the future about the Showdowns next year. It looks like they're going to be even bigger and better better. I believe it's 5 tournaments next year plus a 6th for the Ultimate Showdown. And I believe the tournaments are now going to be scheduled so they're in different time zones. So if you're a player at APAC or in EMEA and you're struggling sometimes to hit that sort of like West Coast America-centric time zone, it should be even better next year with even greater prize support. If you check out NetrunnerCards.net, it's a great place. You can grab some prize support for yourself or supporting tournament organizers. That's the idea behind this website. And if you're ordering in the next 72 hours, you can get this like exclusive descent that's attached to the Ultimate Showdown this year, which is just a lovely piece of art. You'll be seeing a fair bit of it today during some animations. Okay, we're gonna be throwing. We have about a 35-minute break to get some food, and then we'll be back. It's starting around, well, about 35 minutes from now. It might be a bit more, might be a bit less. I don't know if we're ahead or behind schedule. Jai, I think that's it for you today, unfortunately, huh?
Yep, that's it for me tonight. I will be well. I'll see how long I can stay awake and like cheer you all on in chat. The games have been like absolutely incredible. I mean, absolute pleasure to cast them and watch them live along with the two of you and as well as all of chat. Yeah, shout out. I want to shout out specifically Small Grump, who I believe is our only our only APAC representative. I say that I am claiming Motivore and Ziyad as APAC residents as well. They definitely count. But yeah, I definitely hope to see like much more APAC representation, both like in the showdowns, maybe the Ultimate showdowns in general, since we have a APAC Time Zone 1 coming out in March next year. And in Netrunner in general, I mean, growing this region is like my passion, and I hope to be able to like execute on that in the year to come.
Yeah, yourself.
Yeah, that's all for me.
Tournament organizers in APAC have been doing a killer job. We've seen some of the first major in-person events this year, and next year is going to bring even more, I have no doubt. Jai, thanks so much for taking the time for sharing a microphone. It's super appreciated. And with that, we'll be back after the break. We're going to put some music on. Don't go anywhere. Actually, you're still here after the round. I'm like pretty confident, right?
I think so.
I'm looking forward to that. Well, I'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Ultimate Showdown 2025. You're watching that on the Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to leave a like on the video, that helps a lot. Hopefully you've had a good lunch because we're back. It's round 4. We're about a third of the way through the day. And while 2 players out of this 24, they have taken their 3 eliminations, 22 truck on. I'm joined by Aksu. How's it going?
Going good. Just got a bit of a break after those banger games that we just saw.
Games
I'm really happy to get into it for one more round.
It's like, sometimes you just say that, but no, the games today have been banger games. We've had really, really exciting games, and I don't think it's going to stop. This is round 4. Again, we'll talk a bit about the structure, but players are sitting down at tables. I think we're looking at table 10. Is that what we wanted to do?
Currently, it's not the matchup I was expecting. Okay. It's a mirror of deck, but it's the fast advance one.
Yeah.
One of the players said that it's probably going to be a boring one. Okay. I'm down to still spectate it, but there's also other options.
I want to show this off really quickly. I think Lucy made this. The quality isn't great right here, but I think you can read the names. So this shows you the 3 live status. So we have 2 players unfortunately eliminated so far 3 rounds in. We have nearly half the players today on 1 life left, which like such strong players in that bracket. So this will be elimination matchup. It looks like Alpi's on the last life, Molrivor's on the last life. I think we should watch that. Ooh, color coding's really nice here too. And then we only have 2 players who are currently undefeated. Antoine, which we had the pleasure of watching round 2, and Odd Radish, both HB and Hoshiko players today. Yeah, I think we can jump into this game. Give me 1 second to find it.
It's the bottom one.
Bottom one. Okay, cool. If you're tuning in today, it's been a great tournament so far. Again, 24 players from all around the world. These are players who had top placements at Showdowns. They have top placement at in-person and online events. And shout out to ManintheMoon, Abraham, for running these series of tournaments throughout the year and having this culmination kind of in lieu of the Intercontinentals, which was something that used to happen at the end of the Continental season. But National Games now moved to more Continentals. And I think this is a really nice replacement for that sort of like show match global feel.
Yeah, 100%. The Continental season just getting bit too stacked, so we had to like move stuff out. And this has been a huge replacement for it, and super hyped to see what's going to happen next.
So I just pulled up the deck list really quickly. On the right, this is the Mirror Morph list. Alpi's been playing Mirror Morph at Worlds. I'm not sure if it was exactly this list. I think Alpi was playing Mirror Morph at Worlds. I think that was more of the combo line, but this is still, this sort of fast advanced combo deck. So the Nano Etching Matrixes, that's just a Mirror Morph thing you want to do. But with cards like Big Deal and Nano Management, we have red level clearance. The way that Petty Cash works with the Mirror Morph, you will never believe how it works. But with all these tricks, you have so many ways to gain these extra clicks, to put advancements, to install cards, and you can score 5 3s from hand. Generally, you need 2 or 3 pieces outside of a Big Deal, and this deck can go quite fast.
I believe this is a bit of a switch up from what we did see at Worlds. That was more of an asset kind of Mirror Morph list. Well, this is pivoting more to a like no remote, fast advance, just from hand kind of a deck.
Yeah, at America's Continental, Cold Lava was playing a sort of like horizontal list with fully operationals, and that list was really, really cool. I do want to say that we spent some influence here on Hammer, and that actually might matter in this matchup. I'm not sure where you want to put that ice, but on the other side of the table, Mortivore is one of the 2 Seb players, and so we're relying on AI breakers, and while we do have Ice Destruction with Crew and Devil Charm, Audrey is your main breaker here, and there's no Botuluses, so those face checks into, I'm assuming, there's no Hoggins in this list, but there are Boomies, which might do something. Why is there a tier in this list? We're just send a messaging it?
I mean, if you're just defending central servers, it's like a great ice to have.
Speaking of great ice to have, we are off. It looks like in terms of mulligans, let's check really quickly. Mortivore kept the hand, so did Alpi. So both players happy with what they have. And Mirror Morph, again, you need to do 3 different things with your first, second, and third click. On turn 1, when you install, you generally draw a card, play Hedge Fund, gain a credit. So that's how we're starting here with 10 credits, 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much Alp actually commits into the Mirror Morph. There's like a tendency to just overvalue the ID trigger and play suboptimal lines, which is going to be interesting. Now, going in with the Gormand Order, just going in, sniping 1 copy of the Boomy out, so 1 ice less in there. Or being able to actually challenge stuff now.
Now, the price brought the Audrey onto the table, but one of the big things is that's 3 Gourmands out, and that is the card you definitely want to have on the table to interact with things like Nano Management. Sure, you can pay 3 credits on Big Deal, but Alpi double ices HQ. It's really nice. Sometimes you can get that draw with Mirror Morph and not feel like you're wasting your basic action, but this is just double ice HQ credit. We need to play around the transfer of wealths, of course, and Audrey with a single counter does put the pressure on, so this is going to require another tool to get into HQ. R&D for a single. I do think this deck doesn't have as much trashables as you might imagine because we did pare down some of those assets. And the buffer drive, giving you that recursion, those Audrey chicks. Well, you think you take down the nano etching? I think you always have to. This card is just so good to mirror morph.
Yes, especially in Sebastian, where you actually get the Audrey counter with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
Second price.
Second price?
Looking at 4 cards, that's a transfer lost, a strike fund lost. So our only installable here, wait, what do we hit? I think it's just the Valentina.
Valentina, yeah. These prices have not been kind today.
No, the Audrey's good, but this Valentina is something you definitely want to get down. Seb does want to clear tags. The threat 3 text is where she gets really quite powerful. But I think here, when does Albie have time to purge? After the nano etching goes down, do you purge next turn to keep Audrey clear? Or I guess you have to wait to ice up R&D.
Yeah, I don't think you actually purge here. You just hope Audrey gets every time less counters than the last time. So like you kind of just naturally run out of those at some point.
Now, 17 credits is almost a magical number. With red level clearance, it means you can fast advance out of 5-3 from hand, but it's not a salvo testing deck where that is your main priority. That's only going to be, like a send a message, which might not be the most important thing here when your ice can get destroyed. 22 credits, ice on R&D. Yeah, I mean, like, but it's all your money. What are you going to do?
Yeah, sure.
This seems like the kind of deck that you'd be big deal in off-world office and feel okay about it on some board states.
I believe Alpi has done that.
Yeah.
Like we did see this deck played in the Project Gunslinger that we saw last Sunday. And Alpi did play that deck there, and we did see a line where the send message was stolen from hand, and Alpi was completely fine just fast advancing a off-world office on the remote.
With 22 credits, a hammer being the first ice we're seeing this
game.
Hammer
is so tough.
Really tough because, mind you, Audrey can break anything, but is not a decoder refractor or killer. So only one of these subroutines is going to have to be broken, or specifically, not a killer, which means you probably want to be breaking that last subroutine. So you're taking a tag, which Seb doesn't mind, but you're either losing your Valentina or your buffer drive. I don't know which way I'll go. The buffer drive is valuable, but the Valentina is econ, and both of those seem kind of good.
Interestingly, the tag happens first, so you can also trust the card that Sebastian goes and installs with that.
Yeah, true.
You can't like hide anything super important with it.
Yeah.
But I feel like the buffer drive has to go. That's like so much value in the long run, and I feel like we're not getting as much value out of the Valentina this much.
Really importantly, trashing connections is hard against Sebastian, but that's only you have to pay that additional card text when you're using the basic action here. So this crew could just get trashed.
Yeah, I believe easily the crew. I feel like that's an easy target.
Yeah. We'll see here with the choices. So we're going to break the one subroutine. So we broke the, of course, the break the program. So actually taking down the buffer drive, leaving the crew.
Yeah, that does make sense. Buffer drive is extremely annoying, and it allows Sebastian to play way more aggressive. And after we get like Lagos done, it will generate so much value. Just lengthening the time you're able to play really aggressively. A 3 line means you have to discard 2 cards.
Yeah.
Specifically really annoying into Audrey.
Now, this is a lot of cards out of hand. Buffer drive's already fired, let alone has left the table. So this is 2 cards and all your Audrey counters. You really need to find a trashable here in HQ. It's only single access, but we have drawn a fair few cards. You are expecting 1.5 agendas in hand here. Badge getting thrown out. Yeah, we might not build a remote server for a minute besides wage workers. Single access, big deal, trash for 3.
Oh, big deal. Yeah, that has to go.
Feed me, Seymour. Keeping those Audrey counters means that you can pressure R&D. It's hard to pressure HQ here because you're going to need 2 Audrey counters because you have to break 2 ice. And again, this deck has no Bontulus, so I don't believe it does. So pressuring Centrals.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, just relying completely on Audrey and the ice destruction. And okay, we do see the annoyances come down, which is kind of a neat engine with Valentina, just being able to draw you cards kind of consistently. Now, we could see Alpi just go and use the manual trash ability, but decides to let Arusera crew exist on the table one more turn.
Oh, no.
No, never mind.
Yeah, there
Arusera's crew has to go.
What's really important, this is open deck lists, and a lot of the mirror morph combo decks, they are playing Greasing the Palm. I don't think this deck is, but it's always really nice to have an operation that installs a card, because a lot of times in mirror morph, you're gated by wanting to double install, and that card is a huge issue, but I think Mortivore knows there's no Greasings, so that's the one big punishment to floating the tag and amanuensis playing against HB stock standard. Ooh, Praxis, clear the tag. So this is not on threat. It's still a fair bit of value. You can also, like, in theory, when you're on threat, get some programs into the bin with Audrey, which is fun. But that's installing a crew coming back, a friend from hand. This friend will give you the 5 credits to remove the tag, which is 6 credits with Valentina. Again, you do want to ice up archives at some point. HQ is obviously your priority with transfer of wealth and server 2 here. I'm imagining this is a spin doctor. You can't let that get trashed. What are you pulling back here? Big deal, I take it, and maybe just a boomy?
I feel like big deal on ice. You just have to get more ice against the decks that can just blow ice up all the time.
It seems like LP was setting up with those gov subs to play the big deal, which like the 1 and 5 on HQ maybe did. Obviously set that back a fair bit. So Boomy,
we didn't have the credits to actually play it in a bit, but
oh yeah, you're right. After the hammer res, it was really expensive. So it's actually hedge fund Boomy, just getting like the straightforward economy. So not saying I want the 5 credits for gov sub. Maybe those credits were going to go into resing ice. There is a tier in this list after all.
Yeah, might be that we have a big deal in hand, and you typically just need to play 1 copy.
Oh, we're doing something cool here. Petty cash into RLC means we can score out, I think, a 3-2, maybe even a 4-2 from hand. But it looks like just tempo. Oh, we still have all the clicks in the world.
I think
we can still score out.
Give us a loop. And install the ice as well.
Such good HV efficiency there. So petty cache, when you play it from archives, it's not considered playing an operation. It's the clickability on petty cache, which means then you can play an operation like red level clearance. You can get a click back. You can install a card like Ingatan, and then you can do an action you haven't taken so far in this turn, which includes advance a card. So then Ingatan, you just spend 2 more credits, you score it out, while also icing up archives for those upcoming 2 more privilege accesses.
Yeah, it does mean like petty caches are kind of a resource in these matchups.
Yeah.
And going down on 1 to score 2 points is kind of annoying. You really want to maybe use those on turns where it can score more points. Or
I'm assuming Alpi wants to score 3 agendas. So like the nano managements, the red level clearance, wage workers, those are a lot of, I think you need basically 2 of those cards in combination to try and score a 5-3 from hand. But with the deck with 2 big deals and that big deal not being shuffled back, I think your narrative that there's another big deal in hand, or that's not something we're pursuing. I don't know. I think Alpi could actually big deal this turn.
Yeah, could totally be. If you score like send a message next turn. Oh,
big res MIC.
Access in.
Now we do have the Audrey counters. You need to make sure with the leech that you're not just allowing free central runs because those Audrey counters, or sorry, those leech counters become crew power so that you can take down any ice on encounter. Now, this MIC has 3 subroutines, but even if you lose a click and you don't break the first or second, there's enough clicks that LP can't just trash this MIC to hard end the praxis. We're also still not on threat. I wonder what this means on Mortimer's hands. Like, I really never love playing this card unless you get the full, all the value from it. But it just looks like we want to get something back here. I don't know what resource from the bin we really are valuing here.
Friend of a friend is a lot of credits, or the wheels you discarded is also option. Just get huge amount of clicks back.
So the tag does the friendo from hand. Then we can install another crew. So 2 crews means the hammer can come down. I think the pressure here has to be on HQ. Do you just try and lock HQ, or are you trying to lock an R&D? This deck, the only multi-axis I'm guessing is the Manuel.
I would believe so. That feels like a typical amount. Nano management?
Oh, show us Illuminal. Just another Ingatan. I love that this deck can draw Nano Management fast advance. It seems so weird that that's an option. We are technically on game point here, as much as LP is going to need a couple more credits to threaten out a 5-3 fast advance from hand. Either big deal or the more convoluted line that requires Nano Management and some other tricks.
Yeah, down on 7 credits means that we will have to wait a kind of a long time for that actually to materialize. And if Mortivore opens up HQ, we could see the game swing kind of heavily in the corp's favor or runner's favor. 1
Audrey counter breaks open all of HQ. We do need that Manuel and a transfer wealth. It looks like we're committing to this.
Oh, transfer.
The hammer.
You can crew down the first one with just crews, and then the second one with the Devil Charm and a crew. So we're committing a lot into this run.
Oh, Manuel from hand.
Manuel as well.
So this is great. When you trash the hammer, Audrey gets a counter. And so you can use the Audrey counter on the tree line. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have cards in hand. So I guess we're now Devil Charming crewing this tree line and opening up everything. Down to -2. We have the credits. We're going to get the transfer swing. We're going to see 2 cards from hand. Spin Doctor's the first access. You want to trash that for Audrey counters. Red level clearance again. We've lost all Audreys. It's going to be hard for Mortivore to interact with that. But 3 tags in, it's going to turn off Seb Show's text for a bit. Most of the powerful Seb cards say if you're not tagged, at least we played 2 practices. We're going to go back in to see 2 more cards. RLC. Vicar.
Oh, Elvagar is such an important hit here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Alp can just score out kind of
Or
extremely cheap.
Alpi drawing up here needs to
Drawing
find
up.
an ice on 4 credits. There might not be that many options, but the ice in this deck is relatively cheap. I think MIC might be
there it is.
biggest.
Mhm.
Now, Praxis is online, the third one, but it's not playable when you're tagged. So bringing back those crews are going to be the way that you break in here. As much as we do have an Audrey counter, we're going to need more cards in hand. And Amanuensis, we're cleaning the tag, getting a credit off Valentino, drawing 2 cards is just such a nice Hoshiko-like engine. I wonder if you can trash Manuel. It takes 2 cards out of hand, but like that is the multi-access in the deck.
It is, but they might have just bring it back with a Praxis at that point.
Yeah, 2 tags in though. It's hard.
Soul breaking.
Boomy. Top text doesn't matter, but bottom text might. Core damage, trash an installed program. You could just spend a click through this and take the core if you want to keep your Audrey counters.
Yeah, I feel like keeping these Audrey counters in is like one of the most important things you can do in this matchup.
Oh, double clicking.
Oh, another big deal.
That's the second big deal. Both of them are now in the bin. But we did double click, so it seems like the cards that we have in our hand, Mortivore values more than a click off the random discard of the core damage. He's still drawing up. Again, Mirror Morph. That's the Nano Etching. That's a great turn. We're going to get 3 credits here with the Mirror Morph Nano Etching combo. And now the Audrey counters, you can't really stop them.
No, I feel like we have to purge at some point.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Mortivore will just farm R&D and HQ. And that will be a problem for us.
Yeah, the issues with the Boomy is like it doesn't keep you out. So you can always still farm HQ if they purge out. Like run HQ, hopefully find a trashable. Also, if you don't trash the Nano Etching, in theory, if they purge, you can just run the Nano Etching. I don't know if Alpi's going to be able to ice it up. So you might leave that as an option to get an Audrey counter on a rainy day. But Amanuensis, again, it's pay a credit basically to draw 2 cards. Build your own VR-cation. It's not as good, but it's there every turn for you.
It is. It does mean that you have to end your turns tagged every time.
Yeah.
So it really does force your deck building in a specific direction. Deciding to go and trash the Nano Etching Matrix, meaning Nano Etching Matrix installed did give Alpi 5 credit, 5 credits in total.
It did give the Audrey counter, so we'll see here Mortivore ending the turn here with the tag and 4 cards in hand. Whether we just go for the hard purge, I think that means you're committing to be able to res the ice on R&D. But again, if you can just sneak through the Boomy, it only costs you 1 click if you want to protect your programs.
I think a lot of this depends on if we have trashables in hand.
Exactly.
If you purge and your opponent goes in HQ, trashes cards and order loop is back looping itself again, that's a difficult spot to be in. But if it's just operations in hand, you can just kind of safely purge, hold R&D, hold everywhere.
I think Alpi is definitely thinking here. Again, purge is your whole turn, 3 actions to clear all virus counters. So as soon as we do something, it's really hard. In theory, you could. Technically, this is one of the few decks that could do something and then purge on the same turn. Definitely thinking here.
Yeah, especially with like RLC in take credits, install a ice or some, or like install an ice, take a clickback and purge is an option.
Fast advance luminal purge, so sick.
Yeah, that is one of the best feeling lines in the game.
Oh, RLC.
RLC.
So generally, okay, we're going to install nice, get a click back, then purge. We're going for the line.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect. So that means the Booby can't click through. Now, 2 ice. Last turn, I do think, with the Audrey loaded, the Leech loaded, the Manuel, you could run R&D and start to lock the deck sync 2 every turn. I don't know with face check you're really concerned about here. A drafter would probably be pretty bad for you.
A drafter and then you don't find a trashable is like an issue for you, I feel like.
Yeah, drafter, even just getting back like RLCs.
And the RLC or a hedge fund or anything is so annoying.
We're just checking here. Let's see what the punish is. We only have 6 credits, so resing 2 ice could be difficult. A Hagen also just blows the game over, but MIC bankrupts Alpi, but it's going to take the rest of Mortivore's turn away with 1 click remaining. You can run Boomy, but you can't let at least both the subs fire. So next turn, I think Alpi is going to be clicking for credits here. Unless you top deck a Nano Etching, you're not going to have a Mirror Morph turn.
Yeah, I think Nano Etching is basically the only card that lets you do it. Maybe red level clearance.
Yeah, maybe RLC. I don't know if you can spend the last RLC like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Might just see
So
the
just
triple
look
credit.
like just click for 3.
No,
Okay,
show
never
me a
mind.
nano etching. No way.
Of course. So install nano etching, and then you can just click for 2 credits basically on your basic action as well.
Yeah, you have to draw though. Oh no, you can You can install. You can
Yeah,
use it. You can
install nano
credit.
etching credit.
Yeah. So you end up on 4 credits from 0. I mean, like that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it also means your opponent kind of has to go trash the nano etching, so you don't get just
Yeah.
infinite value out of it.
But then the Audrey
And
counter comes in.
Yeah, that is the big issue of that line.
Like these nano etchings are good, but the Audrey counter seems so important. Like one Audrey counter gets you through the MIC, which sees you 2 cards with Manuel, which locks the top of the deck. So this is something we'll see if Mortivore takes down this turn or assumes it won't be iced, and then maybe you have a turn to prepare for the rundown on R&D.
Yeah, issue that is just if Alpi gets even more credits, we can see a second ice on R&D, and that could mean that we are locked out even with the Audrey counter.
I'll be on 4 credits here. Mortivore getting that draw up by paying cheaper through Amanuensis. Valentina now gives you the credit back, so you still need 2 up front, but no problem so far. Nano etching, 3 credits is a lot on this card. I forgot it was that expensive.
Yeah.
So 5 credit swing, it feels like. But we have the Audrey counter, and currently we don't really need credits where we're going. We just need cards and buyer's counters.
Yeah, we also did clear a tag, so Manuel is not as threatening right now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you definitely want that tag when you access.
We might see Miramov just going for the basic action shuffle, where you just do 3 basic actions in a row and get like 1 extra credit of value.
Yeah, ETF.
Not the best, but it's still you have to do it sometimes.
Yeah, like I think you're drawing for combo pieces here. So like draw, maybe installs the hard one, credit, get the credit. Like that's what you're looking for. But I don't know how much of the
I feel
ice
like
we've
the
seen.
middle one is probably the operation, I would assume.
Yeah. If you have the hedge fund you shuffled back in, that'd be quite nice. That is one of the few operations you're okay to play on any turn. If you open also playing, oh, there we have it, hedge fund.
No, there it is. Click for
perfect.
draw hedge fund and probably click for credit, ending up on 12.
I think the only operations
you
you're
might
like,
also see ice on R&D.
I think you'd want it if you have it. Yeah, you can install credit. Okay, undo click.
Undo click.
So we're not getting Miramar for this turn. The double draw hedge fund. Just saying the card draw is better than 2 credits, which, yeah, it easily could be on 10 credits. I don't know exactly what we're threatening, but nano management into 3-2 at a minimum is a possibility here. This deck is on, I think, the full play set of the, new Biotic Labors.
I believe so, yeah. So we are threatening a faster out here. I believe we have just 2 Eleva guards in the deck. One of them, those have been stolen already. And if Alpi could have scored that one, going up to 5 points is such a huge swing in this deck. But Mortivore managing to sneak it out just in time.
The wild thing with like Miramorph is if your opponent does know or doesn't know the lines, it's obviously a huge difference. Mortivore plays really well, but hold on, transfer. We can always click through the Boomy. It has a downside here. So this outermost ice, it needs 3 end to run subroutines, but it's just a tree line. So that's 2 cards. This transfer is going to go across.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down on what do we hit out of HQ with these accesses.
If this was tier. Yeah, that's massive on 10 credits. There is a real threat here. Tier is a 1 of in the deck, but tree line, we're going to get through that, I'm pretty sure. We can click through the parts of the Boomy that matter. And now this is going to be a 9 credit swing off the transfer. And then you can access 2 cards, get that leech counter. We know there's an RLC in hand. I think that's all Mortivore knows in hand.
I believe so.
So we're getting ready to Rising
He's
Tide.
a privileged access and Rising Tide.
Yeah, Praxis. MIC on Archives might be just a bit too much. Boomy, we'll see how many of these we click through. We definitely want to trash a card in HQ here. Double click, okay.
Yeah. Siphoning 3.
Gaining 6, installing a friendo.
Government subsidy.
Send a message.
Send a message.
No res off of that.
I'm actually fine with this though. Like, you don't get the order counter, which is like so important here.
Yeah, no Audrey counter. The friend of a friend is down. We're clearing the tags. That means the Manuensis won't fire. I wonder oh no, it fires right there. Excuse me. You're just not going to get one for the next turn, but that's really cool when you fire it late on the turn. But send a message means technically Mortivore is on game point. There's 2 send a messages in the deck. If Alpi has a big deal send a message combo, that's one way to close it. But right now down on 3 credits, we might be closer to scoring the last Elvigara into a 3-2. That's a possibility.
Yep.
We know Gov Sub and RLC, I think, in hand. I think that's all we know here. Not a Miramorph turn.
So much to play.
Hold on, we might be getting the
Okay.
mirror of turn here. Did we get the install? We've done draw credit.
You technically can get like a free install on R&D. No, deciding to click for credit instead.
Yeah, same thing. I wonder if you don't res the
Mm-hmm.
tree line on the last turn, whether they use the object counter. I'm assuming he doesn't use the object counter, and that's super valuable. And then you get the send a message res, and you can play gov sub. That's such a hard res to like res the tree line to tax out the Audrey. So let alone cards in hand.
Yeah. You just have to get the outer counter out.
Yeah.
It's so important. It depends a lot on probably if you have the trashable in hand, because if you rest the tree line and then a card gets trashed, you're exactly in the same position again.
Yeah, Mortivore is entirely locked out here. Devil Charm will not exactly matter until we find the final crew, because Audrey uses virus counters to break subroutines. Strength is not the issue here. It's just having those virus counters. And this is not like a cookbook simulchip deck that can flicker it. We did throw out a 1 Rising Tide, but the barriers on Centrals, in theory, Rising Tide gets through tree line. You can click through Boomy, but that's kind of expensive and it's not in hand.
No, there's a petty cash.
Yep, played from hand. That's one of the operations you're happy to play any turn to get the Mirror Morph. And we're going to pass on 9. We'll see if Alpi here wants to play the Gov Sub, credit, Gov Sub, draw, some weird order like that to get Mirror Morph, or whether we actually have a fast advance with a Nano Management next turn. It's all about the last crew, huh? Like the crew opens up R&D, you see 2 cards, you lock the deck, there's a problem, you bleed Trashables. Audrey gets there and there it is, crew. We'll see if we throw it HQ or we throw it R&D, but either way you can open up a central. This Boomy's just not doing enough, and it looks like HQ's the choice.
Yeah, tree line getting assaulted. I feel like this is going to be crewed down.
If this Boomy was a drafter, the game is so different, because this you can always click through.
Yeah. Are you taking a tag voluntarily
Yeah.
just to get the Manuel out? Yes, you are.
Yeah, for sure. You want to see 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So that's taking down Devil Charm, -2 more strength. Taking the tag at any paid ability, you can do that if you're encountering ice. And this Boomy, we haven't taken the core damage yet. Apparently we're not starting. 2 cards off-world office. This could be game. Nano Management.
No.
Game point for Mortivore. 1 more send a message, but on 9 credits, I don't know if Alpi can fast advance it if it's in there. We know there's an RLC and a Biotic, which both of those don't exactly work perfectly together, but there are lines that make them both work to score out. I think you can maybe do a 5-3.
They don't, but like if you ice HQ, you have so much time to like be completely safe.
Wait,
install on the mode.
There's a petty cash in the bin. I think you
I'm
actually
getting hit out also.
Ooh, huge.
Oh, that's Deliver.
Getting out of the game, that means Alpi's on game point now next turn, even on low credits, because there's a petty cash in the bin. You can do petty cash RLC to gain clicks and credits. You can nano management from there if you want to. You can also install, get the advanced nano management. You can score a 4-2 from hand next turn on relatively low credits.
Yeah, you can also like click for draw and I think still score the agenda. Like the lines are wild here.
Yeah, you can even like RLC to draw.
Yeah, I think the agendas we still have left in the deck is like 1 Awful Office and 1 Luminal. So
we're going HQ again.
Kind of scary.
This Boomy not ending the run, just been a click tax here. We need the object counters. We're going to see 2 cards here. We know there's a nano government subsidy and RLC, I think. There's one of them. Boomy's the 4th card potentially.
HQ holds. And yeah, like can you
can run back and just let Boomy trash, but I think we know all the cards in hand.
Can you let Boomy?
Yeah, I think this could be the last turn. I think it's unlikely, but this could be the last turn.
If you're overcommitting and it's not the last turn and you lose your order because of this, it's so tough.
Yeah, it's bad. You have another Audrey? No, we don't. But I think this is it. Petty cash being played.
Nano management.
Show me the advancements.
Mirror, advance. Yeah, this Overlord is getting scored out.
That actually, I think that was my guess is at the top deck, but there's very likely that's the last turn. You know all the combo pieces are there, but Alpi gets there, not really building a remote server, fast advancing, but Mortivore putting the pressure on 6-7. Missed a lot in HQ, Alpi says. So yeah, I have no doubt the Manuel was getting just a bit unlucky, and Alpi definitely needs that when that's the only server Mortivore can run for the last couple turns. Good game to both players.
We might have missed a lot on HQ. Still, it's 15 unique cards accessed, so kind of the variance there is like fair enough on both sides. Yeah. I think that was the last game on the round.
No way. What? We have like 15 minutes left. Is the lobby empty? Oh my god, the lobby's empty.
Yeah. Did somebody play on casual accidentally?
What's happening? Okay, hold on. Let's check the results really quickly. Because it looks like, that seems most things are reported. Hold on one second.
Yeah, they are.
Wow. Yeah, that was the last game. So it looks like we have a couple more players, I think, who are unfortunately leaving the bottom of the bracket. I do think that was the last game for Mortivore at this Ultimate Showdown. Again, fantastically played, incredibly difficult, even just to show up at this tournament, let alone play a couple rounds. So it looks like we see from the bottom up, D, unfortunately, I believe they're taking their last loss against Jonas, who's staying in there on the last life as well. I think Sauce might be knocked out by motion blur. I'm not going to say anything concretely. I'm going to go check the standings so we know. But those bottom tables, I believe, are ranked in the amount of lives you have left over.
I believe we do see Sauce exit, Deer exit, and Cobrobles exit after the loss on the against Epiphany on the previous round. Also, I believe not yet is still staying in. I believe other way around. It could have been different, but
now at the top tables, I believe we no longer have undefeated players. I think it was Radish and Antoine that were undefeated, both of those HB players, and they both lost games against runners. So Chris and Augustus taking games off of the undefeated players. So the field is a bit more even than it was last round, I guess, but we still have a whole lot of games ahead of us. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and right now people will start dropping. I think like half of the players are going to drop on next round or something like that.
Yeah, it goes really, really quickly because I do think you're right. There's a lot of players with one life left and only half of them can take it. Really wild. Okay, so we don't have results yet. We're going to be waiting a bit for the stream images too. We have some a high quality link coming in. Thank you to Lucy. But wow, that wrapped a lot faster than we thought.
Yeah, apparently. I think it was like a 25-minute round.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be able to see another game. HB, fast events from hand. We got time in around to do some other stuff, but looks like that's not the case. Yo, Shaper so far on the tables, not including this round. Out of the 2 Shaper players, Shaper's only won 1 game so far.
Yeah, that's
wild. I wouldn't have expected that. I think Shaper secretly are like really quite good right now. I don't know if Shaper won any games this round. No, there's only 1 Shaper game. So far we're 4 rounds and Shaper has won a single game in this event. Bummer. I mean, when it's good, it's good. When it's good, it's good. It's fun to watch good Shaper.
I didn't say anything.
No, I know.
Totally
Wild. Very, very cool. It's also very much worth noting if you're tuning in, just on Monday morning, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have an update to the standard balance list. So that is I think it's the 2511. It was announced before Worlds. So if you're looking for some sort of mix up and maybe no changes is an option, Monday morning, if you want to tune into Null Signal Games, there should be some changes or at least an article for you to read. So that's Monday morning if you want to look forward to a meta shakeup.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening this month. Like,
it
does. It's being built as the off season, but then there's like so much stuff happening in the scenes somehow.
It's like so much stuff and so much content too. I think a lot of people come back from Worlds and they're just so energized about this game. Like I know Tiebreakers versus the Chinese Netrunner community, the Gunslinger events. There is one tomorrow as well. Is it every Sunday?
Yeah, tomorrow 2 p.m. UTC.
Awesome.
No, 2 p.m. 12 p.m. UTC.
Okay.
There will be the last round of the Project Gunslinger, where Tiebreakers are losing to the Chinese community by 3-5 right now. So we better pull up our bootstraps tomorrow and show them what's what.
Yeah, those have been really fun to watch. Are you the head boss at this point? Are you the final boss if it comes to it?
I believe so. So you might see me actually play standard tomorrow. Who knows?
Very cool. Hey, actually, speaking of showing some stuff off, I got a message from Abraham to show off some art that is New York Showdown, NY Showdown art. I'm not 100% sure where this attaches to, but we can show you some really nice cards here. So let me pull them up on screen really quickly. Give me 1 second. So I believe this is going to be prize support. Oh, this one I've seen before. I like this one a lot. So this is from Kira. This is I guess you can't see it too easily on screen. Apologies, Axu. But this is a Regolith mining license. I think I've only seen the right side of the screen, but seeing those sort of those walkers go deeper into the glowing hole, that's really quite nice as a telework contract. Very, very, very cool. Otherwise, we have, I'm guessing, this is a federal fundraising. I'm not sure the artist on this one. We see Andromeda there in the middle, which is great. This is really cool. And then the last card here, I could have guessed what this was from a distance. This is A Rising Tide, art by Henri Charles Gerard and Abraham McBride. Really quite nice. So these are all prize support for the upcoming NY Showdown. Oh, sorry, New Year's Showdown. That makes so much more sense. So the New Year's Showdown, which happens in just a bit. Oh, it's a class act, the middle one. Okay, that tracks. This is a class act for the New Year's Showdown. That's really, really quite cool. On the right, we have what's his face? Drago. I'm pretty sure that has to be a Drago on the right, no?
Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Cool. We might have some round
the next round is starting up,
okay,
and
perfect.
I will have to bow out. It's getting quite late here, and I have just a couple of things to shout out.
Yeah,
just
please.
The podcast I'm running, it's supposed to be coming out every Tuesday, and there's going to be like weekly streams on Wednesday after Brandon is not sick, and I remember that's happening. And also tune into the Project Gunslinger happening tomorrow for a really sick final match. With that, I'm out.
Actually, thanks so much for sharing a mic. Absolute pleasure. Take care. And we're joined. We're back. Round 5 should just be beginning, but we're joined by Gailhar. How's it going?
Great, yeah. It's been exciting.
Games today. They've been really good games so far, and I don't think that's going to change. I'm going to just pull up this image. We got this in from Lucy. Ooh, high quality. So this is what we're looking like in terms of the lives. So we have here a handful of 6 players eliminated, and then more than half the field is on their final life. And we have a comfortable, again, about 7 players, if I'm doing this correctly, 8 players, excuse me, that are 2 and 1. So they're in the comfort bracket, but there are so many games here, which players are just need to play perfectly because one mistake can cost them the world's ultimate showdown. Round 4 is ahead of us. Do we know which way we want to go? Gailhar, do you want to pick maybe a matchup?
I don't know. There's a bit of stream delay.
Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know if you have the Cobra up. I guess maybe then in...
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Maybe.
So, do you have any?
Yeah, I think that might be.
What are you thinking?
Nice to watch. Table 9 is Tuno versus D. Tuno is playing the Scrubs deck. That it was like a big force behind creating it. It was played at Worlds. It did quite well. I know Tuno was playing it, and if we're gonna watch somebody show that deck off, I think that's a great choice. And on the other side of the table, it's D. D, one of my favorite Netrunner players, playing Moosely Hot to get some good old aggro crim. Let's try and jump over to table 9.
Yeah, that sounds delighting.
Cool. All right, so let's talk about this. I'm not going to be the expert to tell you about this sort of Scrops combo deck. I can tell you a bit about it. I've only played against it once on stream. But the idea with this deck is that it has some powerful HB assets, Wage Workers and Bast Chiraboga. And these cards, they can show up at instant speed, even off one another, because we were playing off Super Heavy Logistics, which says that once per turn, when you trash a card that's rezzed, you can get a card from your deck, res it, install it for free, with a cost 1 less than the card that you've trashed. Which means there's a lot of really weird combos where you can never advance, and even fast advance things like 5/3 agendas. Basalt Spire is a possibility. And the idea with this deck is with Basalt Spire, that comes in with 2 counters, with things like Slash and Burn Agriculture. It's very easy for you to close the game off, either by scoring points from hand, or if the runner can't keep up with your aggression, just throwing measured responses on the table over and over again. I've even seen turns. I lost a great game on stream where the corporation was on threat 2, and all in a single turn, they fast advance an Aziev to knock cards out of hand, and then deliver a measured response with that 4th and final click, which is a surprise if you haven't played around this deck. There's some really wild things it can do. So it's actually really quite lethal, but also really quite a fast advance deck. So it's going to be up to D to kind of diffuse that, take down the right cards. As long as Basalt doesn't get scored, I think you're relatively okay on the runner side. And D's deck looks relatively, what you'd expect from a Moosey Hot deck. I'm really excited to see 1 Reprise, but also 2 copies of Sun Conchal, which is the decoder that requires run events. And hey, if there's a deck that has run events, it's almost definitely going to be this deck.
Yeah, the Scrubs deck is pretty cool. I've played it a bit because I really enjoy Wayland and modernism decks, which plays on the fork with scoring and killing. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's the kind of deck you can sometimes extract until you really want to rush to. There's a lot of different lines. It's really fun to play. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, and it was really hype at Worlds. sauce, and so all the squads were playing it, and yeah, and to know. Unfortunately, it didn't make the top cut. That was a bit sad. But I'm so happy that so many players switched to it.
Yeah.
All the ops are scrubs today.
I'm assuming so. I haven't checked, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't the case. And also,
I have.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
There's also like a lot of
it's really cool.
op players who like come from different op backgrounds who are picking up this deck too. So there's definitely something to it. I'm imagining that this will be the deck list of the week on Netrunner DB as of next week. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, it seems like many players have just switched to other some world deck list, and not many, and some have tweaked their deck like RP or maybe Antoine, but most players just switch to other trying the hype decks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm not 100% sure about this Scrubs deck, but I think it's also meant to be relatively well positioned against Vampire. Maybe. I don't know what the deck needs to be able to charge a remote server that can present a Stavka, that can present like an envelopment. That might be tricky. I think the ESA matchup is something I'm also not sure about. Disruptions, abstractly really powerful, classically into Wayland, into op specifically that runs a lot of singletons, but just being able to deal with the Stavka Maskarovka server really quickly for that ESA deck, that's kind of hard. And so if you can get through the Basalt through, that's also just like another tool you have to deal with the sort of damage that Sabotage can give across. So it also seems relatively well positioned into the meta.
What's funny is that at Worlds, it was impersonating a combo up deck with Bass and Witchwalkers. Often players were thinking it could be mad combo, and were playing passively, and since the deck is so rush, it was using this to push forward. And open deck list, obviously you cannot play that, but it's still many players are playing it.
Hey, actually, really quickly, it looks like that table is going to be starting a bit behind time. So I think so we can see the same matchup. We're just going to jump over really quickly to table 4, which is Augie versus Radish. Mind you, these are not, I think these are upper bracket players at this point, but I do think Augustus is playing a very similar deck. Yeah, just because I do think that we've been told that that table has a time delay. So welcome. This is round 5 at this point, and we're off to start. Op has been building some servers. Augustus Caesar, we see a Stavka there in HQ, one of my favorite op players. And an Antil behind that Chisel attacked Ice. We have some viruses cooking on Hoshiko's side and a digital flip. Until you kind of need to bring it down. It becomes a 2-coster. That could be a Wage Workers. That can open a combo line. Do you need a contest server too? Is it a Spin Doctor that allows you the access to freely play your slash and burns? I think there's a lot of questions that this deck is asking from you relatively quickly, and it's a narrow line you have to navigate.
Is on Vampire.
I'm assuming so, yeah. You see the chills of the cookbooks. I think it is 51 cards.
Yeah.
Like Stack already has 42.
And Bling. Yeah, obviously.
Triple install off the Wage Workers. Now we have 2 iced cards. The Chisel, I love to see this be a Kessleroid, just be the most fun. But with only 5 credits, Augustus can't res everything here. So if this ice gets res, it's pretty likely server 4 can go down. Speaking of all the money, that's all the money. That's a 3 strength envelopment. I don't think we have enough time to chip this down. I think, are we short to tap? I never know this. It's unintuitive. I think he needs a couple more runs here.
It's
Ooh.
It needs one more click here.
Forcing the res and then the pinhole to bring down the Antil. I don't think you're going to get a 2-for-1 off of Spin Doctor. This will keep Hoshiko digital. We have the Fermenter in the back pocket as much as the deck has a single Timma virus. So we'll see if Radish can figure out how to duck that 1 credit so Hoshiko's digital reliance does not catch up with her.
Pretty scrappy game.
Yeah.
Boss player on low credit count.
Speaking of scrappy games, Steel Skin there just to duck Hoshiko. 5 cards in hand, but the Sphigator Excavator going to get rid of that envelopment. I think that makes sense for the res, and a Winchester going to be on HQ plus 3 credits from the Excavator. And Augustus here doesn't have the money to res whatever's in server 4.
Just purging.
Yeah, makes sense. We bottomed out on Hoshiko.
Take 3 credits and yeah, that's... It's got good bounce back.
Yeah. I was going to say, we'll see if Radish just takes a turn off there to go back to the non-digital side, but the red raindrops is a nice bounce back as well. I don't know if the Sphigator is like your priority here. Maybe checking server 4 is. There's a chance there's another Antil here, or maybe even Regolith. Oh, looks like it's another Antil. Exactly on 3 credits. You actually can get the money off of this and immediately Sphi it, which is going to be the play. Or actually, no, are we extracting?
Yeah.
No, that's a SV, right?
It's the
There's a regular huge
Great
bounce
one.
back there because no pressure on server 4. We went from, what was it, 0 credits 2 turns ago to 16, and all these cards back on the table.
very explosive start from Augustus. Yeah, now we're on 16 credits with a huge board state.
Yeah.
It's going to be rough for Anad Radish, I think.
And those credit totals, they do matter. We have to play measures. Generally, there's turns I've heard 3 or 4 measures can get played. So tracking the steel skins, 1 is in the bin so far. We'll see what Radish wants to do here. Regolith is another target for Svi. That's always the problem, is that these cards, if you click it twice or you Svi it, you get a 1-coster from your deck. And I don't know if any of the 1-costers are like super important for the combo this deck presents, but it's still just like a tithe on R&D or whatever, tithe on the wage workers. Whatever you can make it make sense.
It's tied and wall to wall that you use for draw. You want to draw most of your deck, and then you SV again for spin or another SV usually. But I think Anad Radish has to let this fermenter cook a lot to play around fermenter probably to play around measured.
Yeah. Well, once you're on threat, I think that's where it really changes. We did see a Stavka, which could be the ice on server 4, which just threatens an op trigger and trashes your fermenter. So there's also a pause there whether you want to face check. As much as like Stavka outermost ice or only ice on a server is like not super common.
This deck has my virus.
It has 1.
Yeah, it does. No fly sweater though, I think.
We'll see if it is here. I think it's on white space in that sort of slot, but Botulus with 2 counters because the cookbook, it is the Stavka they're calling it. So now we're just going to go ahead and use the Stavka to trash the card to the remote server, and then you can get something else on the table like an ice, let alone an asset somewhere else. But this basically forces the Botulus. Oh, it wasn't res, was it? No, okay.
Yeah, it was.
I wonder if that means...
Trigger.
Do you run archives? To see if there's an agenda in there?
Oh, it was last click.
Oh, it was last click. Okay, cool. So now the
maybe...
Stavka's gone. Mask on the table. We've used so far 1 Chisel, 1 Botulus, no Simul chips. We haven't seen an Audrey so far. So the question is, how safe is this Maskarovka? And do we have the Spin Doctor to rescue what we think is an agenda on archives? Or are we just going to ice it up? Triple wage workers. Man, what a cool, flexible board state. The board state now doesn't, well, kind of does, but it actually is very different than the board state just a couple turns ago.
Yeah. He's a great up player too. It's really nice to see him play this fan deck. Yeah. Okay, Fermenter already for 6, so playing for tempo play, not
good enough, because Audrey with a counter challenges Mask. Probably no virus here. Maybe you would have purged that immediately on the Fermenter. Single axis, it's a Basalt Spire, and that is a big deal. We are closer to threat 4, but we get a card back from HQ. It was the face down card. But this Maskarovka single ice does just lose to Audrey with a cookbook counter.
So the card that was installed in the server previously then?
Back in hand.
Probably an agenda?
Server 7, there's an actually there. We might do something else. Undo click. All good. No information gained. My guess is it might be a Spin Doctor in server 7, considering the archives. But we'll see here if you just want to trash a card to make sure that next turn you have access to Audrey. But Gourmand coming down shouldn't be able to not trash something next turn. I imagine this Regolith might go for a cheeky. Or now actually we can get rid of the wall-to-wall for a Spin Doctor.
And there's no more face down in archives. It's been brought back to hand anyway.
Yeah, super clean there. Just a pair of Antilles and a pair of ice. So wall-to-wall only gets 1 mode. Usually you would draw a card. Credits, we seem comfortable. Advancements don't really matter. So another question is, how are we going to use the Svi? You have a couple options here. You can get rid of the Regolith. That makes sense if you want a 1-coster, but I don't think they're super important. Or you can get rid of the wall-to-wall to get a 0-coster, which, as much as Augustus might be known to play things like Mitra Amon, I don't think that's this list. I think Spin Doctor is probably the only option we have in 0.
Yeah, I think on 17 credits, you want to draw for... Oh no, the Regolith is gone.
Cool. Corp is acting. Might be a misclick. Yeah, it looks like it is a misclick. This one's slightly hard to repair. I think you just have to go back to Radish's turn. I'm not sure what the checkpoint is if you undo click here. Oh, we're just going to undo turn. Yeah, that makes more sense.
That works.
Oh, getting rid of the Winchester to get a 3-coster. It's a virus. That gives you a lot of safety outside of pinhole threading. This like really makes it difficult to contest the Maskarovka. There's a Spin Doctor just
Nice
coming in
play,
from
yeah.
hand. Yeah, really cool play. So now 2 ice. The thing is, like, whatever this is, if it is the Basalt Spire that Augustus really wants, it still requires you a bit of combo to get there. Because you need the Wage Workers to stick, or you need a Bast or a Boga to stick. And some of those you can produce at instant speed with Svigator, which is really difficult. Like, Radish, to be safe here, needs to deal with everything.
Yeah, it could be a Bass.
Mhm.
And if you've got Slash and Burn in hand, you just, if it's a Basalt in the remote, just Wedge Workers Basalt. Wedge Workers Slash and Burn scores a Basalt.
There's a pinhole. I'm assuming this has to be for the Mavirus. You're going to take a net damage, but you will get the Audrey counter and no longer have to worry, and you'll know where the Mavirus is, which in this matchup is really important. We're actually just going to straight Persia to get a 2-coster. Now, you can't put an ice in front of the pinhole, but you can put a Kessler right on the remote server, which is honestly maybe just as good. Let's see what we're touching here. I think server 6 has to be an agenda. So the question is whether you want to take down the Wage Workers on tempo. I think you probably do. Looks like you are. Yeah, there it goes. I think
server 6. Then it has to be a Basalt, I think.
Yeah. Which means if you take down the Sphi, it's actually not super likely Augustus can score out here. Because if the Sphi comes down, you're no longer safe. You no longer can, like, what are you doing? Are you Sphiing the Maskarovka to get a Wage Workers? That's not good enough. I guess you could do triple advance into a Slash. That's probably good enough. So maybe get the Slash out of HQ's the line here with Radish. Spin Doctor, second Spin Doctor, reasonable hit. Not the most important in trash, but Audrey counters are worth something when you know where the Mavirus is. Trashing that gives you less cards in hand too. So going back, maybe a 50-50 on a Slash seems important.
Really good comeback from another Radish. Well, the situation was pretty dire and really contested the boss state with only 2 cards on the installed.
Yeah.
Managed to really contest pretty efficiently. With ship, interesting.
Much of his back. Now, this means the Svigator gives full control to Augustus to score at anything. We're going to get rid of the Regolith, get a 1-coster, just a tithe. So that means we might not be scoring out here unless there's a Spin Doctor on the table and we do double Slash here. I don't know what server 6 is. Oh, it's a Wage Workers. So now we can do triple into Slash. This is one of the nightmares. Because now with the Basalt, with 2 counters, you can play those Slashes again. Oh, above the law into a cookbook. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. That's also quite good. That's also great.
Nice. Unexpected, but pretty cool line. And then you jam.
Yeah.
That would be good 4th click.
The cookbook.
The timing of the cookbook is really important too. Yeah.
Ooh, icing the Sphi. Neat.
Nice. Okay.
Again, this card does give you the flexibility to toolbox and down on 3 credits. As soon as the next agenda is scored, that's the big issue. Where now measured response is suddenly online. Steelskin Scarring, 2 of them are in the bin, so there's no way that you survive a double. You're going to need credits.
Probably nothing in HQ, otherwise it would have been jammed.
I assume so. Gourmand, Gachapon, Sub-Zeros, Hoshiko going back to the natural form. We definitely are going to be running next turn. Whether we get a Purge in here, it doesn't really matter though. With the Gourmand, little on the wall-to-wall and the Wage Workers, you can always get your counter back. Tithe, gonna get rid of it. Last Spin Doctor now on the table, giving Augustus 7 cards in hand, let alone, after Mandatory, that's 7. Triple install shouldn't be that hard if you want to get the Wage Workers. We got the double, card in server 6, card on R&D. The Spin Doctor also needs to be contested because it means the Slash and Burns. Oh my god, we built a tower. Now, this single advance means if you don't deal with the Wage Workers, you can go for the triple advance. But the problem is you also need to deal with the Sphi, because Sphi can get rid of the Maskarovka, get the Wage Workers that you shuffle back in with Spin Doctor. Radish has a lot of options here. And to start, we're going to crack the Gachapon. Again, here we can install a program or a virtual. So, Cookbook could come back. Gourmand can come to the table. I think the Cookbook is your last copy of it. I think that's probably more important than the second little guy.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. We're going for Gourmand. HQ is open, maybe. And there's assets to deal with. We only have 3 credits, so maybe... Oh.
All right, Blink and Illumination removed from the game. Not super surprising, but we have 2 Gourmands here to do some damage to HQ, which is wide open. Need a minute to think, and yeah, you get that. Wild board state here. The card on the remote server. We're not expecting it's a 4-2. We're expecting it's a big 5-3. It could be an Azyef, but I'm not sure why you would get the single advance on it. If it opens up like double advance to measured, like maybe that's a line that you want to always have access to.
Brokers gets deleted, yeah, maybe. That could be it.
I think it's like you have to deal with the wage workers, but you also have to deal with the Sphere, because you can get a wage workers. I also wonder how much like apprehension you have of face checking ice, because the more ice there's res, the more options op has from the toolbox. 3 is the really big breakpoint. 4 is technically the other big breakpoint, because if you go for a 4, you can get the Bass, and if you haven't fired op that turn, which you will if you fire Sphere, then the Bass can get a wage workers, and then you functionally have like a 6-click turn in some ways.
Yeah, here we already have one wage in archives and one on the table, and we haven't seen Bass yet.
So Radish thinking the deck also has usually 1 copy of Nano Management, which means there's even a chance that Augustus can have the score from hand, as much as the 2 gourmands could go and get a little meal. Be right back real quick. Online tournaments are so funny sometimes. Sometimes the doorbell rings, right? You got to go get that. Sometimes the cat needs some food.
I guess. Yeah, and at Radish when they used the Gachapon, they removed Bling and Elimination. That's funny because, well, I've been playing the Vampire deck, and that's the first slots that I've tried to switch around.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit my playstyle, maybe.
Illumination's a 1-of in the deck, and when it fires and you have the 3 installs, like it's absurd, but it's also the card that I think we most consistently see, which is really funny with a 1-of, like removed with the Gachapon. It's the sort of card that if you see it too late, it's not that good because you're already set up. But it's also the sort of card where like if the board state looks like this, running R&D and installing 3 cards is both not your priority. I don't know. It's really hard. Like the deck, from my understanding, used to be on 2 illuminations, and it was that good. And then before Worlds, it was changed 1 illumination for 3 pinholes, which I think we can all agree that was probably a great change.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, I think there's better things to do with your influence. And Bling, yeah. Keiko is a pretty good console, I think.
Yeah.
And we have some companions and the twinning.
Spin Doctor, first charge here. Now, this is really important because it depends what we're shuffling back here. It looks like it's Spin Doctor and a Mavirus. So keeping the Mavirus alive is interesting. But that means if this Wage Workers goes down, which is charged next, there is no trick for you to gain clicks off of this board state using the Sphigator Excavator if I am not missing anything. So that ordering is really important. Gourmand going to take down the Wage Workers. 3 Audrey counters is not enough for the server, but Pinhole Threading is going to deal with the Sphere. And we're just going to take the board state apart, just saying you have ice and agendas. That's all you have. Wall to wall will be wall to wall is going to be slightly better, which is kind of fun, but not in a way that actually matters.
Yeah, it doesn't really. On 16 credits.
Do you run this with 4 counters? No, you die to measured so easily. You're going to die to measured if you score it anyways. If this is an Azyef, you probably die to measured here. I would love this to be an Azyef. Right?
You
like
need Azep slash and burn and
no, you double advance measured. It's that easy.
And two steel skin. Ooh.
Oh no, it's a slash. So just a 4/2. Okay. Now, very importantly, we're on measured response threat. We're on threat 4, but that's definitely not a card you want to end up in your score area. This means next turn, if you do install advance, you're hoping that you can get a purge at some point. It is written. Slav is a 4/2 agenda. Yeah, I guess you can score these, but that means Augustus doesn't have anything better in hand. There's no Azyef in hand unless it was top decked. There's probably no 5/3 in hand. That is not a great spot to be in, but Augustus trying to make the best of it and still forcing those measured. Measured doesn't require you to steal or trash, just a successful run. And Radish with only 4 credits, double measured is a possibility.
And threat 4 is worth it.
Yeah.
Scoring a slash and burn is ugly, but now we're on thread 4 on 14 credits. That changes everything. On a Dwellish only on 4 credits, that puts a lot of pressure to play around measured.
Gachapon, we can crack that open. If we don't run, we don't worry about measured. And Hoshiko could go back to natural form. We're just going to take that fermenter before we get purged back, which Augustus has been very clear that that's something that they want to do. Just clicking up, discarding a card here. Wall to wall, maybe you can draw and jam in the remote server. I think the best top deck here is a 5/3. maybe, and the one of Mavirus in 22 cards would like make the server impossible to run unless there's, I think we played every pinhole so far. So like protecting the Mavirus is just the most important thing in the matchup. Throwing out the Ashen. I see it. 22 cards left. The game is winding down.
Here he's asking my kingdom for an Audacity, but Slash and Burn is a really cool card. I don't miss Audacity so much. Slash and Burn is really interesting. I love it.
Extract the last Spin Doctor. Going to get iced up. So here we're drawing 2 cards, getting 6 credits. We still have 2 clicks left. So one of Mavirus in the list on this remote server. Install Advance with HQ open. If you're relying on the Slash and Burns, Autoradish can just walk in there and maybe take those out of your hand. Okay, we got install in the remote, install in HQ. So you're worried about, what is the worst case here? Like advanced nano management / lose to 5-3?
Many lines to win here.
Yeah.
It's very threatening in state. Yeah. On 21 credits.
It's possible.
It is, yeah.
It may be unlikely, but it's definitely possible, and that's something Autoradish is definitely going to calculate around. The cool thing with the Gachapon here, too, is that you can crack it and then have a chance of finding something like the last Spotulus or a Chisel, and then maybe that opens up HQ, and that's where you want to put your pressure this turn. But having the Gachapon on the Corporation's turn, even if you don't have a cookbook, means you'll get somewhere. And it looks like we don't have an Icebreaker, but we do have a couple more credits coming in with Fermenter.
Wow, that's too slow. I don't think that's gonna
do
anything.
The best you got here is you're thinning your deck, but yeah, that is the only legal option, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this Devil Charm?
You can't install hardware. It has to be virtual or program, right?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, no.
So
yeah, it's
Radish is not making a
only,
choice.
Indeed.
Radish thinking now this.
Yeah, I think the only line is HQ. Yeah, you can't really contest. Maybe you can try.
You can run the remote server. Like you have 4 counters. Unless there's an envelopment here, you're good.
Yeah, why not?
I wonder if Augustus just puts in a 3-2 and says, like, if you run through here, you're spending so many cards with Audrey that you're going to die to measured. So no matter what, you can make a good fork. If we look at the steel skins, 2 of them are out. So if you are going to run and break 4 ice, that's 4 cards out of your hand. The most you're going to end up with is 2 cards back.
Yeah, I can see how you can run this 4 ice remote and survive to measured.
Yeah.
Afterward. That seems complicated.
This is where the margins get super, super narrow. Oshiko will get a couple more credits. So like Kraken Fermenter is an option. But you do want to end your turn on at least 8 credits if you have sub 4 cards in hand and you've made a run. Successful run, I think.
Yeah, HQ seems safer. You can take out FA pieces and measured.
Yeah, trashing measure, trashing slab, or stealing slabs. Slash and burns would be good.
Yeah.
All our Gourmands are out. Ooh, raindrops. Let's see where we're going. I'm assuming it's HQ. There we go. Yeah, it's getting res. After is okay. Your credits are going to go down, which will matter maybe on this turn, but that's just going to be an Audrey counter, 1 card from hand. Kind of perfect here for Augustus.
Yeah, it's fine.
Devil Charm's getting trashed. Again, we can only break 1 of these subroutines. So quite fine. You get the raindrops counter. Oh, Basalt Steel. So Radish can win in 1 single access. The card taken back from archives is unknown, but now measured response is very alive and well this turn. Radish has 5 cards in hand, 9 credits, 4 more in the Fermenter. You got so many options.
The top of R&D?
I mean, I think you go HQ again, right? You need to get the slash and burns, right?
Yeah.
Simul chip, maybe we'll chisel down this Afshar. It's slightly slow. Oh, we're running the remote server saying there's an agenda in there. I can win the game this turn, even if I empty my whole hand. White space is the outermost. We need an envelopment here to possibly stop Radish. Now, this does end the run. You can grab something here.
Audrey counter?
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to save the Simul chip for a Botulus and you'll just trash the Fermenter at some point. You're really, really likely to get in here.
Why they boost Audrey's strength? White space is 0 strength.
Did they boost? Oh, they did boost. I'm not sure why. Clicked the wrong. Okay, so that was fixed, I'm assuming, or will be fixed. Yeah. Yeah, was that missed? I don't know what happened. Kessleroid?
just on the wrong eyes, but
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Yeah. Probably will matter here. No matter what measure, it's going to be an issue.
Only one counter left.
Oh, we're getting through the server. This might be it. If this is where the agenda is. Radish has it. We're getting through the Kessleroid. That's one more counter. Maskarovka, you can just simul-chip your way back through this. Going to trash. Report state doesn't really exist, but the botch list is enough. Enjoy your 2 credits. I'm going to touch what's in the server. Do you think it's an agenda? I think it's an agenda. Bass Chiraboga! 6 credits. Not enough. 1 card in hand. An F in chat for Radish. Single measured is going to close the game. What a finish. Well played. Yeah, the Bass in the remote server like makes some sense because if you crack the Bass, you can get a wage workers. And then 2 wage workers are out. So I guess you're just scoring from hand there. What a bait. What a bait.
Yeah, we haven't seen this Bass for the whole game, so it was at the perfect time.
Gotta be somewhere. And the Bass was trashed, which put Radish underneath the credits, I believe. Which probably didn't matter if Augustus had another measured, but there's a chance if you don't trash there, you survive. I think at this point, you're likely just a flatline no matter what. We've probably seen 2 measured as the corp. Yeah, would have installed 100% SZF if I had it, so I think it was a good play. Good call there, yeah. The SZF into measured line is such a cool line that is kind of hard to see coming. Yeah, very, very cool. Well played to both players. Augustus is going to survive on. I don't think Radish is. I think Radish now is only taking the 2nd life. So Radish is still in, holding on there on the last life. So well played to both players. Great players. Really, really fun game. Let's jump into another table. We have some time. Let's do Kikai versus Davs. This is going to be AUCO, but almost all these games are.
eSports.
Oh, it's a flatline. Yeah.
Already?
It's a flatline. Davs on ESA, 7 card hand side, unfortunately, to see how they runs. It looks like something went across for lethal there, but that will be a corporation win. Well played to both.
That was an eSports team kill.
It was, yeah. We're getting this team kills. It will just happen, unfortunately.
Of course.
Table 3, Jat versus Chris.
Let's go.
All right, we got a game here. False lead in Jat's score area. We're checking archives here. Chris is on 2 points. All the spin doctors out. The archive checked with 6 cards in the bin. Healthy hand for Chris. 1 bite is out, but there is a bunch of cards in here, and we have at least a click left. An from Chris is probably not in a great spot.
Oh, I watched the stream earlier on. First time I saw a false lead kill with like that with fat.
Yeah. The fun damage is cool.
The postage, scoring the false lead. That was funny.
Yeah, we don't need Sting in the modern meta. Moonpool getting rezzed. We'll see where the counters go, but there's definitely cards or agendas from archives going back into R&D here. On 2 points, you can't feed 2 Fujis because the game will be over. So we'll see what goes back. Again, we have 1 Moonpool out, Fuji and false lead going back into the deck. So we're seeing the 2nd bite. 2nd Moonpool. So this deck only has 1 more recursion card, 1 final Moonpool, unless it's something we're not aware of. Chris here still has 4 clicks left. That was the archives mark on the Sable run. Solidarity badge, no free lunch. Yep.
Yeah, Solidarity badge. That's nice in a criminal decks.
Yeah.
We've seen it earlier too.
This is something I know Chris has been trying for a while. I'm not sure if he ended up bringing it to Worlds. And mind you, Chris's Worlds run was just an absolute beast, not losing a game in Swiss. But he's sworn by this. And specifically in a meta that's a bit more focused, like this event, Ultimate Showdown, you were imagining there's going to be a lot of Epiphany. There's going to be a lot of AUCO. And for 1 influence, this is not a terrible asset card, let alone a terrible tag card. Really important. I like this choice a lot. But Chris has been playing with this one for a bit, so he is aware of the lines. Double advance went behind the ManintheMoon. That is a 3-card break or 3 credit break. No free lunch could be popped as much as is a safety tool. But mind you, the card that is advanced with the Moonpool doesn't have to be an advanceable card, as much as this could be an Urtica to do 4 damage.
If this AUCO is on, is it Oppo research?
I'm assuming. I don't have I can't like pull up Jat's deck right now.
I'll check it.
Yeah,
I'll
please.
Check it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm assuming we've seen double Endaline, double Oppo decks today. We've seen triple Oppo at Worlds. But Chris going to put the Nuka down, ask for action. Jat is thinking. Now, I don't think we stole or trashed. So the question is, do you want to trade the false lead for like a see how they run on the table? That's the possibility. But see how they run doesn't have a lot of teeth if Chris just holds onto the no free lunch, which can clear the tag at instant speed. So Shot needs to release Chris from the false lead prison, or the false lead question, let's call it.
So Jihad is on 2 Oppo and 2 end of the line. So this no free lunch is really a critical piece. You don't pop it for 3 credits. You really hang on to it for your life.
Yeah, it's the see how they runs. It's such a big deal, right? Because the end of line does 5 damage burst. Oh, we're cracking false lead. What is Jot cooking here? Cohort? So can we do see how they run Mindscaping end of line? I think the no free lunch is just going to stop that on the spot. What's the play?
It's not tagged?
Trashing? No, but the see how they run gives a tag, right? It's just it's only a single tag. So it's scoring a Fuji. So we're trading a 1 into a 3, which on this board state, maybe that's just what you have to do because you are cornered. 3 cards in hand for Chris. So haven't stolen or trashed. So it's not like you can do a big oppo here, let alone we can't afford a big oppo. But this just takes points out of the game and takes cards out of Chris's hand. Losing the Debbie, which is quite good in the matchup. We don't have a Hermes on the table, so there's going to be no disruption that Jot has to rebuild. And it's going to be on 7 cards in hand after the install behind the ManintheMoon.
For going letting go the false leads threat like that.
Yeah, that opens up a lot for Chris. And you see here the solidarity badge. Just clicklessly, not only clicklessly drawing, but clicklessly class acting is just the coolest thing in Criminal.
No poor research or end of the line in archive, but there's 2 bytes in archives.
Transfer on HQ, a lot easier to play with the false leads, spoken for. Card in server 3, you have to either run the cohort or run archives, because in theory, I don't know if there's Regenesis in this deck, I'd be surprised, but a 4-2 can be scored from the table here. But now money is going to be the rate limiting factor. So Shot going to res a Tattoo Bola. Now breaking this with Kurapira is free. It gives Shot 4 credits, which you take that money back, so you're okay with this, and it charges your Kurapira. Overall, not too bad. I think you don't want to go for the swap. End the line. Access in hand.
No tattoo swap. So cop down to 0.
Yeah, the swap is really ugly, right? Because then I guess you go up to 6 and then lose 3. So maybe it's not the worst, but maybe we don't even have ice.
And you also give 2 credits to the runner. So
yeah. Archives is the mark. It does cost you only 1 to check archives if we want, but we're checking the enemy. We're taking down the cohort to keep the credits out of this game. Throwing out the second
you have to
copy.
contest the co-op against AU co-op.
Yeah, let alone the counter, let alone the money, going to be really important. Just click for 3 here. Let's do a transfer check. That's the final transfer. And speaking of final cards, there's only 2 cards left in the stack here for Chris. We should have a good read of what those cards are. We have our permanent killer on the table. Just playing money. 6 cards left. You have to be a bit careful here, but we're checking the Samux server. See if we pay or whether we just bypass. Bypass is going to be the case, and it's a false lead. 3 points for Chris. Oppo is online as much as the money's. Oh, we cracked the no free lunch.
It seems so, yeah, indeed. But cop only on 3 credits. So maybe we're pushing.
White space on archives, finding a Mindscaping end of line. It looks like Jot is giving up on the kill combo, at least that direct one. So 12 cards left in R&D. We've only seen 6 points so far. This is what happens with AU Cola end games. The points are all over the central servers. The question is, can Jot make more problems before he can just touch those cards?
So HQ must be loaded, no?
It has to be. Mindscaping for value. So this is gain 2 credits, draw 2 cards, lose a card, lose your mandatory draw next turn, kind of. On 5 credits, going to keep jamming, and a small oppo research for 2 tags here will keep Chris slightly busy. It's a FUT res too. So this turn you don't have to do anything. The oppo generally attached to like a tempo play, but in theory, Chris here can just like clear the tags and just click for credits. You don't have to do a FUT this turn unless there's a hybrid release, which with open deck lists, you'd be aware.
Yeah, with a cop on 2 credits.
Yeah, you're fine.
Nothing installed. Yeah, you can just take a turn off.
The thing is, like on 3 points, that's where Fuji doesn't win the game. So FUT's text is actually relevant because if you lose all your cards and you're down to 1 card left, you're going to have a problem with another anemone. So here, Chris just needs to preserve cards and not take damage from FUT. So again, dealing with FUT this turn, a bit expensive. It's 3 + 3. That's all of Chris's money.
But you don't have to. You can wait for next turn to deal with it. There's no.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. There's no 2-1, no hybrid release in this one.
Shot down to 10 cards, 1 Ayuko counter. We're just clicking up whether we want to get to the Hansei range or just enough to play a petty cash that could hit the bin. But we have 2 Hanseis out. Last click here again. Going to be struggling to hold all those agendas. Card behind the Anemone. Fut is now hitting the most it can do in a single turn, which will be 3 extra net damage for 2 counters. Chris just charging an Anemone. Wait, this could be 5 damage if there's a Fuji. I'd be surprised if it is, but even if it's a small agenda, that's 3 damage, which puts you on fewer cards in hand. So longevity, that's 3 damage. Ayuko's going to fire. We're down to 3 cards here. We really need to watch out. Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the fat first. I think he could afford it.
Seems expensive. I think now you just run down centrals and say, like, I win. Like, it comes down to how many bites are in the list. And I'd be surprised if there's 3, but you can run HQ, you can run R&D. You don't die to Anemone. We have no multi-access, mind you. We probably still have a twinning, maybe a wake, but definitely still a twinning in our bottom card. Or it could be in our hand.
There's Nuka, but there's only 1 card in the stack.
Yeah, I don't think you hit Nuka. I think she's going to watch the end of the game. Okay, we have 3 cards in hand.
You trash fat first.
I don't know if you do. It's 6 credits. Maybe that's a good trade.
You can afford it. But,
you can. It builds up the Kurapir
counters
counters here. But I think Chris is just saying, I'm gonna run central. It's like every agenda wins the game. Well, that's not true. False leads don't. So Fut still could have teeth. But we'll see here, Chris. Aggressive line.
Only 6 cards. Only 6 cards on R&D.
We did see a Fuji get shuffled back in. Very importantly also for viewers is that Fuji's win scored or stolen text. If you win the game while stealing the last Fuji, you don't need to take the net damage. The game is over. It's not an additional cost, so both Fut and Fuji do not matter if the game-winning agenda gets stolen. Let's see if we Hansei out of this. There you go, Hansei. Cards and archives now. And we're on 10 credits. Ayuko did get a counter here. 6 cards, left in R&D here. Not building the board state, hoping that Chris will run into something that does damage. You might win this game with no cards in hand. Like, you hit 1 Anemone, you're down to 1 card. What do you do? I think you run HQ, run R&D, run archives, credit.
Something like that.
Archives is the mark. Yeah. Well, you actually be careful. If you run archives and it's a false lead, you end up taking 2 Fut damage, and then you can't run R&D because it's a Anemone. So your ordering actually has to be the unknown ice first, I'm pretty sure.
R&D could be Anemone, which could be bad too.
Just saying, I'm going to click for 4. You have to make a play or you will run out of cards. Jad has 5 turns to score out. Again, in terms of the fast advance threats, that's where cards can just come out of hand very quickly. There is 1 more Moon Pool. So there's actually a risk here where it's Moon Pool to score out an agenda, which will take 3 cards out of hand. And then Chris cannot face tank R&D without risking an enemy death.
Yeah, that's true. With Moon Pool, you need Moon Pool and 3 agendas in hand to score 3-2.
It's a possibility. The agendas have to be in hand.
That's probably at least 2 agendas in HQ,
Yeah, stealing the longevity serum was really important. Oh, we're drawing. So probably no FA this turn. 4 cards left in R&D. Chris just does nothing. Like, maybe Chris just takes the Fut down and then says, how are you going to win?
I think that's reasonable play.
Yeah.
You can just check the board. But this time, check the Fat first.
I don't know, man. If you win, you win.
You've clicking for credits for a few turns. You can afford taking it down before.
We're taking it down 3 and 3. So server 7 is a credit to check it. We're checking archives first, hopefully fleshing out a Moon Pool potentially. All the Spin Doctors are spoken for. They're the alt arts and they're moved from game section you might not be familiar with. We'll see what happens here. Again, we're breaking this for free. It is a Fut. False lead. This is just going to be 1 damage. So Chris still has enough cards to tank 1 Anemone, but it was a double Fut play. So either you can run HQ or you can run R&D. If you run R&D, you might lose your whole hand, but you don't flatline, and any agenda wins the game. The points have to be in central servers. There's only 9 cards left, and most of them might be agendas at this point.
Yeah, you can probably run R&D or HQ.
Yeah. You did see a Fuji get shuffled back into R&D, but we have drawn a lot. Ayuko basically can't fire anymore, because if you fire Ayuko, you have to win this turn. The question is, do you die to fast events next turn? The most amount of damage you can take is 1 from FUT, Moonpool. Moonpool is a way to add more cards into R&D, so we're going HQ here. Tatubola, we have credits. I don't know if there's an oppo play you have to be scared of, but a single access here could easily close the game out. Tatubola, no swap, end of the line. The one card in hand we knew.
And we go again.
Charging Courtier is really powerful. Tatubola decline swap. See how they run that game? Chris taking it with 2 cards in hand.
Well played.
Really well played. 16 unique accesses. That's kind of what you expect there. But Jat, that is like the interesting thing about if you can, survive the Ayuko, if you can go toe to toe, is that ability does burn kind of the candle on both ends. And you end up in these situations where you feel cornered, where the density on centrals goes up drastically. And then the pressure on centrals is a nice way to close the game out. It's a very exciting finish, usually against Ayuko if you don't, if you play your pinholes and all that. Yeah, turn 1 badge apparently. Oh, I believe that was super clutch. What a cool card in the matchup.
Yeah.
Right.
It seems, yeah.
I think that was the last round.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to hit the refresh button here. We have some results coming in at the higher tables. We have Antoine, who's only lost 1 game so far, taking a game off of Ayuko. Eden playing, I'm assuming it plays the sort of mean, oppo research, end of the line. The Ayuko, I think we're seeing the majority of today. Kikai versus Davs, we tuned in a bit to that matchup, and Ayuko taking it there. Otherwise, we saw Augustus play, and then on some of the tables, it looks like there was a repair at the end. I think D maybe had to drop. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't see their name anymore. But Tuno taking a game of Ice Cream College. Ian, Rongi Dodge staying in against Motion Blur, off 15-15. Ayuko still doing quite well. I think only dropping 2 games this round. Still a good identity. I think that's also the last game for, unfortunately, the big unit. 3K Jonas losing a final Epiphany game. Really incredible player. Wanted to watch more Epiphany games, but Psalms Draft, our world champ, taking an ESA game off of the Corp. All right, how are we all doing? We're gonna have a stream images update, I think, sooner than later once we have the graphic coming in. We're still waiting for one final response, I think, between Mult and Alpi. Have you been able to watch today, Gelhar? I don't know if you've been in chat for the earlier part of the day for you.
Yeah, I did watch the early rounds. Yeah, I was around.
There's been some really wild games. Like, you have a really high quality play, and then you still have the most exciting games where the margins are so narrow. The lines have to be like, really well honed and really well seen. And the players today are really sniffing those lines out. It's been good. It's been really, really good.
Yeah, we had some pretty exciting games here. It was really really intense. I remember.
Okay, I'm just checking our schedule here. So if I'm not mistaken, we're just about to start round 6. We probably going to be joined by Vicetron. I don't know, Vicetron, if you can hear the stream, whether you want to pop into the chat real quickly. I know you'll be around for a bit, which is a treat. I'm going to be throwing myself on mute for a moment. But this is actually really important, because if the numbers are correct, this upcoming round is likely to drop us down to a top 8 cut, just kind of organically because of the 3 lives lost. If that's not the case, from my understanding, and we might have Abraham come in to explain it, is that if there's a couple players, if we still have like 9 or 10 players left over, there'll be kind of like a special round following the upcoming round, which is just like the sudden elimination round. Because after this round, and then after the possibility of having the extra round, we'll be down to a top 8. And functionally, it'll just be a top 8 as you expect. I don't know whether that means the top 8, the first will play the 8th, and then they pick the sides, anything like that. Like, I don't know if it comes down to those top 8 rules, but we're still going to be playing triple elimination. So we'll have some players who can lose 2 games, some players who can only lose 1. But the numbers are obviously, as it goes throughout the day, dwindling, but we have some really strong players still fighting there. I think we're joined by Vicetron. Vicetron, how's it going?
It is going. How about yourselves? We're seeing some great games today. These are fantastic.
Games have been good. I cannot ask for better, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
No, definitely not. These folks are playing for their lives out here. It's like there's more on the line than there was at Worlds for some of these. These matches have been bonkers. Love it.
It's wild. It's like intercontinentals classically, which this is not exactly intercontinentals. We've had like a history of people bringing in weird decks and like showing stuff off and like having a great time. And I have no doubt that's still happening. But the consistent quality of competitive decks, competitive play, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. It's the 24 people you'd expect for that to come from, but it's been good. It's been really good.
Yet at the same time, I mean, the level that they are playing at is just absurd. I'm so jazzed to get to see this so soon after Worlds. This is, I think you mentioned before, but this is normally where you start to see people, slow down a little, take it easy a little. Not at all. That's what we're about here.
So this is our standings. I have them up on Cobra after round 5. So we have 4 players who've only lost 1 round so far. So Augustus, Antoine, Chris, and Kikai. Otherwise, there's a whole bunch of players again with 1 life left on the 9-pointers. We'll have a graphic up in just a second. Thank you, Lucy. So, oh, nice, in light mode. So we have 4 players with 2 lives left, and then half the players left here with 1 life left. Unfortunately, we've already lost about 10 players left, so we're down to 14 if my napkin math is right here. But we have some very, very, very exciting games coming up. This graphic is really pretty. I do want to say
it a lot.
Unfortunate stats. It looks like Shaper so far has only won 1 game in this tournament. There's only 2 Shaper players. I don't mean to call them out directly, but in terms of like a faction win rate, it's it's not looking the best out here. Okay.
Now it kind of tracks with what we've been seeing more broadly too, and that the Shaper players that bring it, yeah. But it's definitely tough. It's a rough time to be green.
So round 6 is up. I don't know, Vicetron, do you want to maybe pick matchup? I don't know if you have Cobra ahead of you. Apologies. I know I'm not screen sharing myself. I probably should be, honestly.
It's all good. I'm still pulling stuff up on my end. I'm catching up, although I am super interested in what Alpi's got going on over at 7. I'm always curious to see, or is that 7? Am I looking at that incorrectly?
7 is Zomstrap. So the Mirror Morph and Alpi we just saw 2 rounds ago, so I might suggest to go in a different direction if that's cool.
Hit it. Yeah. No, I didn't see 2 rounds ago. I was baking. So let's do this.
Cool. No pressure. So, okay, maybe I can suggest 1 of 2 options that might make sense. Table 4 is Radish on PD versus Tuno playing Maggie, or Zom's After World Champ is on PD versus Motion Blur playing Sable. I think those are both going to be interesting. We haven't seen PD at all so far.
Yeah. I'm very down to see some PD stuff. I would be curious to see what Zom's bringing to it.
Cool. All right. Let me just pull that up in the background. I'm going to show you a few decks on the screen for the stream. I think this PD deck is very straightforward. I would call it maybe even not build a remote, but is like 3 nano management, 3 RLCs. It has Manic-Arms and Digital Life, so it wants to score on Midnight 3s. It probably will build a remote, but the ice is like really, really small. No MICs, no bronze. It's just like hard end the runs, Maskarovkas. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how that's navigated by an aggressive criminal that maybe wants to touch central servers a lot.
Yeah, we've been seeing a significant amount of Maskarovka in a lot of purple decks, and it's just so efficient. It's so good. Galar, go ahead.
Yeah, Zom's he is on a shoot the moon kind of position design. And the Radish decks is core damage. Classic core damage PD. So we're going for Zom's then?
I believe we are, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to check really quickly. Zom's Draft, and this is Motion Blur. I believe this is an elimination matchup. I just want to double check to make sure. Motion Blur has 2 life left. Zom's Draft is in. Oh no, they both have 2 life. No, they have 1 life left. Sorry, there's very few people with 2 lives left. Middle column is the very scary column. So either player can be knocked out of this massive tournament. Again, they've had a great year of Netrunner play, but this is an important matchup, that's for sure.
I think we're going to see a hell of a match out of that middle column in particular. Yeah. I'm always jazzed to see when folks are in chase bracket just how hard they're willing to swing. A lot of times you'll see people make plays that they would not necessarily jump to immediately. And both of these decks are very capable of doing that, especially the PD. This is something kind of a little bit closer to that foot gun style of just like all gas, no brakes, and the plays that you can make with this and then rapidly realize that you are way ahead or way behind where you thought you were. I love it to pieces.
Yeah, speaking of Shoot the Moon, right? Like this was a big deck, I want to say 2 years ago from Abraham, from ManintheMoon, who popularized that deck. And it's sort of like jammy RLC YDL HB. I think it lost a lot in the big FFG rotation where you lost things like Gatekeeper and of course Rashida, which were some of the strongest ways where YDL was really, really, really cracked. I'm really interested to see how this is. I'm assuming aggro criminal, let alone with Wake Implant, with twinning, even an alarm clock might be a problem. We'll also see if the transfer of wealth, so whether you can float the tag or not, considering there's 2 copies of Greasing the Palm and that that might catch up with you sooner than later.
Yeah,
Absolutely can, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely Gatekeeper and Rashida are the two big classes for the Shoot the Moon deck. But we have a humanoid resource.
Yeah, true.
And you can play the YDL after you pop it. The deck is played 3 off. And it's on fully operational too, so a bit more horizontal.
Yeah, I wonder how horizontal we're going to go. I also would like really be excited to see, because I have not seen enough of it, the sort of play where you RLC and then you install the fully op on the same turn, or sorry, you install the humanoid on the same turn and fire it, which like feels good. And then you kind of look at the numbers and you're not convinced all the time, but sometimes that's exactly what you want to do. This deck also only has a single hedge fund. So like so much of the economy is going to be tied directly into the YDL and maybe into the humanoid fires. So we'll see if the pinholes, see what sort of pressure we can get off to really slow that down.
So often that one turn version of the humanoid there really comes down to whether or not you get a quality operation at the end.
Oh yeah.
Like everything else that it's doing is fantastic, but that last effective click is everything.
No,
not always. Sometimes you're happy, even if you miss the operation, it's still good tempo on some boss state.
But you still do it, absolutely. I'm saying like the difference between one with like a fully op at the end and one without is night and day. I still make the play regardless when I play foot gun or things related to it, but like, oh my gosh, you hit the ludicrous tempo in there, you get 7-8 clicks of value. It's just fantastic.
It does make a difference, and it's also a deck building challenge to make it work. But the game is starting.
it looks like we're off. I'm gonna throw myself on mute. Y'all have a great time.
Yeah. See you later.
Alrighty.
Okay, hedge fund, Ice HQ.
Yep, that is what you do against a blue ID.
Yeah. Oh, we have
immediately rips a Carpe.
Carpe on drafter, but not with only one card in archive. It's not such. We're okay to face check a drafter, and we have 3 clicks to response to the install. So that seems fine for the runner, I think. Oh, we have an installation of a Managram in HQ, which is raised.
It's going to be an expensive turn 1.
You're spending 2 clicks and getting 1 back with Sable, so. But then spending 3 credits to take care of this Managram. Yeah. Honor is wins the exchange, I think, on this first turn.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I would say of all the times to hit a drafter, that's one of the least bad you could reasonably get, and yet I still see that hedge fund come back and everything else, and I look at that and I'm just like, oh, I don't know, that still felt pretty decent.
And here's it again, so yeah. Now, Corpse back on 9 credits. Mark is Iron Resistant, Carpe Diem, Class Act. Oh, drawing last click after installing Class Act? Oh no, there's more clicks. Okay.
If they're intending to set up as fast as humanly possible against a PD that's looking to go that fast, I get it. I don't love the play, but if you're going to set up, then just take a dedicated setup turn, knock it out, get it done.
Yeah, they were really low on cards, so they had to draw, yeah. No, on 9 cards, we have a remote, another extension.
Getaway into archives as opposed to the open R&D, but we want the Sable click. That makes perfect sense. Ooh.
Boomerang, Bravado, the remote. Okay.
That is exactly what you want to see. Class Act doing its job, giving you exactly what you need in the exact moment you need it.
That's good pressure. Yeah, Mark is archive this turn.
That can't be another Managarm on HQ. We're not doing that twice.
That's what I was wondering. What's this upgrade on HQ?
One is a lot. 2 is, I guess we'll see.
Actually, Managram is the only upgrade. I'm checking the deck list. Yeah, it has to be the second Managram.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So really playing around transfer of wealth, obviously. We are thinking this drafter isn't enough to protect us from getting our bank account siphoned. Drawing 2 cards. I'm jamming another card.
Zomsrath just refusing to stop jamming. You are going to run this every turn. This is going to keep happening. With that Rang, though, I mean, like, you need to find a way to create some amount of cost to the runner, or Motion Blur is just going to keep hitting it. Oh, there's the early Hermes, too. Huge.
Oh, human resource. Nice.
Yeah.
Up to 10 cards. If they have the YDR, it's gonna be nice.
Let's see what else gets installed too, because there's a if we cover the central, Sable gets a lot less good. If we build the remote, you might be able to just end the game, right? So we want to see what that looks like.
So the ice, the remote ice has been boomeranged, not raised. Okay. And the card in server 1, but it's red level clearance played.
That's not traditional. I'm curious as to how this will go.
Fun, because you can gonna click and do whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Draws 2. Gain a click.
Yeah. What is Zamsraft thing? The big YDL. Love to see it.
Do 17 credits. But this deck is not playing big deal, but we are playing nano management, which costs some money.
Okay. Collect the Sable click, nothing of note. We're not spinning, we're not doing any of that.
Setup turn, just Mamie, Nuka.
Yep.
Another second eliminated resource spot.
Oh no, it doesn't stop! It doesn't stop!
Zamsraft on 20 credits, 10 cards in hand, jams another card in server 1. Second ice maybe on this server?
We can only hope, right? I mean, you've got to have an answer to Boomerang eventually.
Yeah. You might even want to trash the Boomerang dice.
There's definitely a line where you res everything else and make Hermes hit that, right? Like, that's neat, but you have to score something first. And that's a toughie.
Considering the second install from a humanoid?
Yeah, it's just so many options presented from any given HR play. You gotta really think it through. We're already halfway through the corp deck. Just, worth noting.
And he declines the second install and plays fully up. So not any ice in HQ, I think.
That's a frightening set of choices, indicative of something going on in HQ. Let's see if Motion Blur can capitalize.
And spin rest from server 1 and pop to protect some unseen card in archives. Runner plays Gamble and checks the wedge workers on server 2 and install open market.
Pristine pressure from Motion Blur, just hammering every point of weakness he can get his hands on. It's really solid. Good crim play.
Yeah. And the corpse on 23 credits, but no boss states.
No.
Only a poor drafter and one face down Boomerang ice. So.
Yeah. And his corp deck is absolutely capable of scoring very aggressively from just hand alone, but it's not going to be easy when Motion Blur's just holding your head under the water. Otherwise, as far as board goes.
Yeah, look, some draft draw is awkward. So many credits and 0 points, no ball state. Are they only drawing agendas, maybe?
I mean, I have to imagine that declining an install when Motion Blur is clearly so willing to touch everything on the table is indicative of some amount of weakness on that front. Again, we're halfway through the corp deck. There's agendas. I just can't tell how many. It's difficult to guess. I mean, we're looking at a total of 8 in the entire deck. So, you could reasonably say there's probably 3 to 4 floating somewhere, and if we haven't seen them in archives and we haven't seen anything pinged off of R&D, the hand might not be in the best spot.
Yeah, we are more on the board now. New remote, new ice, not boomerang, and advanced. No, there's no advanceable agenda. So it's agenda in the remote, no advanceable assets. Transfer.
This is This could be a rough Manigarm. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, we can pay for it.
Nano,
We had
Nano,
two
and
clicks.
hand.
Yeah, we had 2 clicks to pay for Managram.
Right. And there's the NFL for, and we're hitting R&D. Oh my god, this board control is so good. It's so strong. Of all of the things, like the play was hit HQ, try to get your Hermes proc and do something else with your turn. But yeah, why not rip it off the top of R&D?
Agenda in server 3 was bounced back to HQ with
Yep.
Hermes, with Midnight still on R&D. Back to Zomzoat with seems to be really flooded. 8 cards in HQ. We don't see any ice install, despite all the money he has.
Yeah, click one RLC could go a lot of different directions here. We got to see some points happen at some point.
I think Zomzoat getting a click is a second. Oh, wait, no.
Okay. There's the Luminal. Hey, yo.
That will help a bit.
Yeah, taking an extra turn tends to really help catch up on board state. That's good stuff.
Okay, Wedge Walkers picked back from ice with a precision design trigger. Hermes bouncing back the unread ice on server 3. Oh, Wedge Walkers is back.
Wedge Walkers is back and naked. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I was about to say.
We're going for 3 installs to get the Wedge Walker click, I guess. Oh yeah, we already installed the agendas.
Yep.
And fully up. Nice bounce back. Yeah, that's good turn. We have 2 points, not 8 credits, and some kind of board states, and 1 click. Still another click.
Yeah.
Fully up.
We love it. What is this? An 8-click turn now?
We played red level and nano management. So, and then
plus,
fully up.
Plus Luminal and yeah.
Wedge Walker has triggered a couple of times, I think, on this turn. Pretty cool.
Oh, and the HQ ice too. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised.
No.
I think HQ is loaded.
It better be. Otherwise, R&D is going to end the entire game. There's the twinning. I almost wonder if it's a little. Oh wait, there's the pinhole. Okay, yeah. You trash the wage workers with the Chesva money.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Price 2-2. Still try to control the board.
Motion blur.
If there's a spin in 7-1, can try to pressure it. Because the runner doesn't have to announce the card is accessing before
allows it.
Yeah, it goes for the wage and trashes it.
Yeah, it's an absolutely load-bearing piece of this deck. You cannot let it stick for more than a turn. Unless you're completely broke, there's really no good reason to let it sit.
Yeah, for sure. It was a mark, and Mamie paid for pinhole. It was really a free trash for the runner. And now playing Bravado for a lot of money. There's a spin there. Is it the first one? No, second spin.
That's correct. Yeah. I'm looking through the rest of this list and everything else with this many cards left. I mean, Sable could absolutely win this. We just need to see another breaker, and it's a horrible position for Zomsrath. But until that happens, what plays do they make?
Zomsrath plays YDL for 8 credits, up to 15. But again, it's not a big deal, so... And no 5 hours. There's 2 send a message in the deck. that he cannot really score.
No, those just feel like big glowing weak points at this point.
Yeah. Motion Blur just has to keep controlling the board, and he cannot lose this game if he's careful. Checks archives.
Nope, it's just free. We take
Which is
those.
Which is a mark, yeah.
Yep. Force the spin. Love to see it.
Opera installed. We're on 6 credits.
A little bit of anti-Hagen technology.
Yeah, with 2 Chesve, we can probably break anything. That's 10 credits. Oh, we don't have a code get.
No, hitting a scatter field is unfortunate, but at the same time, like, hardly the end of the world. There's the mask.
Yeah. Let's tip. And we're going to see 3 with twinning.
Oh!
Send a message.
There's the bounce. There's game, yeah. Oof. Just a relentless assault from Motion Blur. That was brutal to watch. Nine whole turns of just punching the purple ID until something else comes out.
Yeah, I think some draft draw was a bit awkward. How many ice is he playing? Seems pretty thin on defenses.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the count here, there's 3 drafters, a Hagen, 2 scatters, 2 white space, 2 Maskarovka, and like of those, 3 of those don't say end the run on them. So like, that's quite light. I would say we saw just a little bit, maybe just a little bit low as far as ice count, and yet, goodness gracious, it was almost like it wasn't there at all.
Hey, real quick.
Well played, Motion Blur.
We'll play to both. There's only one more game in the round right now, so I just jumped over. It's Kikai versus Antoine. Game's underway. 6-3. Antoine's playing some LEO. I'm gonna throw myself on mute. Have fun, y'all.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Andre. Okay, so Kikai against Antoine. Kikai already on 6 points. Yeah, it's a Leo against Sable again. Carrying 24 credits.
Yeah, I'm on record of being a very big Leo fan, but this board state is tough. This is a rough situation to be in. You're watching the world's richest Sable hammer you with a full rig, and this is not the position that you normally want to jump into a game for.
Yeah, it seems similar to the game we just left.
Yeah,
doesn't look like the corporation has any out on this one.
No.
Let me check the deck list. Yes, one analytic we haven't seen yet. Oh,
There's the ADT.
ADT down to 1 credit to score this ADT. Installing a brand, the fourth ice. Okay, this is a Doom remote. Even on 26 credits, it's gonna be.
I was about to say, yeah. I mean, like, and yet click 1 run with Sable and meh. You can manage it. You can find a way.
You can still get in, yeah, but.
Yeah. It's going to be miserable to do so. Absolutely awful, but.
Especially if Antoine managed to install a Mercia and
this is the meanest transfer I've ever seen. Yeah, Kikai even says this is silly. This is too much.
Okay, yeah. Kikai transferring with the corp only on 1 credit. Imagine it's a humanoid resource in everyone. That could be funny.
Yeah. Exciting stuff.
Clean getaway instead. That makes more sense.
That's a better one, yeah. I mean, as funny as it is to steal the last penny out of the corpse wallet, I feel like that's not practical. You probably shouldn't do that. Goes for the 1-tap too, lets the twinning build. That's going to be a kill shot eventually. It's smart.
Yeah, not spending twinning counters on this one.
No, absolutely not.
Is Hannah? Just click for credit.
Yep. There's no reason for Kikai to put any more pressure out right now. This is exactly where he wants to sit.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. Do we have an idea what's in server 1? Is it like an upgrade?
We definitely know that it is because it was the ADT was scored on top of it.
Oh yeah, right.
So we know that for sure. Now the thing is it Mersha? If it's Mersha, that's a likely choice, right? Like it's probably Mersha. Though I don't think we oh, it is. No, it is the Void. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only upgrades. But yeah, Pinhole answered the question. That was a Void. Yeah, so this 4 ice remote doesn't look so good anymore. And we're transferring again.
Yep.
No, that's the cops on 4 credits.
Yeah, we can't have that. Clear that wallet out of there. That's not allowed. Do we sweep the hand? We do not. Okay.
No, we don't.
We do not.
There's still 21 cards at R&D. It seems like it's been a slow game on turn 13.
Now, normally when I see the Leos that are on predictives, I usually expect a little bit more, sort of pace out of that. But at this point, Kikai is absolutely in the bully seat and could just sit back, click for credits, relax, just hammer the correct central, and it's over at any given moment.
This transfer of wealth was a third one, so Antoine can click for 3 credits. Confident that they won't get stolen next turn by the runner. Draws. Okay. 30 credits. It's two encounters.
Yeah, I want to see. Okay, no, even richer. Sure, yeah, 35 is a normal amount of credits to have.
Oh, Waking Plant. Yeah.
Oh, we are digging to the center of the earth after this. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. Establishing the control. We can get in this remote if we need, and if the cop doesn't jam, we'll swipe HQ with twinning and then access 6 on
rerun for more wake. Yeah, that this R&D dig is going to be vile.
Yeah, HSV pays for the flight swatter.
Say hello to Boomy again.
We are loading Leech also.
Yeah. Okay, the mark actually matters a lot here. It's HQ again. Okay.
Void still in archive, so the upgrade is Mercia. So that can be trashed with Leo.
Means that Bran is safe.
Yeah, but I think Kikai can get in this remote twice. 34 credits and 6 leash counter.
Yeah, the math is incredibly favorable here, for sure. Also, the first tour through will end up paying for the Bran with Kurapira tokens on the second. So that's even easier.
2 Kurapira counters.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread I have been messing with my cyber feeder a bit. That's strength. That's not counters. Never mind. We're good. My view is different.
Okay. Kikai is still taking his time, thinking, mathing. You can get the remote. You can probably also win on centrals. Take your odds. But with copies on 5 points, so probably you don't want to let the remote unchecked.
No, I think you pretty well have to. There's you with all the ice res and no other real vector for spending money. There's basically 2 ways this goes, right? But unfortunately, there's no more transfers left in Kikai's pocket, so that route is gone. You can't stop it that way, so you just have to check this remote. If you could go ahead and just do the R&D dig, but on the off chance that actually whiffs, you kind of want all the safety clicks you can get.
So the risk is if you spend, I'm not sure, I'm not doing the math, but if you do 2 runs and it's a humanoid resource in the remote and a Mesha to force the second run, maybe that opens up a scoring window for the corp on the turn after. But if that happens, you just fall back to R&D probably.
So on a quick math pass here, it's a 17 credit run through this server. I could have that slightly wrong, but point being, still very affordable. We're well beyond funny money as far as Kikai is concerned. This is
and it's going for it. Going for the remote, 8 credit to Break Brown. We are doing a Hannah run. Price water for 1. Mick we using Leech. And 3 credits.
Here comes the Mersha. Yep.
He's a Mersha. Okay, we are tagged, which shouldn't be relevant.
That's not going to. I don't believe that'll matter.
I guess we go back. Down to 18 credits. Oh, started on 34. So
There's the clicks.
16.
60. Okay, so I was one off. Right. So this is
16 and 3 Leech counters. So actually, if that costs the same, we're down to 2 credits and no Leech counter. That's pretty expensive. It's if we have if it's not an agenda, we're going to be destitute. Maybe it's fine.
In this case, if it's not an agenda, you can still get through the Bran.
Mick trashed to force the click spend, and it's a
there's
draw.
the liminal. Okay.
Well played. Yeah. Probably, I'm pretty sure there are more agendas in HQ, and Antoine had to push it.
I would be shocked if that was not the case. Had Antoine not put that in the remote at that moment, it would have just been either swiped off of building some wake or the comically large R&D dig that Kikai had in his pocket. Either way, that was a pretty commanding spot. Really, the right choices made by Antoine for sure. Good stuff.
Well played to both players. I believe that's the end of, I want to say round 6, but at this point I kind of have lost track. But if we jump over the standings, we should see how, or the pairings more accurately, we should see how this round has wrapped up. I think this is going to be a big round. We've been told that after this round, we'll be left with only 8 players. So we are hitting the top 8. We've gone from 24 after 6 rounds, just to 8 players left with triple elimination. So we're not going to have that many players who are on 2 lives left. And it's it's going to get wild, that's for sure. That was Kikai taking from Antoine. So once we get this in, we'll know a bit more. Whew. I want to take a second. So a couple things are coming up. Firstly, we have a whole bunch more rounds today. I just want to shout out some stuff, the stuff that is the reason why the stream is going on. So if I hit this button, for those who are not familiar, Netrunner Cards.net. This is ManintheMoon's project. He's been working on this for, I think it's been a couple of years now. And Netrunner Cards.net is a website which was spun up so that it's a place for you to go get alt arts if that's something that you're looking for. But also on a tab up here, there's an event organizer tab. And so if you are an organizer and you want to grab some alt arts to support whatever it is that you're doing, this website is meant to be an accessible way for players to get access to cards so they can, have a reason to bring people in, so they'll have some nice stuff when they leave your casual event, your tournament, your district, whatever it is. So if you want to check that out, link is in the description. And a really big thing, you've been seeing that art all over today. It is the alt art for this event, this Descent art. If you make an order, I think it's today and maybe the next 2 days, this Descents, they come with you, which they're no other way to get these from my understanding. So it's a nice time to go get some stuff for some upcoming tournaments, either this year or for early next year. I think also I want to shout out these showdowns have been going on all year. So a bunch of the players you're seeing today, like Antoine, for instance, who won the Winter Showdown, are here because they performed well in these online tournaments. And they've been fantastic, massive online tournaments. The biggest online tournaments we've seen in the history of the game, largely outside of like world championships in certain years. They've been really well run. And there's going to be even more next year. I believe we're looking at 5 showdowns next year across different months, across different time zones, which I think is a new thing next year. And it's all going to be culminating probably about this time next year for the 6th Ultimate Showdown, the 6th showdown of the year, which once again will be an Ultimate Showdown. And I believe at that point, all the invitees will be coming straight through the Showdown track. So it looks like the grassroots tournament circuit is looking quite well.
It's genuinely great. I want to pull back one topic really quick here.
Yeah.
ManintheMoon's selection of art and everything else is just phenomenal. My locals love these cards. Anytime somebody pulls them and they haven't seen one of them, there's always that moment where you pick up the card, just kind of stare at it like, oh, that's what that is. Oh, I love that. Like, just they're so expressive and fun. And like, I guarantee you there is something in there that you're going to vibe with. It is just so... it's such a great site to just stare at, and then hey, you can get them too, and they're super reasonable. So, big fan.
Yeah.
Same. ManintheMoon great outs and great service. Really nice. If anything goes wrong, he handles it. Really adorable person. Thank you, Abraham. A really great side.
Super cool. So you can check that. That is linked below. If we jump back, we have our standings now. So at the end of round 6, we have 2 players who have 2 lives left. Augustus and Kikai, both at 15 points. And then, if I'm not mistaken, all these 12-point players are on their final round. And we now have a clean top 8 here. So what's left? We're looking at 3 AUCOs, nearly half the field, but LEO also doing well. HB is more than half the field, if I'm not mistaken. We have 1 op player, as much as Scrubs has been a big presence in this top 24. I have no doubt we're going to see it continue to do well in the top 8. And then on the runner side, it looks relatively interesting. Still, there's 1 Shaper holding on. Shaper hasn't been the big standout of this top 24, but I'm excited to see Jot play lat, because Jot's been playing really, really strong lat for years now. So we might have a treat ahead of us. All right. If I'm not mistaken, we have a 50-minute break before we hit the top 8. Vicetron, are you around for the next round? Apologies.
I genuinely do not know. We've had a bit of a schedule change, so I'm going to check in while we're on break. We're going to figure it out from there.
Okay.
I know we're expecting to hear from Leo, which is exciting. So I'll see if I clear out for that or not.
Awesome. Otherwise, we're going to be throwing to a 50-minute break. We'll be back right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We have a top 8 ahead of you. This is the ultimate Showdown 2025. You're watching on the Metropole Grid. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the stream, some hype in chat, that really does support the channel. But we'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to the Ultimate Showdown 2025. You're watching this on the Metropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're just hitting our top 8 cut. There's 8 players left today. Only 2 players so far have more than 1 life left on this tournament, so things are going to get pretty close. I'm joined by 2 nice folks. Firstly, Vicetron returning after the break. How's it going?
It continues to go. I'm excited to be here. This next match is going to be awesome.
This is going to be quite cool. We're also joined by Leo. Leo, welcome to the channel. How you doing?
Hello, hi everyone from the chat room. I'm so excited to be here. Games have been looking so sick.
The games today have been kind of incredible, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. I just want to show the quick bracket of where we stand. So these are the matchups that are destined for our top 8 cut. We have only 2 players, Kikai and Augustus Caesar, that can lose another life and still be in the tournament. For the other 6 players, it is ride or die at this point. And the matchup I think we're going to be looking at is going to be Radish versus Jot, both on their last life. Shout out to Antoine versus Chris, the 2 Leo players, the team kill. One is going to go home, which is such a bummer, but the top bracket, at least Kikai and Augustus are sitting comfortable. We've only seen like 1 Shaper game today. I think that's where we're going to go. That makes sense?
Yes, Shaper, please. I think Shaper is so underrated.
It's extremely skill expressive too. Like the current card pool for Shaper is super cool, and Jot is an amazing player with a killer lat. So I'm really excited to see it.
Hey, speaking
I
of
think
killer
Shaper
lat,
has so much potential that is not being explored.
looks like the game has just started, so I'm going to throw myself on mute, but we are over there on, I'm not sure the table number, but good luck, have fun, everyone.
Good luck, have fun.
Absolutely. Oh, those card backs. Oh, my heart.
Have we started yet?
We've seen a draw, so yeah, it looks that way.
Yeah, it looks like Radish just started the turn.
How do we get these card backs? I'm seeing so many alts, and I have no idea how to get these.
There are a handful like that. For that fermenter alone, I don't think I've ever. I mean, it says where it's from, and yet I don't think I've encountered that before.
Okay, so we got Lat versus PD. We know what this PD is, right?
We do. This particular PD is this is Radish's. So this one is a full-on core PD. My heart. So standard 9 agendas, 3 nightmares. It's on Jagarundi, but it's not just Jagarundi. It's not the entirely iceless version. This one is kind of bridging the gap between those 2 variations, sort of like we've seen the more traditional, like, I'm trying to think of how to put this exactly. We've seen the one that's all in on Jag and kill lines, and then we've seen the one that's entirely in on the core plan, and this kind of exists more on just the core plan.
Yep, looks like core plan. There's no kill in this deck.
Nope.
Looks like it's a step 1 score of 5/3 kind of deck, so I'm excited to see that. And then on the other side, we have Lat. This is looking like Anacam Lat. Just regular old Anacam Lat running Pressure Spike, Palangi.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any other particularly spicy includes. I do love the Palangi, but the rest of this just seems to be... Oh, hey, there we go.
3 spec work is spicy for Anacam Lat, I believe. Oh, and 1 direct access. Ooh, that's really cool.
I like the anti-Leo tech a lot.
Yeah, we're teched up against Leo. But notably, direct access doesn't work with Anacam, so that's something to think about. Also, it's useless in this matchup anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter here, but it's 1 influence. You'll live. It'll be fine. It's also really funny against Ob, but that's another topic.
True.
That's a 21 credit total over on the HP side of the board.
Yep, we are rearing up to score a salvo here. Let's see what Jat's gonna do about it. Copulations, good start. I think that Jat's just gonna try and go for a HU sweep here to prevent a big deal score.
As well he should. This is where you hit the big deal, the salvo, or both. You're perfectly happy with any of those outcomes. You just absolutely have to.
This matchup, I believe, is probably not Lat's favorite matchup. Lat just likes controlling remote. This deck has no remote, so what are we controlling?
Oh, the salvo!
Okay, salvo's good start.
Hey, we take a 2-point salvo. We take those. We absolutely take those. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that this matchup, Lat is going to be recurring cupulation a lot, because he's probably just gonna want to sweep HU over and over again to find those big deals, find those salvo testings.
Yeah, it is. If you prevent them from holding the combo in hand, and given how many pieces are stealable or trashable, you can definitely hold them off of it. They kind of just don't get to play. So that's definitely the line.
So Ziad's thinking about whether he's taking a core from Nightmare Archives here. So first core doesn't really matter. It's when it's 2 core that really matters. Lat already doesn't get lat draw from PD anyways, because PD draws up to 6 and lat doesn't get lat draw. So the core matters less here.
He takes the core.
He takes the core. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So because one core doesn't matter, it's 2 cores where you get to install advance, your your ontologicals.
Yeah, and this doesn't have any of the like hyper proactive stuff. Like we're not going to see a tag into a hypoxia. We're not going to see a jupe stod. So it's very much like that first core is just you're halfway to it mattering, right? Entirely.
YDL here, I imagine.
I suspect so.
So the other reason why I think this is an unfavored matchup for Lat is because normally the runner builds up to get to a win condition where they can have twinning down and then they can lock R&D, continue locking R&D. And that's a very easy lose con for this deck. However, Lat is on cataloger and only one cataloger. So Lat is not going to be doing any sort of locking out R&D.
No, you're absolutely right.
He's also not a deck that wants to be running a lot. He wants to preferably runs remote every once in a while for cheap. He doesn't have that much gas for him to be able to run R&D over and over again to keep it locked for single. He'll just run out of gas before he's able to do that. So.
For sure. One thing that he can do, though, and you called this out earlier, is pick up and put down that cup over and over and just never like hold them down. And that is really, funnily enough, HQ pressure and Shaper, right? And that's the world we live in.
Yeah.
But that's the game at this point. Like, without... wait, there's the chip. Yep, okay. We're gaming.
Yeah, so server 1 could be a jupe stod, which means... Okay. Oh, all right. Here's the first core, here's the second core.
Yep. So interesting thing, by the way, this list doesn't even have jupe stods in it.
Oh, no jupe stod.
Yeah, it's just missing.
So that must be a Spin Doctor or a Nightmare Archives, I guess.
Could be a table nightmare. It's bold, but I like it.
Yeah, I would not recommend it. Fermenters on 5 is a lot of money. Funnily enough, I don't really think the Corp can afford to purge next turn because they're only on 3 credits, meaning it's going to be a very difficult purge for them.
Yeah, if they purge, you're kind of just both stuck in the mud for a turn, but the runner will recover from that far better than the Corp will. So that's not where you want to be. There's the crack, yeah.
I think that Corp generally should be purging more often than they are now. I think purging a 5 counter fermenter is exceptional, and you should almost always do that.
I would even start considering it a 4 depending on board state, and I'll tell you what else. Purging Audrey feels good.
Oh gosh, it feels so good. Oh, there's the cup again.
Okay.
So here's the problem with Corp PD is the weakest after they've scored a big deal. Big deal out of Salvo, because they're on 0 money. They cannot res anything.
No, and we already know there was the Tattoo swap, so there was very little chance of this ice being usable. Oh, and another big deal.
It doesn't matter. I don't really think that big deal is ever getting played again.
No, but it's gone though. Like,
yeah, it is one less cards you're gonna see in HQ, which is important.
Absolutely. So also we saw the Onto, so that's a 2/2 Onto that's not getting scored, right? Like that's absolutely huge. Huge timing.
So if I was to evaluate this spot right here, it feels a little lat favored. He only needs to touch 1, maybe 2 more agendas, depending on we're on 3 Elevagars. So Elevagars doesn't win in the game.
Yeah, there's 3 agendas left that matter at this exact board state right now. And that's going to be harder to find than it sounds.
Yes.
20 left in R&D is a good, like, there probably at least 2 of them are buried is my guess. I don't actually know that, but that's a reasonable guess. That said, though, any of those is a death sentence, right? So you're playing Nightmare Gamble, but, like, everyone's playing Nightmare Gamble against Core PD.
I think if you ever touch Nightmare Archives, you're probably taking cores no matter what here. You want to be able to win after one more Onto score.
Mm-hmm.
The route for Radish here looks pretty difficult. He needs to be able to score either 2 Ontos, the last 2 in his deck, or score an Onto and 2 Elevagars. The salvos, which there's 2 salvos left, or sorry, there's 1 salvo left. I really doubt he'll ever score a salvo. So it's gonna be dead weight for him.
Yeah, that would be surprising. I have seen the Double Big Deal finale, or at least not necessarily in a row, but the Double Big Deal game, shall we say. That is not normal. There's only so much money in this particular corpse tank. When you're going totally remoteless, you're kind of running into the Nebula thing where eventually you just kind of get sleepy and you run out of money. So this Hoggen's obnoxious, by the way.
It is obnoxious, but it doesn't really do anything. I think.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah. And you could just, he could just not break the top sub here after trashing the SMC.
Oh,
it is over.
Okay.
Just like that.
Well, yeah, sometimes you find the Onto.
Very good play by Chat. Yeah, just cupping HQ over and over again. Perfect. Great game.
Yeah. Textbook play from both. Really good. Fast. Yes, please.
Let's see. Let's watch. I guess we'll watch Antoine and Chris.
That sounds fine. Yeah, let's do it. Just ripping the Onto. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway. Oh, hey, dolls.
Dolls. Oh, I love dolls. Looking pretty corp favored. We're on 6 points, so Illumino will win the game. So this is Antoine has to be really careful here.
That's a good tread. I mean,
lightly.
Yeah, that doesn't even matter. MIC going for it.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy trash here with the crew.
If you're going to trash any of these, it's there's an argument to be made for trashing the Boomy in the sense that it takes away a Leo proc, right? But like, then MIC can still be obnoxious. So
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you trash MIC and they pop the Boomy, then well, it's just Hagen left. I think
just walk right through. Yeah.
Totally okay with that.
Yeah.
MIC can also represent in the future, MIC will represent another way for Leo to tax clicks. So I think it's pretty reasonable to trash it here over the Hagen. The Hagen is the other target you consider because it's always going to be at 5 strength against Matryoshka.
Yep.
It's just going to be obnoxious no matter what.
Agreed. And you also have to be careful with how many breaks you need here. And in this case, you structured it just so that second run still works with your dolls, which is...
we took a core from Boomy.
Ooh!
Fun.
Ooh, hot. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, I guess we are worried about taxing dolls here, but yeah, I don't think Antoine needed to take a core there. If he just broke with Matryoshka, maybe he's worried about his money, or maybe he wants to trash the Trank Grid here. But I think this is a very easy rerun.
Yeah, no, for sure you rerun this. I totally agree. I think and the raindrops too. Hey yo. I think that that particular the logic that I would apply for that anyway. Oh, it's an HR.
And then you can gourmand the Trank Grid. Okay, well suddenly we're feeling good pressure from the runner here.
Yeah, no, I mean taking apart a Leo remote is huge. Like they have to put in so much work to get that back.
Yeah, and we have 2 twinning counters, so the game could turn very quickly here. We don't know what the Carson HQ is. We haven't seen this from the beginning of the game. Can't track HQ very well. There might be some agendas in there. Who knows?
Yeah, having not seen the exact start of it, I'm kind of scrolling through just to get a sense for it. My my semi-expert opinion is I don't know. I have no idea. It's hard to tell where they're at this point. Leo just runs so few. You're at a point where like, all right, we've already seen 2 of what is it? Is it 9 with this one? I need to double check this one if it's 8 or 9 actually. No, I believe it's 8, but I'm gonna make sure. Let's see here.
I haven't really looked at these players' list too
This-
closely.
This is on the Leo. This is on the type package for 7. So yeah.
Okay. My personal opinion, that's the correct agenda package.
It's my favorite.
You lose less to Hermes. So
Yeah. The ADT plays are cool. I like them. I have never liked them as much as just not being weak in R&D. That has always been my preference.
So I imagine Antoine has to pop Fermenter here. Next turn Perch looking pretty good for Chris. Because Mersha can just run around and install stuff.
Yeah, you still get a click after the fact. Like this is solid for sure.
Yep.
Let's
We're being
let it
greedy
ride.
with a Fermenter. Let's see if we get a Perch here. I think it's a pretty reasonable Purge.
I would agree. Folks are so hesitant to purge, and I feel like Leo in particular is
I
like
am a
one of
very
the.
aggressive Purger.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, no, I've been, I'm used to like noise or things like that, right? Where it's like, oh no, that has to go. Anything red goes, and
Anything red goes.
giant fermenter counts.
Yup. Look, this Fermenter is 10 credits for Antoine next turn. That is so much tempo.
That is, I mean, it's going to represent just being able to run into the remote whenever they damn well please. Like this is not going to end well. You have to purge, surely. Especially with a loaded twinning, like that's immediately going to convert into a steal.
So this game is suddenly looking quite Hoshiko favored. Let me check Hoshiko's list really quick. If Antoine's on Ashen,
No
this
purge.
game. Oh, okay. Because Antoine could just run server 1 and trash the Hagen. Or if that's a Braun, trash the Braun, right?
Whatever's worse, right? I mean, I either way. I mean, and if it's another MIC, that's arguably like even more okay for Hosh at that point.
Also, I totally missed this, but I'm really surprised that Antoine didn't trash the Trankrid. Trankrid is one of Leo's best card. I feel like if you ever get the chance to trade a Gourmand for a Trankrid, you do it every single time.
You certainly do that if we're spending a sure gamble for it. Good God. We've got an action window. Like, you got him a virus in there? Something? No. The answer is no. No, there is one actually.
There is?
There is.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have been loving my virus in this in this meta. Just a lot of virus to hits, and it poisons archives, which is really annoying for Hoshiko.
Yeah. With the amount of leech we've seen kind of returning a little more broadly too, it's all the better.
Yeah. Yeah. And like it stops Botulus dead on its track. It's very strong.
Yeah, anything that kicks Botulus in the mouth is good by me.
Like especially Botulus likes going on Hagen.
Yeah.
And you just purge the Botulus on Hagen, and then the Hagen eats the Botulus for free. That's so sick.
What a trade. So we're gonna see the giant fermenter, but I want to know where these twinning counters are going to go. Like, are we waiting a turn to sweep the hand? Are we like what? I'm curious. Kind of stalled out a little bit here. Folks are thinking, which to be fair, I mean,
the tank.
Yeah, you kind of deserve the tank when you're in this point of your tournament life, right? This is good stuff.
So let's look at the bin really quick. I'm wondering about gas. So Hoshiko has 11 cards left and needs to score 7 more points. And we are not on Ashen. So we don't have that as gas.
True.
We still have 1 clean getaway left somewhere. 3 gambles in the bin, 3 strike funds in the bin, 3 fermenters. So that's a lot of gas for Hoshiko already.
Yeah, and to have seen, I mean, if they were even 2 points up, I would feel so much more optimistic as far as the runner goes here.
Yep.
But this is just like the math is rough. This is going to come down to one of those
Yeah.
twinning sweeps hitting 2. Really is
And we're
what
also
looking for.
out of pinhole. This is really, really important.
True.
One of Chris's win con here is just going to be baiting remote runs over and over again and taxing out Hoshiko's credits. Eventually, Hoshiko will run out. She can't keep it up forever.
Also, with 3 dolls usable, right? You can threaten the remote, you can threaten R&D. You can't do both. So any turn where the remote gets run is doubly painful because not only is that money gone and never coming back, but you're not running it anywhere else.
Yeah. And this Hagen is so good. Every time Matryoshka runs his Hagen, it costs them 5 credits.
The math on Hagen,
5 credits.
I swear it eludes people because then they run into it like, why is this costing me so much? I'm
I
like,
know.
You're on dolls.
Oh, now Hannah, you took a tag with Hannah. Like, oof, it's rough.
Are we clicking Hannah out at this point just to keep tempo moving?
There is no way you can rerun server 1. You can't.
No.
So server 1 could be Illuminal, and Chris could just win here.
Right.
I could totally see this as a pretty strong push opportunity. Now, that said, for twin encounters, if Chris wants to win next round, he cannot afford to res any eyes. So Hoshiko can look at both cards in the hand, or probably look at both cards in the hand, run archives to pop Spin Doctor if there's a card in there, and then C3 off R&D.
Yeah. Okay. So we're saving a twinning token.
I don't agree with this. Twinning tokens are not to be saved. You have too many of them.
Well, this late in the game, certainly not.
I think that Jailbreak should be saved for R&D, where you can see 1 extra card instead of on HQ, where you're already seeing both cards with 1 twin encounter.
I think if both get hit this turn, you're right that is the cleaner line. Like, I agree with you on that one.
I think both has to hit this turn. Server 1 could easily be game. I think Hannah needs to be popped for tag here.
Yes. Yep, there it is.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, okay. Oh,
cool. Yeah. That's a sick play, actually.
That's a credit perfect touch on server 1.
Is it real?
It's gonna be a human.
It's a Sam.
It's a Sam. Okay, I was like, that's gonna be a humanoid, and Antoine is going to be really, really sad.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Okay, Sam, good. But also, Chris wasn't gonna win next turn, anyways.
No, not with just the 1 seamless.
Braun on R&D though. But server 1 looking extremely weak. There is nothing going on there. I think Antoine is just going to be able to run this every turn.
Yeah, for sure. This is one of those things too where you look at the list. It's just my kingdom for an Eru. Like, oh my goodness.
So clean getaway is the best draw that Antoine can find here. Was still 1 left in the deck somewhere. Can just point it at archives and pop spin and spend mystic credits. And that's what he really needs right now. There is no other way of spending mystic credits. So it has to be exactly clean getaway.
Yeah. And a 6 credit clean getaway is the jam. Like you are beyond happy to draw into it, but
there's also 2 raindrops and 1 eye for an eye. Eye for an eye is a really spicy here.
I'm still undecided on how I feel on it, but it obviously works for people. It's just I think I've just sat with it in my hand too many times.
I think it's a really cool card. You
it's
can
cool.
trash Seamless.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like, Corp thinks they're gonna win next turn. How about no? Actually,
no. I think it's neat. Anyway, I've seen it used in smarter ways than I typically manage, so I will be silent on the eye for an eye topic.
It's a pretty inefficient card, but it can win you games, right? Like
it can. As a
Not to be
one-off, you know,
underestimated.
perfectly inoffensive.
It's also a jailbreak, right? Like, it's an extra access. In a world where we desperately need legwork, right? Like,
Oh,
and we're
my
not
heart-
spending
I-
2 on cup, you know?
I miss it dearly. Miss my legwork.
Every day I miss her.
I look at my Musliat deck, and there's 2 holes where the legwork should be, and I cry a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Legwork, I miss you.
Where they took
Like,
my legs.
Muslihat can't run cupulation. I mean, she
No,
can, but
she can, and like arguably should, but it feels awful. Like I
I know.
hate seeing that with the ID. It breaks my heart every time. Anyway, it's down to the wire here. This remote is so vulnerable.
Tough choices for Antoine here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Technically, server 1 is free, but not trashing anything. I think Antoine wants to be drawing into exactly clean getaway. Raindrops will also bail them out. Because we really need these mystic credits. We really, really do.
Yeah, badly. Leaving those on the table is going to just... It will put you so much further behind than you'd hope. No, we're just going for it.
Okay, we're gonna see what's gonna happen here.
Void.
Actually, you're so happy seeing a void here. That's 2 cards gone. 2 cards and 2 credits. Credits that Leo don't have.
I don't know that I agree with that line.
Like,
that's a toughie.
Leo cannot score next turn.
No,
Cannot.
Certainly not.
I think you just draw for a clean getaway and credit, and Mystic Trash is a card. I think that's the line here.
I can't
Like,
imagine
you just
what
chill.
else.
Oh, wow.
No chill. 0. None. Nothing but spice.
Whoa.
Snort the cayenne. We're in there.
We
never left.
What are we doing? We're installing a card. We're installing... There's no way. Antoine or Chris is gonna install Mersha, get 2, and pop the Mersha. This is not it. This is not the run. This is not the play. It's just not the play.
It can't be, right? Like,
It can't be the play.
If the play involves letting a drafter fire, like, you just...
okay. Yeah, no. I was like, yeah, no, you can't break any subs. This is just going to fire fully. Yeah, no, I don't know about this one.
I would not be surprised if we see an undo here. Which is fine. It's all open info. It's more just like...
Yeah.
Think about drafter for a second, right? Like,
there's no way. Drafter,
how desperate does your board state have to be?
Antoine does not have to be desperate here.
No, not at all.
He's in full control, or they're in full control. I don't...
Should be fine to set up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm... I don't know. I mean, if it goes through, it's going to be sick as hell, but I have no idea what the plan is.
The second thing, Hoshiko doesn't even want to touch a card this turn.
No, not particularly.
No. Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go.
I wonder what Antoine is thinking.
What? You see, the math was off. The problem wasn't the line. the problem was the wallet.
Antoine... Chris cannot win next turn. Right? That's the bottom line.
I don't believe so. There's not like a petty in the bin or whatever, right? Like, no.
And Chris doesn't have money to play the petty.
Oh, that's true. It wouldn't even matter.
Chris couldn't play petty. Yeah.
It wouldn't even matter.
So breaks the install. Yes, that makes perfect sense. What are we pulling back here? Predictive. We're pulling back predictive. That card's busted.
that solves your problems, right? Like, this
exactly. That's an instant bounce back.
It is the luminal though.
Okay, but we're not trashing this void. Like, okay, the luminal is perfect. Antoine needed to find that exact card.
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
that card is like basically Chris's only hope here to winning this game, because now I think it's incredibly Antoine favored. So I think that maybe Antoine was correct. But if that was an HR, like, what are we doing here?
I mean, look, I love being wrong, but like
Yeah.
the way in which that went wrong was just I'm still
No,
processing. Okay,
I think that was a good play. Touching.
it was correct.
Diagonal,
It was objectively correct, right? Like, you know, a
Yeah.
predictive or anything, and that okay, it's fine.
letting Chris reinstall Mersha was not the correct play.
No. No.
So Antoine is on 5 Mystic credits. No more sure gamble, so can only clear 3 of these credits with clean getaway. Let's see what he's gonna. Let's see what Antoine's looking to do. Oh, we're firing.
Sure, why not? I mean, look, if you're going to force the spin, I guess. Also, like, again, Antoine's perfectly happy to have both of you at 0 credits, right? Like, no cards, no
What
credits,
are we forcing? We're forcing a Mersha res and pop. Or 2 clicks. Oh, it's a void garb. Okay, yeah, it's so, this is so cooked. I don't know what to say. This looks extremely cooked.
Right, Managarm, that card.
Yeah,
Crap.
okay. Managarm missed me too. I really thought it was gonna be the Mersha, but Managarm is so much better here.
Yeah, 100%, right? Oh no, and it paid for itself. It just no. All right.
Ooh, I'm so excited about this one. This drafter is, man, this is a hero drafter.
Load-bearing drafter, yeah, 100%.
You generally, like, in a normal game, if you ever let a drafter fire, that's like a 10% swing for the corp, right?
Yeah, it's
if
massive.
you let a drafter fire twice, that's game winning. I don't know if you can come back from a drafter firing twice.
I'm
1.5 times even.
Put a clickbait tile out like tomorrow. It's like, drafter overrated? 5 question marks? Like, not a real piece of ice? Like, no, it's one of the best purple ice in the game. It's so good. And yet here we are.
Okay.
Now what?
Let's see what Antoine's got us. So Antoine still got a couple outs. I mean, 5 twinning counters. Never underestimate a runner with twinning counters. Okay.
No. Yeah. Anything, anywhere at this point is game. Like.
Oh, by the way, Antoine could have broken drafter. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
They have trickster credits.
Had the means, had the opportunity, decided, you know what? No,
we don't.
No,
we don't.
let it
we
fire.
Don't do that here.
Nuh-uh.
So whatever, Chris. So Hagen. Oh my god.
Okay.
Antoine could not break a Hagen there. I just want to point that out. Antoine would have lost the Matryoshka stack if that was a Hagen. Extremely risky run.
That is, yeah, that would have been exact change for it. Oh my god.
Okay. It's all advance. What are we?
The clown car is assembled.
So notably, no pinhole. So there is no way of trashing this void. So install advance here feels untouchable. This server feels untouchable.
I'm trying to think if there's any other outcome here. I think you're right though.
Yeah. You can even install advance, draw a card for an extra card for void.
Yeah.
But of course, that does leave you vulnerable to HQ snipes. So you have to be a little careful.
Do you risk it on R&D? No, you're gonna get Leo'd.
So notably, also there is no Mitra in this deck. I think every
Right.
time you look at a Leo deck, you also have to consider, is this a Mitra deck?
Yeah.
But we're not
Mitra.
on Mitra, so we don't have to worry about that. But this server definitely has a Mersha. That is the only thing that one of the other phase down could be, I think.
The
Well,
card
it could be
slots,
a second Managarm. No, it can't be a second Managarm because there's only one Managarm. One Managarm, one Void. So that must be a Mersha and an Agenda. Or it could be two Mershas. No, it can't be two Mershas because there's two Mershas in the bin. So that must be a Mersha.
Have we eliminated a
and-
duplicate Trank Grid?
There can't be a duplicate Trank Grid because that's a grid.
Well, no, not rezzed.
You can't put.
Oh, you can't.
two
That's right.
grids
No,
on
I'm
the same
stupid.
thing.
That's
Yeah.
right. Okay, no, that's fine.
So it must be a Mersha.
Yeah, you're
it
right.
could be
Yep.
an HR. It could be an Agenda because I think it has to be an HR because Chris didn't advance it. Because there's no way Antoine's getting into this server. That's not possible. Mistake on 6 credits. We're still looking for that clean getaway. Are we ever gonna find it? Who knows?
It's probably bottom 2 at this point.
Oh no.
I'm looking 5 minutes, but this game's going to end at any moment.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out like how do you make the best R&D pressure here if that's what you're trying to do? And I don't know that you reasonably can.
Braun costs 7.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not
Braun
happening.
cost 7. Antoine is on 1 credit plus 3 from Trickster. So the only way for Antoine to get into this server is clicking through Braun 3 times, and then they can break the Boomy. But Boomy's probably just getting thrown.
Yeah, that's Boomy's entire job.
So here's the other thing. Corpse board always looks scarier than they really are. One thing you have to consider is, did Chris really draw that agenda? Who knows, right? Because server 1 is almost definitely not agenda, because if it is, it would be advanced. So I think Chris is digging for that last agenda and he's not finding it. Which means that server 1 is probably an HR, and HR means that we are going to be drawing a lot of cards, and we're down to 8 cards in R&D.
Right.
So we gotta be a little bit careful here.
For sure.
This game is a lot closer than it looks.
I'm looking at the Hosh list again, just trying to kind of like see what I've missed here. I don't think we've seen the Bravado, we've seen, yeah, okay, there really is like not much besides Raindrops and Getaway. Speaking of, hey, Raindrops.
Hi, Raindrops. Yeah, unfortunately not a clean getaway. We're running up on time, so I'm probably seeing 2 here, or sorry, C3 here.
C3, nothing.
Makes sense. No. Okay, so
this may
there's a clean getaway in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Like that clean getaway is going to hit archives. Oh, did we pop Spin Doctor? Yeah, we're gonna pop Spin Doctor to draw an agenda, I imagine. Yep, it predicted to draw the agenda, and then hopefully he hits. Chris needs to hit that agenda right now. Install advance. Yeah. It needs to happen. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay.
The agenda's wait. What are we drawing cards for? Why are we making?
I have never seen this line before in my life.
Okay, so clean getaway for sure on archives. Can't hit anywhere else because anywhere else it's getting thrown. So clean getaway archives, run HQ, C2, and then hopefully, I don't know if you have enough to run R&D afterwards, so maybe you skip HQ. This is a really close game.
I think you, or do you just hit HQ at this point? Like,
Yeah, I think the first question you have to ask yourself is, can I even run R&D? If not, then HQ is your only option here.
Yeah. Without running the like actually crunching the numbers, I hedge towards the no on the R&D runs here. I don't.
Oh, you know what? You know what else? Okay, server 1 could be a send a message. So there's 3 agendas left. There's 2 SAMs and 1 Vuln. So server 1 is likely to be a send a message. So there is probably some amount of seamlesses in hand. Now, what if we eye for an eye and trash them all?
Now, I believe we know that it's a SAM because we know there was a seamless in hand before, and if that was there, the game would already be over, right? So you've got the right line there.
You're right.
Yeah.
So that has to be a SAM. Okay, so R&D, we just shuffle back to unseen. So R&D is extremely dense. If you can run R&D now, you would win.
However, instead...
But Antoine is thinking that they cannot run R&D. That's why they're running HQ here.
Yep. We're seeing 3. Yep. There's the seam. Oh, no!
It's not it.
We're going back!
Oh, we got 2 more here. So this is really close, though. Tranquility Hanger, nothing.
We saw 4 different cards at that point. That's
GG. Yeah, it's time and round. It's over no matter what here, unless we get a 1 in 7. No, we just trash him.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah,
GG.
Yeah, it's over.
It's over.
Whew.
Oh wow.
Wait, what?
No, I'm pretty sure Chris drew the seamless that turn.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because I think HQ was predictive Hagen Tranquility Grid. Yeah. So there was no seamless in hand.
Okay, must not have been. Yeah, that
right.
That makes a lot more sense.
It's hard to track when we're casting too. There's so many things.
A little bit, yeah. Just a tad. I'm also way worse on Janet than I am in person, but that's a me problem. That's a me problem.
Hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to always constantly hawk the log, right? Like.
Yeah. Oh, I'm my scroll wheel gets a hell of a workout whenever I'm on here. Yeah. No. Great game. Holy crap.
Oh my
goodness. Was both players out of their minds. Out of their minds.
I really, really wonder how many points in HQ. There's got to be like 3 points in HQ.
I'm just gonna ask.
Well, no, wait, no. You know what? There's no points in HQ. You know why? They were both in archives. They got reshuffled back into R&D. So I think the game was in R&D.
Well, the game it had to be at least partially in R&D, right? Because like that, to some extent, seeing like exactly nothing in that. I mean, wow.
Yeah, wow. What a cool game.
Yeah, it was great.
We love Netrunner. Let's go.
And people say that Leo isn't exciting. Come on.
All right, that looks. Oh, excuse me, my voice. That brings us to the end here. I believe I want to say that was round 7, maybe round 8. And if we look at the standings, we have Augustus, who's still on 2 lives. Chris taking that and knocking Antoine out of the bracket. Kikai also on 2 lives. We have 2 players still with 2 lives left. Alpi finding the bottom of the chase bracket, as well as a compatriot on HB, Odd Radish. We saw that game against Jat, just pulling the Ontos out of hand before things got too far out of control. We still have a lot of Netrunner ahead of us today. Again, you're watching. This is the Ultimate Showdown 2025. And we're going to have the next round coming up in just a bit. There should only be, I want to say, maybe only 2 tables, maybe 3 tables. This might be the point where people have to wait for other rounds to finish. But I think by definition, Augustus is going to be playing Kikai. So we're going to find out how that works.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Interesting format.
Yeah, it's like starting a double elimination. Yeah, with triple elimination, getting over into double elimination. I have no idea how the bracket works. So I think we're all going to figure that out together. I think we have a bit of a changing of the guard here. Vicetron, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a blast. I'm going to head out and go pass out. Yeah, this was fun, Leo. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Do you want to plug your YouTube channel?
Bye.
Yeah, same handle as here. It's Vicetron. I make the bad thumbnails that take me a minute, and then I talk into a microphone until I get bored.
I like your thumbnails. Thanks again for joining us.
I do too.
I think we're chatting.
All right. Have a good night, y'all.
Thank you.
Good night.
We're also now joined on the mic by Safer. Safer, how's it going?
Going great. How's the day going?
It's been phenomenal. Obviously, like the caliber of play, we knew what it was going into today, but then just like the quality.
So good.
Yeah, the quality of the games on top of it has been, I don't think we can ask for better. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? We have a minute. People might know your name.
Sure. Hi, I'm Safer. I am a part of the NSG dev team and format curation team for Standard. So you may see some of my articles related to ban list updates or when new sets drop.
Very cool. Also, Leah, I don't think we had time. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick as well?
Oh, hi. What's there to introduce about myself?
How long
I'm
have you been playing
a
Netrunner for, maybe?
I've
That's
been
always a
playing
start.
for a year and a half. I started last summer. Recently I won Cascadia.
Yo, let's go.
So that's my claim to fame. I've been doing really, really well this season. I took Cascadia and I top 8'd APAC, I think. Was that top 16? I don't remember. And then I top 16 Showdown, a World Showdown. So
Very cool. What sort
having
of
a
stuff?
phenomenal season.
What sort of stuff are you playing?
Ooh, I am a diehard criminal player. I've been playing a lot of Sable. She's
One of
been
us.
carrying
Let's
me.
go.
Chesla is a phenomenal card.
Awesome. Also, Safer.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I think I've seen you on mic now more recently than playing in person. What sort of stuff are you playing?
I have not been. Well, I've been playing a lot of test games, play test games.
Mhm.
So a little bit of NBN, a little bit of Wayland, um, a little bit of Anarch recently. So the typical stuff. But no, like I really enjoyed like the Epiphany Constrictor, the Constrictor list from Worlds. So after Worlds, there was like a local tournament that I put together, and I brought that and I think just like a Sable, like reg breaker Sable list to that event.
Do you
I'm a huge
think?
fan of Dolls Sable. Personally, I'm a Dolls fan.
Yeah, I don't know if we're seeing any Dolls Criminal today at this event. We're definitely seeing
Mhm.
Dolls and a bunch of other lists, and like Dolls Criminal was clearly a thing. Actually, there's a big chance the mostly hot decks that we did not see too much on stream are Dollsing it up.
Yeah, I think that T3 book. I actually
big
do not
unit?
know how to pronounce. Yeah, the big unit's like a screen name. I don't actually know how to pronounce.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that. You just got to say the thing.
Okay, so big unit's like I think that he's pretty much like a Dolls, like Mushi Hot, like
Yeah.
die hard at this point. Deer, I think, is also a Mushlihat like enjoyer, but I think usually plays reg breakers in Mushlihat.
Cool.
So like there's all of this different stuff that I think that we can usually expect to see from
Yeah, D
players.
is on Shan Cancel today.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, I think that's right. Real breakers, which is cool to see. I actually, I do want to see more Sun Conchal. I do think it has some cool breakpoints. I
So
think
spicy.
it's like the one criminal
It's
breaker
good against VSA.
Exactly. Yeah, VSA for one. I think that's the best you can ask for.
Well, also stuff like MIC, Scatterfield, like a lot of the 4-strength Crow gates that started popping up specifically to try to punish Shibboleth and like Buzzsaw. Just turns out that it has different breakpoints that sometimes are really good into like what people are running.
That's what I like about Netrunner. Just you find these cool things that people don't expect.
So what have some of the other surprises been for today? I've only loosely been following, but like
Yeah.
what have all been surprised by?
I think what's been surprising, so Scrubs, that sort of like op deck, has definitely shown up, and I think we still have one player, Augustus, who's playing op, and that deck seems to be doing quite well. Let alone people here either believe in it or think it's a fun enough thing to play, and it like is doing well. So that's really cool. I'm not super familiar with the list. I think what I've been surprised to see is how many players are playing like, frankly, remoteless HB. Like Zomsdraft, for instance, our world champ, has on paper no reason to change the deck that he's playing, but showed up with like, that sort of footgun-esque, like, nano management score from hand. And so far, like PD is half the top 8. I think we just lost half of them or nearly half of them in this last round. But the sort of like HB fast events decks are really, really a thing.
Yeah, like we're seeing fast advanced mirror morph, and that's so cool. I really like mirror morph. I love that people are making it work.
Yeah, I think Alpi might have just left the bottom of the bracket there, but we saw a whole bunch of different mirror morphs over the last couple months, and I think Alpi's the one that's playing today is like maybe the most straightforward one, as much as it does have like really wild combo lines out of hand to finish the game off that maybe some players don't expect.
Yeah, the Mirror Mirror list is super interesting. Like I started playing around with it a little bit after American Continentals, and the lines are weird. Like,
Yeah.
apologies to any one of my JNet opponents while I was trying to figure out that deck, because I sat there for like 3 minutes being like,
There
wait,
must be something
how
here.
does this work?
Yeah.
It's like you have to have like a shift in your brain, and then all of a sudden it's like, I see it. I see the paths. But before then, everything is just completely obtuse. It makes no sense.
So we have on screen right now a bracket. We are down to only, is it correct, 4 players left from 24. So Radish, Alpe, Eden, Antoine, both top 8 is such a phenomenal finish. Again, just getting to this event is something to be celebrated. And we have 2 matchups. We have Augustus versus Kikai. They both, it doesn't matter what happens. They got 2 lives to spare. But it's Chris versus Jad, which I'm assuming is Ayuko versus Sable, is going to be the match to watch, where only one player
That's a
will
match
remain
I'm
standing.
very familiar with.
I mean, everyone's familiar with it, right? It's been the whole season.
Yeah, that's true.
They've been
the whole season.
Still really good games to watch. So I don't know if this is going to be up on, sometimes the pairings of Cobra don't follow. I just want to make sure that it's not up on JNet and we're missing it. Okay, it looks like players are sitting down, so we should be starting relatively soon. The problem is if it's not on JNet, it's hard for us to pull up the deck list. So I'm going to try and pull up some of the deck lists to look at, but I think I have to do it in a kind of convoluted way.
Yeah, on Cobra, I imagine.
Yeah. Okay, so we've already seen Chris. We haven't seen Jad play Ayuko on stream. So I'm going to open the deck list really quickly. We're looking at 2 Oppo to end the line, which isn't the first time we saw that today, but that does change. You know, the Oppo windows might be further apart. And then the lethality is 2 end of lines, 2 mindscaping. So that can do 7 damage if you're full floating tags, because of course this is a good old false lead deck. So we're looking at see how they runs false leads, Fuji's, and 2 bites. I think bite is actually really important to keep track of, whether it's a table bite or a central bite, especially if there's a false lead. That can really mess up.
Bite is so fancy. Bite is something that you never see in Ayuko, actually. One of the reasons is because one of the reasons for bite is to reduce the value on central axes. But Alco already inherently does that with FUT. So that's why you see a lot less bites. So I'm really interested to see if bite picks up any value here today.
Yeah, I think bite actually became like at Worlds, we were seeing a fair bit of it, and it's still hard to understand like how many bites you want. I know Dabs has been on record playing 2 bites, saying that was 1 bite too many. But I also think like bite is just so useful going into a tournament that you know is open deck lists. Even if you play 1 bite, because your opponent has to play around it. Yeah, if they haven't found it yet, it's on the table. And I do think that's worth a fair bit, specifically again in open deck lists as well. But I think players have been happy with that sort of the ability for your opponent to lose the game is something that against a field of a field of high quality that is pretty valuable.
And but the other side to it is, of course, it's a dead card most of the time. So
yeah, I think that we've seen a lot of table bites across the world.
Oh yeah.
I know that we caught one earlier in this tournament where it was an enemy res taking out 3 cards into a bite to completely wipe 6 cards out of the hand. And I think that really bite's positioning in these lists has kind of morphed into making the runner have to actually think about the cards that they touch on the table.
For sure.
When there's not a FUT res or anything like that.
Speaking of the table, I don't know if you all want to jump in. We looks like we're just about to start. Chris on the runner kept a hand while Jat went for the mulligan. I want to say Chris's deck, one of the cool inclusions here was we have 1 copy of Solidarity Badge, which I think we've heard reports that it came down turn 1 against Ayuko, and for both tags and trashing things and drawing cards, might be one of the best 1 influence you can spend in the matchup. But it looks like
I just want to point out the card back, Ziad's card back. Oh my gosh. I feel fear right now.
Okay, is it snares?
Full bite.
Oh, they're on bites. Okay, I don't have card backs on because I've disabled it on my JNet. So like, unfortunately,
you have to. It just
okay. Give me 1. No, I'll do it between rounds. It's really hard for me to fix.
I think it sets the tone for this matchup, right?
I believe it. Yeah, getting into your opponent's hand.
Oh my goodness!
Triple install for the very first turn from the corp here. Icing HQ, icing remote, and also installing a card into the
turn
remote.
1 badge. It happens again. Now R&D is the mark. If we trash, we get that forward momentum and the card on the remote server. I think we're worried about cohort on turn 1. I don't think you're pushing out a false lead, but class act badge, we're definitely going to need a getaway or a carpe diem to get back into it economically, but pretty strong start for card draw on both sides.
Badge is super sick against the Oppo false lead line because you can clear one tag and then suddenly they need double false lead in order to kill you. Of course, no free lunch also does the same thing, but you know, it's always good to have some redundancy.
There's the cohort. You
Like
can
a
let
cohort.
it. You can let it fire once. I don't know if you're rushing this down with your face to challenge it, or whether you pinhole for the early cohort and then keep a mid game pinhole for the FUT. But if this thing fires again, unless we Hansei this turn, Ayuko is going to rely on this for the second counter.
So we see another install into server 2 as we just have 4 pieces of ice and another FUT res as well. So Alco has a really strong start here.
A great start. Getaway on Archives, not the mark, but we'll see one face down card. This could be a lot of damage, but throwing at an end of the line might mean we have doubles, but with only one card in hand, sometimes you have to make those hard decisions.
Yeah. The deck is running 2 end of the line, so
yeah. Now the face checks, they're not the worst, right? Like we have no Saisentan. An enemy is definitely something, but the Samaks, the tattoos, the fly swatter, the one of white space is a bit annoying, but getting a Debbie down saying you can get your cohort, you can build your FUT. I don't think you're scoring next turn.
Yeah, it looks like Analyze Chris here is just opting into playing the long game and saying, you know what, you can have your cohort, you can have your FUT. You have one card in hand. We've seen the end of the line.
Debbie.
We know that this game's going to go on for a while.
Debbie's always been a very controversial card for Sable. I've had Debbie in all of my decks this season, but I've been starting to cut her. So yeah, I'm really interested to see how she performs this game.
I think Chris really likes Debbie. I'm pretty sure his Worlds write-up even like referenced Debbie by name. But the idea that, right, like you get this card that's an asset card, it's also the ability to take your Sable ability where you make those cheap to free runs on centrals and then convert those to credits in the remote server. It's kind of like a leech, right? And in this matchup, I think it's actually really quite good.
So some more deck building choices for Chris is he's on Leech Buzzsaw, which Leech is really cool. Normally you see it with Shibboleth, but seeing it with Buzzsaw makes a ton of sense because it then breaks Scatterfield and stuff for one with Leech counters. But of course, you're just more reliant on that combo now, so you gotta be a little bit careful. And then some other choices, of course, is single Chesva. We see a lot of single Leech, single Chesva kind of decks. And this is looking to be one of them. The rest of this deck looks very standard.
Yeah, the code gates I think we're expecting to break. I'm pretty sure they're all 0 strength. So Buzzsaw is going to be just about as good as anything else. The only problem is with cards like Buzzsaw, and this is what I know I found in the early meta, is when you're worried about incidental damage from Ayuko, paying 4 to get the card out of your hand versus paying 1 to get the Shibboleth on the table is such a big difference. And while 2 cards hit the table here with the FUT, anything you touch here can be at worst 5 damage if you think there's just a Fuji on the table. But again, there's bites that are alive and well. Third heist server. Jad has a good start.
This board looking pretty complex.
This is 5 pieces of ice already. I don't know how many ice are in this list, but if it's a standard list, it would be 10.
Yeah, I think this is half the ice.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is half your ice in the top, 13 cards?
Now we are grinding through.
I believe we're looking for pinhole right now. If we can pinhole this, if we can pin this FUT, the game would be very different. But if we can't, the game would also be very different.
Yeah, it's so hard to check archives here again.
We're expecting 3 and 4 to be agendas here.
I think there's a chance that 3 is just an iced up. Maybe you push a false lead here, but just icing up what's it called? A moon pool seems relatively good. It means archives is safe as well. And Baya bans, this actually could be lethal. You were drawing 6 cards here, but Fuji into Fuji just ends the game.
Tough.
Oh, nothing. Mindscaping to Spin Doctor. So there was a risk there, but we're throwing out a Spin Doctor. Assumedly, there's server 4 is a Spin Doctor. I think 3, again, false lead or moon pool. But Carmen coming down for 3 is nice. Now the enemies sting only a bit less.
Yeah, I think Chris might have had a good read there that Alco, the way that Zia's playing here, reads like it, maybe they are still looking for agendas. So certainly if server 3 is a false lead, that would be best case scenario for Ziat. But Ziat might have just found a lot of gas, but then needs to actually find agendas. We have a corp who's like looking for something to progress the game forward.
Yeah, my guess is
this Carmen actually doesn't really do anything. It breaks Anemone, but Anemone, most of its value, it's on res.
Yeah, I think we saw a matchup earlier today where Chris basically ran out of bullets and the Carmen was trashed. I don't know if that sits in his mind as like, I need to get this out of hand before FUT takes it away from me.
Yeah,
but speaking of FUT, now the face checks here. It could just be an enemy.
This is really
Otherwise,
scary because it could be, yeah.
just a white space.
Anything else, stop.
Oof, lose 3
Ooh,
credits. That's
the white space is painful.
the worst face check in the
That
deck.
that might be game winning. White space is one of those cards that if it fires and ends the run, wins you the game. Never underestimate this card.
Very good.
Scary face check.
You gotta watch out.
I love that we're starting to see white space.
I
You
know.
it popped up many months ago. I think originally in Tuno's Obelisk
Yes.
as a nice little early face check punishment, and just trading those 3 credits is a massive. So Analyze Chris here, taking a step back, saying I'm going to install this Nuka, ends on low credits, and then passes.
Can Ziad kill here? Probably not, but
It's
pretty
really
scary.
hard. You would
Moon
need
pool, see how they run.
Yeah.
End of the line.
You'd have to have it all perfectly, but it's just going to be a false lead there in
false lead
server
here,
3.
yep.
Going to do also some damage on the way out, getting a
So much
Nuka,
tempo.
a Fractor, and a
So much
transfer of
tempo.
wealth. So we're down to 1 Fractor here. Chris also has an econ issue, and FUD is still taking server 4. Looks like a spin doctor, and we're getting Ayuko counters, no problem firing next turn.
Ooh. Yeah, so here's the other thing about the white space. The white space requires you to put down a 4-cost icebreaker, right? It's not a
Yeah.
1-cost icebreaker, it's a 4-cost
Well,
icebreaker.
I think Chris might have a backup Shibboleth. I'm assuming there's more than 1 decoder, so
Oh.
it's probably 1 and 1.
Look. Oh, you were right.
But if you have to drop,
Shibboleth.
like, you're right.
You're
If you
right.
have the, what's it called, the buzz on hand, like paying 5 to break your first white space, then 3 more for FUD,
Oh,
it's not a great spot to be in.
painful.
And this badge is, as much as we've
Yeah.
talked about it being phenomenal, hasn't got a single counter this game. And it's mostly because Jad has all this ice that he can put on the table. We can still jam behind what server 3 looks like to be a barrier, and we just lost one of our 2 Kuropiras.
Chris is
Yeah,
being
I think-
forced to click for credit. You never want to click for credits as Sable. You have so many better things to do.
Yeah, I think what Chris is just very poor and thus has like a hard time operating. I think that if Chris was rich, he could take the 3 credit loss on white space and just run through and trash the FUT. But having all of these other kind of
Yeah.
like problems and now having to deal with a false lead scored, I think, when we're looking at who's favored right now and who's sweating, I think that Ziad must feel very comfortable
Yes.
about his position.
The
Sat
complexity
in
graph.
a dominant position.
It's just absolutely shut up this complexity graph now with more cards on the table than ever. We have the false lead scored, and we have enough credits that an Oppo research can go through. And even without the false lead, just clearing 2 tags is going to be very expensive, let alone worrying about everything that comes alongside it. Archive's not the mark. Now with 7 cards in hand, this
Once
won't be
again-
lethal, but we are getting Debbie cards.
Yeah.
Or credits,
This is
excuse
pretty
me.
scary.
Hansei into Tattoo
Okay,
Bola.
nothing.
Asking for action
We're
again.
charging Debbie, so that's not too bad.
And you know what? Every single one of these face
What are we
down
asking
cards,
Archie?
they have
False
a bite.
lead.
For false lead.
Yeah.
Right.
For false lead.
Ches into pinhole. But's probably going to come down here just so Jad is looking to score next turn. This does turn on Oppo research, and Chris is going to be on 2 credits. And
Yeah,
might not
but
be.
Badge has
Oh, badge helps a
We'll
lot.
have
Badge
Badge.
has a counter on it, yeah.
Yeah, badge helps a
Yeah.
lot here.
I don't think
We'll
this
have
deck
Badge.
ever small Oppo here. I think this is a purely big Oppo deck because you're only running 2 Oppos.
Yeah, I think with 3 Oppos, it gets a lot easier. But maybe, I don't know, are you ducking Bladderwort? I don't think you can get there.
Cannot get there.
I think
Be
that
like a
when the
double moon
runners,
full res.
yeah, I think when the runners this low on credits, I think you're probably happy to just keep them in the hole and
Yeah.
drain their credits, but not with the badge installed. Ziad taking a little bit of time to think through the Alco counters here. Resing the Bladderwort is on 9 credits, false lead scored 0 points on the runner side, and I don't know, Leo. If you were, how much experience do you have with playing Alco?
Oh, I played a lot of Alco. This is my entire season.
Oh, so what are you looking for in this position? What you just drew 3 cards from Alco. What are you hoping to find? Other than
Scoring
a second false
this
lead
is
score.
good start. So right now, one of Zad's priority is getting to threat 3. So getting enough money, getting to threat 3. If Zad has a Hansei in hand, he can then Hansei and then Big Oppo, and then next turn Bladder will do damage. So I think he can just start pushing Fujis here and be very comfortable, because if Chris touches the Fuji, he will take 4 tags. He cannot clear that, right? He'll die to a double end of the line. Although it won't have double end of the line, but there's still mindscaping end of the line somewhere.
Notice how Chris didn't pop the badge there at start of turn, and that's because, yeah, now small oppo you can beat. Because even if you give 2 tags and take your whole turn away with false lead, Solidarity badge means you only have 1 tag, and so the most reach you have as the corporation is 5 damage.
Oh my gosh. I never knew that Solidarity badge is the main.
Yeah, it's May. It's really cool. This
Whoa.
It's super
I
nice
did
to just
not
hold
know.
1 counter for that oppo
That
turn.
is so cool.
But once we get to that
It's
big
like a
oppo,
no free lunch.
yeah, exactly. And this deck will have a no free lunch. I don't think it's on Stone Chip, but at least 1 no free lunch. So you can sort of tech into it. But once we do get to that threat 3, just like you said, like that's where the tech does not keep up.
And so from Chris's
double
position
false lead.
now, how do we think Chris comes back into this game? Because double false lead, you're looking down a double false lead, and that looks like a 90% win from the corp side. But like, what's that 10%?
I think you have to steal like a longevity, then while building multi-axis and trying to like send it in a single turn. I think you can buy yourself some time if you find the no free lunch, but I do think this is kind of contingent on staying underneath threat 3 for as long as possible and making the corporation uncomfortable the whole time. That's not easy,
So
right?
here's the thing about Sable, right? Sable is a very self-balancing deck. Most of her cards are gas. So if you had a bad early game and not drawing any of your gas, this is when you're going to start drawing gas.
Yes,
right?
yes, exactly.
And you're right. Like you got
All
a
your
Debbie on
short gambles
4.
still in there. All of your bravados is still in there. So never count Sable out. She's a lot more resilient than you think she is.
Yeah.
And she does have the extra click, which means that she can usually run a central, even after a big oppo. You can sometimes run a central and still have a click to do other things with.
That is if you have a turn to play, right? That's going to be the issue.
That is true. If you get comboed out, then obviously you just lose.
Yeah.
But we're not at threat 3 yet.
Hey, NFL, that's going to help for sure. So we're 2 tags clicklessly removed. Now Cardin's server 3, that's our scoring remote. So
means you will need another no free lunch in order to survive a double false lead turn.
now also this like no free lunch has a different value than the badge because this will interact with the see how they run combo. Last card on the table. So, sorry, Kurapura seems important. But if there's a setup here where you can score out, see how they run, give a tag, do some chip damage or lethal damage, that's where the no free lunch, you definitely want that to interact. Because Jad here could score out in server 3, no problem, just about any agenda in the deck.
Yeah. So here's something to think about. Normally, an Alco deck can always threaten Regenesis play in these positions and just propel themselves ahead. But these kinds of decks do not run Regenesis. So Chris doesn't have to respect archives at all. That's something to think about.
A bit for cohort. It's like kind of marginal because if it sets up like cohort and then you can moonpool something else and then you can score out to see how they run with 2 clicks left, which means you can do mindscaping into end of the line into see how they run all in the same turn. But the issue is like the no free lunch stops most of that mattering.
Yeah.
But you're totally right, right? Like the Regenesis line, archives is way safer than you'd normally be forced to interact.
Yeah. Zed has a lot of lines where he could maybe fast advance out or never advance out a 2-pointer like a longevity serum and then a big oppo if Chris trashed something. So that's something to think about too.
Yeah, that's a cool line to score and then give the terminal in the same turn. Very, very interesting. It's a hard thing to see coming too if you're not haven't seen that happen to you before.
So we've seen 1 transfer used. Lost, excuse me. Still two transfers on the table and a Hermes. So if this is a first click advance.
No, it's a cohort.
Advance.
Yeah, this is definitely an agenda.
If this is a see how they
run kill. No, because there's a no free lunch. There's no way.
Yeah, I think
this is probably a Fuji score.
If this agenda gets scored out, I think one of the things is probably trying to account for here is the Hermes bounce. Which could have been open transfer window.
So this could be just a slow Fuji, which again, score Fuji opens up. We're on threat, we do damage and so many more cards on the table. Let's see a FUT in server 2.
Of course, the other thing to remember about Netrunner is for a complexity corp deck, they always look scarier than they really are. Just because they're able to threaten big oppo doesn't mean they have big oppo. And certainly Ziat doesn't have double end of the line because one of them is in the bin. And there's also a mindscaping in the bin. So there's even less ways for Ziat to threaten a big oppo kill.
And this list is on double mindscaping, double end of the line.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
either needs to spin those back or
Or have
Yes,
exactly
exactly.
mindscaping end of the line. Like that is one way to win.
so Chris for his first turn, his first click, drawing card, and then using Debbie to make a run on HQ.
This is click 2. If you hit a
Thinking-
bite here, you're kind of in a bad spot.
Ooh,
Oh, you get the click back with
Sama.
Sable, so you'll be okay.
Sama costs 2.
Charging Breath, this will be a single access with the Hermes threat. There is an advanced card on the table, so you can't just do that. Touching a
Yeah,
Bladderwort instead.
Bladderwort. I don't know if you can trash that card. I don't know if you're allowed.
Yeah, definitely don't trash, especially when you're on credits here.
Especially if there's a Bladderwort already ticking on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Chris is supposed to do here. I think he has to keep drawing, keep digging for more economy. I'm not sure what these runs are going to accomplish. Touching an agenda is kind of scary too, because it puts you in big oppo if it's a Fuji.
Yeah, it forces server 3 back, but this might just force out an early. I'm assuming there's a moon pool on the table, which can accelerate
Yeah.
server 3, but then you have to put all the cards back in R&D here and spin doctor
Yeah,
on the
looking
table.
like a moon pool think here.
Yeah.
Could be that Chris is fishing for a Hermes bounce as well to just
for
slow
sure.
down
Yeah,
the corp
it looks
here.
like that is what he's doing.
I'm
I
wondering.
think Chris would love to touch us, see how they run. Any 2-pointer that Chris would touch here would be basically phenomenal. And with a 5-point turn later in the game could actually be a win condition.
Wonder like how calculated the choice is if you do just give a Fuji to Chris. So you get some cards out of hand, you're on threat 3. Sure, maybe the agenda from server 3 is bounced on HQ, so Chris could run that. But you're relatively comfortable on 12 credits, a Bladderwort on the table, cohort ticking, that you could maybe just do the full oppo right there on the spot and just hope that you have the combo pieces, because yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
So we know one of the cards in hand is Bladderwort. The other 3 we don't know. If the other 3, if they're in hand, needs to be exactly oppo, mindscaping, end of the line, unless you use your cohort draws or you have a spin on the table or something else to get you more things. And Moonpool
Okay.
pop.
Yeah.
I'm expecting double Fuji in the bin here.
Double Fuji for 4 damage. I mean, then you run HQ
Yeah,
off the
I think
bounce
Dad
card.
was thinking about
it's-
whether he's going to trash a Fuji to feed double Fuji. I think that's a acceptable line, but very, very scary.
Oh, Jat's saying this is wrong. We might have to do a run back. So we've gained some information. I'm assuming we'll run something else. We haven't trashed. Oh, we trashed 1 card from HQ. Fascinating. All right, so we're gonna go be running this back again. Undo click.
Valid
No
take back.
new information was gained exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so curious to see what's in the bin.
Fuji.
Wait, what's going on? Are we taking back or no? There's a Fuji in there.
I think that the
Really?
ad is in prompts right
In a
now. It's
prompt?
struggling
Yeah.
with prompts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you undo? Oh, we need to ask Chris to undo this. Yeah, that makes sense. So there's definitely a Fuji in play somewhere. We've all learned that.
No further action.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind.
Okay.
So the question is whether we're trashing a card from HQ or not.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we are. At
Yeah,
Whether
minimum,
we're beating Fujis.
get the Ayuko counter. We're putting back a Fuji and a mindscaping,
If
mind
one
you.
Fuji is fed,
Nothing. Clean.
then Aoko gets a counter.
So that's it. Fuji from HQ went back into R&D.
Okay.
She will hit the table, and with only 1 credit,
So
we have
5
4 more for
5
Debbie.
credits, but no free lunch is 8. So a lot more than you think.
So let's see what we have here. We're expecting anemones. We haven't seen any sentries so far. I think it's only anemones. Otherwise, the code gates we break for 1. The barriers are a bit more interesting. Tattoo Bola is going to be maybe no ice in hand. I'd be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that Ziot's hand must be pretty bad.
Yeah.
Based off of
Decline.
the Moonpool's putting things back.
So
Okay, well, we're touching this card.
We can break this. Kurapir will get its
Ooh.
counters. I'm assuming this
The
has to be
Blower is probably going to fire.
Oh, perfect.
Oh,
See
it's a
how they run.
Red 2 is all we got, and a Hermes bounce.
Ooh.
Return
Oh, look.
That's
Chris
great.
is back in the game, everybody. We're back in it.
Well, down
Very
to
good
1
turn for
credit,
Chris.
but the solidarity badge and no free lunch
Very
safety.
good turn.
Chris
Yeah, I
needs
mean-
to win in a single turn
Wow.
relatively soon on, but Jot now is on 4 credits. A Blighter Ward's going to take a card out of a hand. We have
Yes,
Ayuko firing.
Not big Oppo.
There's a
Blower
Moonpool rest.
fires, but it's just 1 damage. Oh, hits the twinning. There we go. That's a great hit right there.
Yeah.
Hitting the twinning is huge.
I'm not sure what else
Absolutely
the
That's
multi-axis
the best
is.
card you could have hoped for.
We might have 1 wake in the list, but I don't know if we're on multiple twinnings. So the multi-axis here is
We're
going to
it is
out on 1 wake.
Twinning,
Yes.
1 wake.
Sable can often win this matchup without win cons though. When I play this matchup, I generally bottom my twinnings anyways to class act, so not really necessary, but definitely helps.
Yeah, we're only on 4
Yeah, think
points
about-
out with 14 cards in R&D. So like the density on centrals, if you just go for singles as the game goes on, Ayuko, they get better and better for you. Again, there's still 2 bites in the game, which like, I don't know what Server 5 is, but I got some ideas.
I mean, we know that its card back is bite, so it could all
Yeah.
they're all bites.
What's the chances? It's a bite.
That's the game, bite or no bite.
Returning a
Strike fear into the
card.
runner's heart.
So Server 2, the card in there was bounced. That was installed last turn when Jot, I think, put 3 on the table. So that might be the same card, of course. Could be different. But Jot, see how they run combo. It seemed like Jot might not have been able to score that out because Moonpool only returned 1 card. So the line to do see how they run just to force out the no free lunch only works if you have a click left. And it looks like that wasn't the case. So triple install, no action. So Chris is here left with 1 credit and no free lunch. No cash on Debbie. And an HQ mark.
I wonder if Ziad can fire Bladderwort next turn. It would be like a cohort res if he wants to fire Ziad. Or oh, he does have a second Bladderwort, so he could use that to fire. Oh, okay, we're definitely
you're gonna
firing.
see-
I guess it's firing,
Bladderwort
yeah.
no matter what here.
Now this 10.
He's firing or getting
Okay.
crushed.
This
It
is
should be easy for him to duck here if he has Moonpool.
yes. There's the
Or it's
last
very easy to
Moonpool.
duck. There
Yep.
you
Now
go.
you have to take the tag. It's not optional. But stealing a false lead,
False lead.
you're now on threat 3, and this one does not help you win the game. You still need 2 agendas left over.
Mm. But Ziad doesn't have
notably, you have
money.
to
He can't
completely
big
pour.
Oppo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm
Do you
really surprised that there is no extra Bladderwort res
Wait.
here. I expected a Bladderwort install.
asking for action there? I don't know if we can take down the Bladder Word here. It's going to require the no free lunch pop, which seems much more valuable. But the solidarity badge, you want another counter there if you can get it. Bladder Word is 3 credits. I don't know if Chris is
As long
considering
as
it.
we have 1 solidarity badge counter, an extra might not matter.
Yeah, it's just for see how they run
You
stuff,
can only
which
remove 1 anyways.
I think you're okay.
I think
What a
you have to
wild
be
game.
okay. Ziad
What an
cannot bounce back to 5 credits.
What's in server
So,
2? Like we would have resed a FUT.
Okay, so
This can't be a
there's
1
a
cost
way.
card.
Actually, so cohort plus Bladderwort brings him to 3, and petty cash, if there's 1 in the bin, usually there is, he can get to 5, and then he can Hansei Big Oppo.
Yeah.
We'll see what he does with that, though. That might not win him the game yet. He'll need a little bit more money in order to... I'm certain that he's digging for end of the line mindscaping here.
Yeah, I wonder that turn
He
if
might
Chris
even
wants to
be digging
consider.
for Spin Doctor.
Like there's a chance on that
Petty cash, there
turn.
you go. And then now we're gonna see a Hansei, and then we're gonna see a Big Oppo.
That cohort like opened up this entirety of the line, whether Chris wanted to run that down with
Gosh,
Debbie.
yeah.
That might have been really important
Oh.
here.
Do we just
Bad
we
news,
are
there's
here
3
Moonpool
Hansei's in the bin.
or Fuji? Okay.
It's an agenda in
I think
server
we're
2.
Scoring a 5-3.
Wait, we still have 3 clicks left. This is see how they run into end-of-line mindscaping. This is lethal. We have exactly 5 credits. We have to no free lunch this.
We have no free lunch.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay.
I think this is
This is
partially
fine.
yes to get rid of the.
This is fine
the
for
no free
Chris.
lunch.
Yeah. So okay, he could still Hansei Big Oppo. That's still within range.
Hanseis are in the bin. All 3 Hanseis are in the bin.
Oh, all 3. Oh wow.
All three Hanseis are in the bin.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait,
So I
yeah,
think that this
call,
play is
call.
in part just to get
Party's extremely dense right now.
Yeah,
of the
3
game,
moon
exactly.
pools are out. 1 spin doctor is out. Centrals, we're still
Ooh.
looking at 13 points here, but Chris is clearly holding on. We've taken the core damage, so we have 4 hand size, which does sort of matter, but Jot is still putting more cards on the table. That cohort has been there since turn 1
How
and has
does
given
Jot
Jot like 10
win?
to plus credits.
Small Oppo.
Yeah, okay,
Oh
solidarity
my gosh.
badge.
Is there any way? Badge
I mean,
has
No,
to.
this is it. You
No,
false lead it
Badge
out.
has to draw.
small
Badge
Oppo
has to draw.
will
Badge has to draw here.
wait.
Badge has to draw and then double false lead. There must be exactly mindscaping end of the line.
Yeah, and there has to be, I think there's spin doctors on the table. I think it's very likely that Chris here
Oh my
might not
gosh,
have
yeah.
another turn.
Okay, Chris drew card, which is perfect. He cannot clear the tag with it because we're expecting double false lead forfeit right now.
We're asking for action. The 2-turn lethal setups from Ayuko are pretty fascinating, and those moon pools just chilling. Made that a possibility. And every turn also Bladderwort's 1 card out of hand. Bladderwort into end of line is just lethal.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, we get to see 3 cards here on Oko. See if they're what we need.
Well,
We're gonna
the
see 3
Bladderwort-
mandatory draw
Like-
for a 4th, and then
So you
cohort draw
just-
for a 5th.
There might be 2
Line.
Bladderworts on the table. We saw one on HQ.
Oh gosh, you're right. Right, Bladderwort.
But yeah, end of the
Yeah, there's a
line just
Bladderwort,
does
so
it.
it's just
I think
these
it's over.
three at the end of the
Yeah.
line. Yeah, GG. Well played.
Wow.
Oh,
Well played.
wow. What a line.
It's
I mean,
like
that game was so much
Oh my
closer than it had
goodness.
any right to be.
it's the wildest thing with the Bladderworts, right? It's like it makes false lead that much better because you're almost guaranteeing 1 more damage to the chip. It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, Bladderwort is so good.
It looks
Especially
like
to both players.
okay, so I don't see the standings anymore because they're not being updated on Cobra. So give me a moment. We have to kind of hunt these down together. The other matchup, it was Augustus versus Kikai. If I jump into the JNet server, it looks like Augustus on Corp won by Flatline. So Augie is the only player left on 2 lives. So if I'm not mistaken, Jad is going to be playing against Kikai. And that is the Chase Bracket Finals. Whoever wins that faces off against Augustus Caesars, and we'll have a final and maybe a grand final after that if the lower bracket can cause the upset.
You know, I severely underestimated Scrops coming into this, but Augustus is really making it work.
Yeah, I mean, like, if there was ever an odd player, Augustus has always been
For
an odd
sure.
player. So really
sure.
excited to see that.
I am too.
Augustus is an absolutely phenomenal player, and I think whenever you have a phenomenal player on a phenomenal deck, you can never
Mhm.
count them out. Never ever
Yep.
count them out. And Scrubs, I think, is a fairly newer entity. You know, I think people are used to
Yep.
playing against Alco, even the false lead variants that are, I would say, relatively newer. Scrubs is not something that I think people have as much testing time against because
No.
it wasn't a known
No,
entity
yeah.
before World.
The lines are also very narrow. Like, there's a lot of board states. If you don't do the right thing, they can combo out, and it's up to you to see whether that's possible or not. And a lot of that does just come with experience. Not like any deck, experience doesn't matter. But I do think this one's very, very sharp. That one mistake causes a 5-3 fast advance, and then the whole house of cards comes down right after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I have been playing against Scrops quite a bit. I do know a bit about the matchup. I think the pivotal turn is actually turn 2. If they can click a regolith 4 times with a wage worker, that is so game winning. So I think the runner has to drop everything and contest a turn 2 regolith.
Yeah, I
So what
believe
is it
it.
about the moneying up that makes it that changes the game so much?
it's triple measured threat, right? That's always what you use the money for.
Mhm.
Also, nano management plus Bass are two cards that is very money hungry, and you can use them to fast advance a Basalt Spire. And that's the crux of the deck, is fast advancing the Basalt Spire. Extremely game winning.
Hey, real quick, we have
And
the bracket.
also very expensive.
Oh, sorry, Saber. We have the bracket
No, please
on
go.
stream right now. So Chris going to be leaving the lower brackets, but again, top 4 at this event after just making it to this event is already really difficult. Well played. Huge shout out to Chris, also undefeated at Swiss Worlds. It's just a heck of an accomplishment. So we have one game ahead of us. Kikai versus Jot. Mind you, the last lone Shaper in the top 3. I think so far in this top 24, Shaper has won, I want to say 2 games. Jot did take one 2 rounds ago. Whether Jot can bring that up to 3 games, I think we'd all be excited to see. And on the other side of the table, Kikai, that's our circuit breaker this year. A fantastic player. Running the Surveyor blog has been one of my favorite Netrunner blogs, and just been having a killer year again. And I want to say top 4 at Worlds. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Okay. Whoever wins here gets to face Augustus at least 2 times. Or, well,
yeah. At most 2 times.
to
Yeah.
win.
Yeah,
At most 2
exactly.
times, yeah.
That's an uphill fight for sure. But this also means Augustus has some time to kind of just sit out, maybe watch the stream, maybe, you know, get some fresh air and think about things. Some players believe that like taking time away from the bracket kind of is a disadvantage because, you know, you lose your
I
heat.
don't believe that.
I don't know. I like playing game after game after game after game. You gotta keep yourself locked in. But I think Augustus has been in this position before, so I have no doubt that he knows how to deal with this. All right, I'm going to do some quick shout outs here while the round 2 spins up. There's usually a bit of a break between these rounds while players, you know, kind of grab their focus. So if you don't know what you're watching, this is the Online Showdown 2025 brought to you by ManintheMoon. This has been a long time coming. The Showdowns have been around for, I want to say 2 years now, and these have been phenomenal online organized play tournaments. I do want to say this, like this one is one of the few invitational only Netrunner tournaments, which is very weird for Netrunner. When you come to Netrunner, you go to the World Championship. There's people there that's their first tournament, and that's kind of the big deal. And why I'm saying that is a lot of these Showdowns earlier this year have been a lot of people's first foray into organized play, and I think there's such a great opportunity to do that. The prize support is great. The field is huge. It's just so easy if you can, you know, spend an afternoon at home on your computer. That's sometimes a nice way to learn what Netrunner looks like. But today, this is the Showdown. Is the culmination of the year. Tomorrow, or next year, more accurately, we'll be back. There's going to be 5 Showdowns, followed by a 6th Ultimate Showdown. And these Showdowns will have different time zones. So if you're in APAC and this doesn't make a lot of sense for you, there'll be specifically Showdowns that are tailored towards your time zone, which I think is super appreciated. And if you don't know netrunnercards.net, it's a great place. You can pick up some alt arts for yourself, but I'm a big fan of the event organizer tab where you can grab some prize support. This is meant to be accessible prize support for anything that you're organizing. And these alts, they come, they change. So if you're looking for some cool doom scrolls for your upcoming event, this is a great place to get some good old prize support. And this Descents, you've been seeing it today. This is prize support for this event. And for the next 72 hours, I think is the number. If you order anything from this website, you get some Descents as well, which are pretty exclusive to this event. So yeah, while it lasts, I think that's a nice thing to pick up. I think that's mostly it. I think we have a round coming up real soon. Yeah, it looks like it's paired.
We're starting in 1 minute.
Starting in 1 minute. Okay. Do we want to pull up this list? I think the Shaper list is probably one we've seen a bit less. Or actually, Kikai, I'm assuming, is also on 2 copies of Endline, 2 copies of Oppo. That's my guess.
Yeah, it looks like the same list we just saw from Ziad.
Cool.
So,
okay. Let me see if I can find them really quickly. Again, it's a bit
looks
harder.
basically exactly the same.
Oh, it looks like Kikai's on 1 byte.
I
Ooh.
see.
For their Oppo.
Not as much of a bite enjoyer, I see. Oh, they're on he's on 2 Phonetrias.
Yeah, that's a cool
Fancy.
card. That's a really hard one to play around because you have to run on the right click if you know
Sure
there's a
is.
false lead on the table. And hey, speaking of the game, looks like we're off.
We're off.
Did we keep or we mulligan? Both players kept. Love to see it. So Lat, hand size is card draw. Card draw is really, really important in this matchup for obvious reasons. But I think Ayuko is actually really good at playing a low hand size if you can just dump the hand, put things on the table. Slower start. I don't know if last time I've seen Hedge Fund Ice HQ, but opening with an Onicom after a ritual.
Whoa.
Very cool sequencing, but sometimes it does make sense, I guess. That's really cool. I think Onicom is
Whoa.
so good in this matchup. Whether it's damage on your turn and you're playing your events, damage on the opponent's turn, you're going to
Yes.
get like plus 15 cards from this thing clicklessly.
Yeah, and I think that you must be happy to find the Anacam right from turn 1, get the ritual. And this is only one copy of ritual too.
No way.
On the corp side we have. Yeah, it's one copy of ritual.
Really?
And click to ritual also made sense. It's
Ritual's
just
such a
so
good
funny.
card, Anacam Lad.
So Kikai, another slow turn from this Alco. So just a
Yeah.
petty cash in.
Oh wow.
Big
This
money.
deck is only on ritual for draws and spec works. There's no Nuka.
Oh,
Huh.
interesting. Yeah, Onicom decks, I guess you end up
Whoa.
there eventually.
This
Very
is this
interesting.
deck should just be named Hard Maul for Anacam, right?
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Now, Kikai, petty cash in the bin is going to be some money, but Ayuko did not fire. Pelongi to SMC just seems like we're getting cards out of the hand. The Pelongi's not incredibly important, especially if you run into some Aleksandras, like you're going to have a Fractor issue anyways. But Jot wants to match the hand size and is going to get that free card draw. I don't think we played an event that turn.
Mm-hmm. I am extremely unfamiliar with this matchup.
Whoa.
I wonder. Oh, we're fast advancing?
False lead. Must be false lead here, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, and imagine it's to fix his hand too. His hand looks to be full of agendas.
Yeah. 2 agendas out. We got our first Ayuko counter, and now the false lead is alive and well. So Jot has to be a bit careful. If you run and hit a Fuji, you're on threat 3. As much as Kikai with 2 cards in hand is unlikely to have exactly all the punishment. It's, as you've been saying, like they sometimes don't have it. So there's only 2 Oppas in the deck.
And Jot does in fact have 2 stone shipped harp rooms as well. So this game, there's still plenty of game to be played here for sure. The first false lead, I don't think he wanted to see that scored out so quickly.
Oh,
but also Kikai.
Ooh,
we bottoming out
this early
on a cataloger. Let's look at the top 4.
I guess we're just locking. We're just doing this to lock.
Yeah, getting some info. I don't know what agenda you're seeing here that you want to touch. Well, actually, no, there's most of them. It's most things besides Fuji you want to touch. You'll take the false leads. You'll take the see how they runs. You'll take the longevity.
Yeah. Anacam Lat usually plays on more control style, but I imagine Zia is probably feeling like he wants to take any agendas he can find early game here. If he can get a Fuji here, that would feel really, really good.
I also just really like, Kikai just spent a whole bunch of basically tempo to check this out. I like just seeing the top 4 and knowing what's coming up next as well.
Yep, see how they run and see if we can see another one here. It's possible.
I don't know if you want to get on threat 3 that fast, but I think you're okay.
You're
Kikai
right.
might not just have
Kikai
the
Oppo. Kikai could even... No, small Oppo doesn't do anything. It would just be fermenter. Clear.
Yeah.
So again, these are known cards. There's one more card known on R&D, and that's information that's a bit easier to forget on JNet, but both players will be aware. We've now broken lock, so if Cataloger wants to go back, that's 4 more cards. That Ice, which probably is a known card, is going to solve that problem, at least in the short term.
Yeah. So Kikai, clicking the draw this often, this early, is very worrying. You usually see a lot more install, so this might be a really bad hand for Kikai.
Kikai kept this hand though, right?
Yeah.
Was it keep? Yeah. So maybe it was like false lead and then Moonpool and a hedge fund, and you're like, that's good.
Yeah.
Compilation, do we steal the
I
petty
think
cash?
that hands can devolve pretty quickly sometimes.
Rude from Kikai.
I think that Ziad is going to sense weakness here and maybe just cup HQ. Yeah, that is very rude.
Yo, this cup is sick. I don't know. The artist is not credited. I think I picked up some of their IDs at Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. They look like this, but I'm a big fan.
Oh,
I haven't seen this
so
before.
cool.
This is awesome.
If someone knows, if someone knows who this is in chat, please let us know. That's great. Kikai drawing up again. Money will matter at some point.
We're still drawing up.
Jot's money?
Lat feels like he's in complete control now. He has so much money, up to 11. Notably, he clicked a fermenter pretty early. Not that early. It was on 4. But I imagine he didn't want to green anymore because a perch would also take out the Palangi with him. So that was a pretty good fermenter click, I imagine.
Yeah, I definitely would have popped the fermenter there, I think. The ending turn for Kikai here is just installing 2 cards. We finally get installed. They're not fast advancing out a false lead here. And it's a Spin Doctor. So what I think this is like the $1 million question. What in the world is in Kikai's hand?
I don't
Um,
know. But my guess
I'm
is
gonna
server
mention
3
it's
is
gonna
Good.
get
server 3 is
Good.
another spin doctor, right?
Overclock.
Overclock, we're going HQ. We have
maybe.
the SMC to
Makes
put
sense.
the money. A lot of times corporations just won't rise here because then you have to force their overclock. But hey, with 4 cards in
Ooh,
hand,
taking attack here.
A Phonatria.
this does have
I mean,
text.
this is
Huh.
great, Raz.
You can pull any breaker because you have Palangi, but you often do want to let 1 card from your hand go, while Anakam's going to fire no matter what. If you're sub 4
That's
cards,
really cool.
you do dodge
Overclock.
the tag entirely, which means then maybe the bite you access from HQ is a bit harder to stomach.
Taking 2
So
damage here.
okay, there is a false lead
2
scored.
damage means 2 counters for Oko. It's
Mhm.
not, yeah.
Yeah, Anakam
That
did kick in
hurts.
there. So we lost a Fermenter and a Pinhole, both great cards. And now we're going to go grab SMC, going to use our counters here on the overclock. I don't know if we're going to use the compilation. Maybe after Spin Doctor draw, you want to.
Echelon. First breaker, Echelon. That does not feel good. I imagine Lat might have Propeller in hand,
Oh,
which would
longevity?
make this a lot more reasonable.
Fuji, that's game.
It's
Oh my
over.
God, that's game.
Oh, man. Yeah. Kikai just had an awful hand.
That was terrible. That
It
is
seems
that must have
very
been
obvious.
the worst,
That was really
the
bad
worst
hand.
luck.
So, like, it's hard to reconstruct the forensics on this,
gosh.
but the cataloger probably only saw 1 agenda. Unless Shat said draw the Fuji, I don't care. But that means the early hand was bad because we shuffled 2 agendas. Then the mid was cataloger, and then the back part of the Spin Doctor also might have not been good. Like, that looked strange.
You know, I want to
Yeah.
point out
Oh, there's a
that,
bite in there and the false lead.
yeah,
I
Ziad
really-
could have died to Fuji bite.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So
Fuji
I-
bite.
Ziad could have
Wow.
lost here.
I'm really curious as to what Kikai's, because Kikai kept the opening hand, which couldn't have had more than 2 agendas in it, one of which would have been false lead. There was a cataloger that saw, 1 agenda, 3 non-agendas, presumably. And then, like, it seems like in all of the off turns, Kikai just managed to draw, like, exclusively agendas and no gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a huge.
Kikai needed
There's,
to survive like 2 more turns because the Alco counters was going to start kicking in. But I think Ziad is a really good player and he sensed weakness, right? Like
Mhm.
Kikai has been clicking the draw, clear weakness here, and he smells blood. Ziad smells blood.
well, like, that was actually close. If the bite got hit and you don't win off the
Right.
accesses, you just false lead, the game's over, right?
Right.
Like, that could have
Yeah.
gone any
Exactly.
way on the last turn. That's kind of wild. Well played to both players again. Kikai, phenomenal
played.
performance this year with CBI, and then taking a whole bunch of events in the UK. Let alone just the blog's great, but it looks like we have our finalists. I really hope Augustus didn't go for a long walk, hoping for a 40-minute round, because I think he's got to find his seat soon enough. We got a finals.
Yeah, so I guess I really should have believed y'all way more when you're like, oh, the final rounds, they'll go very quickly.
Yeah, we're like
7-minute
Yeah.
far ahead of schedule. I'm pretty sure today, which is like,
Yeah.
you know,
I expected to be in this for 5 hours. It's only been 2.
that's why we're gonna get a grand finals after this.
Yes, we're gonna get a
Don't
grand
you worry.
finals. Please, please, please.
I'm also not 100% sure. It doesn't seem like it has really mattered today, but the finals, there's a chance they are untimed. I don't want to say anything. It's not my call. We'll see what Abraham says, but players
Mhm.
sometimes in the finals, open deck lists, all this sort of stuff, they might just take their time a bit more.
Yep.
So
And they should. They
yeah,
should.
yeah, why not?
They deserve to.
And this is going to be an absolutely banger matchup. This is going to be great.
I'm rooting for Ziad so we get a game 2.
All
I
right.
agree. I think we can all root for more games.
All right. I'm going to take a second to turn on Corp card back. So give me 1 second.
So that way we can truly experience the stream can experience full bite Alco.
And you know what? I think that Augustus is gonna be playing runner, but I really want to see Augustus on obs. I really want to see
Yeah.
how Scrobs does it.
Yeah. So you said you've been playing against Scrobs quite a bit
Mhm.
in practice, right?
Yep. fair
What
bit.
is how has your experience been like playing into it? Sounds like you identified like a couple of key lines, but do you enjoy running into it?
I have been having a good time. Yeah, that deck can burst you out of nowhere. It's very scary. It's always so rich between having wage worker regoliths, So I think the crux of the deck is having Regolith and Wage Worker. If you click a Regolith down to 3 credits, the runner feels like they can't trash it, right? But then you click it again and you get a Water Wall, and that's so good, or a Tithe, right? And the other line that's really cool for that deck is, so Bass, it's a 3 cost, meaning that you can rest Bass, click it, gain a click, and then you can pull Regolith from your deck and click it 4 times. So there's a lot of lines for you to be able to click Regolith 4 times, right?
I
And
love that
so
this is
so
where
rich.
we're at. We're like, you know what? We click Regolith 4 times. That's what
Yes.
we need.
It's
That's
so
what we need.
important because if you only click it 3 times, the runner's gonna go and trash it, and then you don't get the Water Wall and you don't get the Tithe. So you gotta do what you gotta. The 4th click on the Regolith matters so much.
The unironic value Baz.
It's so good. It's so cool. And Bass can also pull a Wage Worker, right? So you have a lot of lines where you, for example, you can fast advance. I don't remember the exact line, but you can fast advance a Basalt Spire. If you have a Bass out on the board, you can Bass out a Wage Worker, and then you can install advance.
Yep, that'll get you.
And then you can advance and then you can slash and burn the Basalt Spire.
Slash and burn, sure. Or nano management.
Or
that's
nano,
really
yeah.
Too.
We have
So there's a
And
lot
then
of
once-
lines for you to do so.
I just want to shout out, we have a graphic on screen right now. It doesn't have that much to show, but Kikai there finding the end of the run of the chase bracket, but just phenomenal performance. And we have 2 players left. Again, Augustus is in the upper seat here, so Augustus can afford to lose this round. And then Jot and Augustus will be on even footing. But otherwise, it looks like we're looking at Hoshiko versus Jot playing on Corporation on Ayuko one more time. We haven't had a chance to see Augustus play the Anarch deck, and this Hoshiko deck is fascinating. It is relatively straightforward as a value deck. We're looking at 6 Matryoshka, 1 Rising Tide, 1 Hush, some Botulus. But otherwise, this is not like massive ice destruction Hoshiko. This is just tempo value Hoshiko. We're looking at Keikos, Gachapons, almost all the companions. In fact. We have an Iru for alternate win condition, 2 Stone Ships for safety. Just like very, very good, no nonsense. Like this will win Worlds in 2023, as much as it could have won Worlds this year as well.
And it looks Definitely like we are ready to start the game even.
Oh, fantastic. Let me jump over. Good catch. All right, we're in. Welcome. Oh, I changed the card backs. I'm frightened. I don't know if I should have done this. We are good. Cool. So we have some SMCs on Augie's side, bites. If you're wondering about how you get card backs on JNet, you win them from events. They're usually prizes attached to things like showdowns, I think AMTs. There's some other ways to do it, but it is, I don't think it's a paid feature. I think it's a performance feature. So if you want to chase down those bites.
How do you get alt arts on stream or on JNet?
Alt arts, that you have to donate to JNet.
I see.
If you donate any money, it unlocks your favorite alt arts. Pinhole, Axisync. Yeah, I would. Supporting JNet's also kind of sick. And hey, that's the cohort, which we've seen so many games where that cohort sticks on turn 1 for the whole dang game. And this is going to stop Jad at 1 Ayuko counter after that early Hansei. We'll see if he has something else to put into the remote server. Hoshiko does go for the flip.
Off to a great start with Augustus. Zia is looking a little slow here. He's clicking to draw. We know that whenever Aoko clicks to draw, there's something wrong here.
So you have the second true does a skill. I just want to check really quickly where we're on the mulligan and on the keep. There's a bit of conversation about Demolisher meta, which like Augustus has been known to put 1 Demolisher in the Anarch decks. It looks like both players kept, so we should be happy with where we are. And hey, Secret Anarch tech, it's Creative Commission. I love this card in Hoshiko since it's been unbanned, because there are some turns where you don't want to play the clean getaway. You don't want to touch cards, and Hoshiko wants to be in control of whether you're running or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that these players are just bantering here. Still check failed indeed. I'm looking for the second cohort instead, so that because the first one got pinholed. And yeah, Augustus having basically pinhole and 2 econ 2 econ events right from the beginning is really strong.
Yeah, I believe
very strong start by Augustus.
Been told this Spin Doctor is by Maze Leyline, which I believe is the artist who did the compilation. So cards in the remote server on top of the Spin Doctor. So not the Hansen cohort going back. So probably another recursion card to bring back the spin. And there's so many bites on the table right now.
And now we've unlocked complexity. We got there. It didn't happen on turn 1 or turn 2, but this is the skill check.
Botulus. We'll see if it hits a Tattoo Bowler or Samak. The barriers don't love to be Botulus. But the fate check, it's a Fly Swatter. Also doesn't like to be Botulus, at least on the short term.
That stops it for 1.
I don't know what you're worried here on the table. Do you think you jam a False Lead behind a Fly Swatter into Anarch? I think there's a chance you can get away with it.
I think you can definitely get away with that against dolls, for sure.
Cohort.
Yeah.
That's good, because now Elko can flip.
Yeah.
Or Elko can trigger.
Can do its thing here.
Yeah, so server 1 ends up being a false lead, and Giot is very happy.
We are not using Elko, so we're scoring out. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. False lead. We're cooking. Hey, we've seen this thing do stuff today. I don't think it's going to stop in this game. So we have our first false lead scored. We have 2 Oppos in the deck to play around. Augustus's economy doesn't seem like it's exactly there. Hoshiko did not touch his card last turn, and we're looking for fermenters. That seemed pretty skillful. Now cohort and
We need to find
Ayuko.
companions. We need to figure out how to trash this cohort. Very important.
There's the pinhole.
Okay, that's a great start.
Now, this does turn
Finding
on
the pinhole
Oppo.
is a test of skill.
But the small Oppo might not be that important. Again, Steelskin Scarring is something both players are going to check. And now getting our first companion down for free with Keiko, this should be 2 credits a turn, which you definitely want to be getting that money if you have to deal with the assets, let alone the Oppo research threat.
Yeah, so this is very skillful from Augustus here, finding the
second pinhole.
Early companion. Yeah, the second pinhole and the early companion. So both players, extreme display of skill here. But I think the non-meming here is that both players, I think, had actually pretty strong starts. So, we're not seeing like one player off to just completely off to the races and the other one being left behind.
Yep.
2 cards on the table behind ice, and R&D now getting its first ice as well. Fut going to get a power counter. So the worst touch you're taking here is a 5 damage touch off of a Fuji. But I don't know. Are you worried that server 1 is another agenda? Because Fly Swatter, you can deal with it, but I'm not sure what you're pushing in here.
I mean, Fly Swatter is basically, you can consider to not be a real piece of ice. It could basically be a nice thing. But one of the things that I've liked doing is just leaving it on the table and saying, okay, this is -1 MU. And eventually you'll need to maybe get rid of this, and you'll actually have to consider that Fly Swatter can become a real ice again. But for the most part, you just throw it down there. It's the same thing as making a new server.
We get a free Taka, free Stone Ship. This also helps. Again, we do have to keep in mind to see how they run combos can come out of nowhere. And so I'm not sure we're going to be charging anything with the Stone Ship, just having that safety +2 cards. Chico taking a turn off, and the card in server 1, we're not moving it. Shot is considering how to start this turn. Wait, I'm pretty sure chat is saying that both of these players, which mind you are both tiebreakers, are the 2 players playing in the show match. I don't know if y'all have been following the tiebreakers versus Chinese Netrunner community, but they have more Netrunner to play tomorrow, which is pretty funny.
Oh gosh, that's exciting.
It's just a full weekend of Netrunner.
Double advance, ice, card, Hansei, Futz on now 3 net damage on our first agenda. I do think Hoshiko wants to touch a card.
I imagine that we should be able to contest Fut this turn. We should be able to find a Matryoshka. I hope.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a big deal Samuk would be. We have Hush to deal with it. We have 1 Rising Tide. Again, you can take 3 damage, and it doesn't give Ayuko counters, but it is 3 cards out of hand, which, there's a cost involved.
Server 3 could easily be another false lead, and then suddenly Xiat feels extremely favored.
Yeah. If you don't interact, the problem is Moon Pool and to see how they run into combo. But with the Stone Ship, I think you're relatively comfortable. Now the Fueno's coming down, which actually gives you a credit. So now we have nearly every single companion. We're going to have to Mystic next turn, probably play a run event, do something like that. But
I want to point out that there's a line here where Moon Pool, see how they run, end of the line would probably kill.
I think with Stone Ship, you're good. Let alone also you have to play around this. It's imagine
it's doing 3 damage, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I think 3 damage. 1 from see how they run, and then 4 more from.
Yeah, you're right. I think the Steel Skins would have to kick in at that point.
Yep. Need to have the Steel Skin.
The last round timer is coming in there because these tournament games have been so fast.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm guessing one of them called Judge because of the title.
Yeah, I imagine Man in the Moon
Yeah.
has to be watching as a judge right now with only one game left.
So she got either talking to Judge a little bit more or considering exactly kind of what to do here. No ice on the
Icing
HQ at all.
archives.
Icing archives.
I'm surprised by the archives ice because we don't have Regenesis play available.
Yeah, it
I
just
really like it because it protects Moonpool.
Yeah.
So it protects your Moonpool play.
I agree. It also protects, or it also lets you do cohort flips, but of course we already see 2 cohorts out the door.
Yeah, so Mystic comes in off the Gachapon on the corpse turn, so you can fire Keiko, installing the second Mystic or resetting the Mystic counters. Removing a Chaka and a Keiko is kind of perfect. So not a great Gachapon, but just deck thinning, and technically you did go +1 credit. But now cards on the table here, there has to be a Moonpool setup. Cards on the table haven't been doing anything, and there's not that many cards in this matchup that don't do anything. There's a
Right.
Smock.
Doesn't do anything.
This is easy. Wait, no. Wait,
So do you choose
it's a Samak.
We're taking 3,
You can't
losing
break this with
both
Matryoshka.
Twinnings and a third Matryoshka. Now Fueno is going to make this functionally free, but that is the first foot down. Augustus with 3 cards in hand and a stone chip. What's the most damage we can expect here? I think the most
One
damage
thing
is
that really hurts me.
5?
I don't think. Yeah,
There
it's
are
5.
3 Twinnings in the deck too.
5 with See How They Run, but
Yeah.
if See How They Run wasn't scored last turn, it's not going to be scored this turn.
Butts back behind the Samak Saman. You're really looking for your Hush here. You're really looking for your Rising Tide.
Really powerful Samak.
Augustus.
It annoys me that Samak doesn't give alco counters. I'm always very, very annoyed.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a consideration that was for balance or whether it was worded like that for, other reasons. But yeah, if you do the damage to yourself, Ayuko has no skin in that game.
But on the flip side, you can't use Airblade to block Samak. So
no, you can't you? Isn't it just net damage or is it the
cannot.
corp? Oh,
You
no way.
cannot.
You cannot avoid.
Oh, because it's a cost.
Yeah.
Right.
If you do not take the 3 net damage, then you will not end the run. Then the run would fire. You could still choose to take the net damage.
Yeah.
And then avoid it with the Airblade. And then it will still end the run.
Taka.
You would not want to do that.
She has collected all of her credits here. You need to make a run and at least boost Matryoshka.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you either have to let the fox go, which is the final fox, or you take a tag, which is not sustainable in this matchup.
I think you have to take a risk here. Maybe run server 5. Or just take 3 damage, I guess.
Yeah, we're boosting. Again, we haven't seen a single steel skin, so there's a fair bit of safety. We've gone through halfway through the deck. Oh, we're bouncing.
Okay, we're just boosting. Yeah.
So we're just
that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Ending a click to keep the Trickster Taco around.
Yeah,
you do
yeah,
make a
yeah,
credit
yeah,
off of it because Keiko is nice.
Yes. That's very funny.
Well, the Trickster Taka definitely, I think, going to be valuable as the matchup goes on. So you're not happy to do that, but
double advance just on the table. See How They Run again. Could fire here just to do some core damage to tag, but it looks like it's just a second false lead off the table. Hush getting trashed by Fut too is
a steel skin.
A bit important in the matchup if we want to deal with some.
That is very important. So 2 Twinnings down. There's 1 left.
Is the deck on 3 Twinnings?
It is on 3 Twinnings.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. That's wild. With all these companions, it should be very easy to charge every turn, but double false lead. Welcome to cursed territory. As long as we're under threat 3.
What are we doing here?
We're taking damage. Oh no, we run the wrong server.
Maybe it's just a misclick.
Okay. I was wondering.
I don't know where we're running here. Like server 3 hasn't moved. Server 1 suspiciously looks like a table fight.
Have we hit the Rising Tide yet?
Yeah, no, we haven't seen it. We've only lost the Hush.
Wow, this board is so scary for the runner. How does Augustus navigate this? He doesn't have that much money.
Yeah, this
Now,
also.
to be fair, Ziad also doesn't have that much money.
Yeah, I think
But he does
Augustus.
have Alco counters, and he can maybe Hansei, big Oppo, and then like end of the line, end of the line. Those are all reasonable lines.
You like
I mean,
run into these
Augustus.
weird situations where like if you threaten the runner that they have to pop the stone chip, then it's their turn. You just take their turn away, and then the stone chip like functionally didn't do anything, and then you're still allowed to do like whatever amount of damage you have left in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Augustus has a lot of credit sitting on this Mystic Miami right now, and I think very much would like to get something.
Yeah.
Wants to find like a gamble or something to
They're angry.
just give him some bunch of credit.
This game is extremely tense. It's so tense right now. I think Augustus is drawing for. Okay, we're doing it.
We're going back.
Oh, we're just taking the damage.
I don't know if we're bouncing off of this or whether we're just taking the damage. I think we are. We're breaking it.
We can't break it.
You're allowed to.
Oh, we're just.
Yeah, this is a bounce. This is to get rid of the credits on Taka and Mystic.
And Mystic, yeah,
that
that's
makes
so
sense.
goofy.
That makes sense.
Yep. And
Alright.
And the overclock was purely to run down Mystic.
So Matryoshka, we're on our third. Sean now has a board, has some space here. These cards haven't moved in a while. And while False Lead's just been on the table, moon pools are unaccounted for. We've only seen 2 cohorts, and with this FUT, even just like any agenda score takes some tempo away from Augie.
This Hoshiko does not have infinite cards. I would like to remind everyone of that fact. No Ashen, so we are liable to getting grinded out.
Yeah, there's a
I
chance.
wonder what Augustus wants to see here. There's the 1x Solidarity badge, which would, I guess, maybe not help against double False Lead. You have the wheels. You have Eru and twinning. What do we think that Augustus's angle is from here?
I don't know. The fermenter cooking is really good. I think you probably have to find the third twinning sooner than later and just like build the pressure of the counter so that on the turn that the oppo comes, you can, I don't know, you need to get to 2 points, chill on 2 points, and then close the game out before things get away from you. This is our
need to find a twinning.
Yeah, 1 more twinning. Again, 3 in the list, so we should have the option.
He has Augustus has 20 more cards to go through. That is not easy.
Also, like, Hoshiko hasn't had text for the last, I think, want to say 4 to 5 turns. Like, we have not made a successful run in a long time.
Yeah. And Augustus could have opted to run, could have used that overclock and ran HQ if he wanted to touch a card. But I think this point does not want to touch the bites. I think.
Yeah, or even an agenda. Like,
touch anything.
if you hit a Fuji, you'd end up taking what, like 4 damage with FUT, and then you're on turn 3 suddenly with no economy besides a fermenter.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I want to point out is Alco likes to bank counters. One of the reason is if you have counters banked, then if the runner makes any mistake, then you can just pop the false lead and then on your turn do an Alco draw for whatever you need.
Yeah.
Even popping Spin Doctor to spin back anything and then doing an Alco draw. So that's something for Ziad to think about if he wants to bank up some counters.
Yo, this Samuk has been so good. Like, I don't know if Augustus is going to take 6 damage off of this 3-cost ice, but it has held every FUT in the server so far, and the second FUT seems to be maybe a bridge too far.
It's one of Hush and one of Rising Tide, and Hush is in the bin, and we have 20 cards to draw through, and Hoshiko has not been firing.
Like, that's just the issue.
Very low deck velocity here.
If you're twinning and your tide's in the bottom 20, and again, like, I don't know if you want to install, I guess you do install the tide, break some luck for 3. Like, that still doesn't feel great.
And Augustus is completely calling out here.
My predicament.
Very predicament, yes.
Jad is thinking here.
Hope for game two.
I don't think we've seen.
I don't
think we've seen from any AUCO player today the like willingness to give your opponent a 3-pointer. Like, I think we've seen these mid games where like the false lead dance happens and corporations are still being a bit stingy with their agendas. Like, I think I'd love to see Jad put a 5-3 on the table, like just force the issue and say, no matter what, if you touch the Fuji, the game's cooked. But we just haven't seen it yet. Maybe that's as soon as this run, I'll be happy. If
what is this? Instantly runs it.
Yeah,
Does
immediately.
have a read here.
Spin Doctors, it's a moon pool. That's
The
trash
moon
for Fencer
pool.
Fueno for
It's an easy
plus
trash.
1 credit.
Wow.
Hoshiko
Like,
now.
I wonder if you would pop the moon pool there just because it's a free trash.
Yeah, that was Jat's turn. Moonpool credit. So now Oppo is online, as much as it's a small Oppo, and Augustus can easily deal with it. Well, Steel Skins is how you deal with this, right? And we've seen only one so far.
Hmm.
I think Giat's no action.
Yeah.
Is the minus symbol there.
Plus for
And we
action,
still
minus
need
for
to
no
find
action.
something for the Mystic. I think Augustus really, really wants to find something that, I mean, really a gamble, which I don't think we've seen a single copy of this entire game. Just
Oh gosh,
to
you're
get
right.
this Mystic Miracle on.
Yeah. Creative, clean
Zad's
getaway.
turn was very odd. It was a click for 2 credits, which is crazy.
Ooh.
I think Zad's hand must be all kill. I think it's got to be like 2 end lines, 2 mindscaping or something. That's why he's just clicking for credits.
Mystic's gone, cannot find the operations, or
Oh,
sorry, the events to feed her.
no.
So she's leaving, but we're up on 14 credits
Oh.
before Hoshiko's digital attacks at the start of turn. We do have an Oppo window here, but as much as there's only 2, so it is a bit of a cost. So see if Shot can just get to
Yeah.
threat 4, or sorry, to threat 3.
Really unfortunate draws from Augustus.
Shot is thinking, I'm
Yeah,
not.
I
think this
think
is-
I think they
this
were
is the
running.
worst
They
ever.
were drawing the whole time for a straight gamble. Sorry.
This is what this is the worst Hoshiko has ever looked in recent history.
So I'm not sure. Man of the Moon might have to confirm this, but I'm guessing that this is not a time finals. So yeah, we just have a game start thing in the corner. So players can definitely take their time here, and obviously they should. This has been a massive day of Netrunner, let alone a massive season. So
Yes.
the lines are really tricky. We're still constantly being surprised by some of the kill reach that you can get in with the double false lead.
Netrunner is so cool. You always find more surprises in this game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just so in love with this game.
I love that you can run a matchup back to back to back to back to back, and like kind of unlike
Yeah.
other card games, you like keep discovering new things and like new
Mhm.
ways of playing. Actually, my very first like interaction with a bite in Alco. Okay, we're gonna pause since players are starting to act. It's just install
Credit.
credit from Giat.
So those 4 cards that he's holding.
Dead question mark. I mean, you should ask. No, you're good. Ooh, badge. Good
Oh
start
gosh.
there. A bit of safety. This does interact
This
favorably
FUT
with false lead.
is
If this hits 2 steel skins, the game is like so different.
Ooh, you're hitting 3 more.
Fencer,
no.
Matryoshka, Fermenter, FUT's coming down. We're on 2 cards in hand. We've only seen 1 steel skin so far. There's 19 cards left.
Wow. This is
We
so
do get rid of the
painful.
fuck here, which is great, but you now have two.
Maybe action.
Okay.
Okay.
Whoa, this is
Oh,
very
gosh.
easily. It can't be that hard to make a lethal here. You just score out a 4-2 and do an end of line, right?
They run and a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Stone Chip. So no, actually.
You do have the ship.
No, but
the
that
thing is,
it'd
that's
still be
4
enough.
cards.
It would still be enough.
Yeah.
Needs to have steel skin in hand, basically.
But then you still have to hit it on the 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would
you
be
still
1
have
and
to
4 on
Unless
the
there's
or
2
1 and
steel
2.
Right? How many steel skins are in the bin? There's just the one.
Just 1.
Yeah. And your steel skins in this matchup are 100% a thing that you would usually hold on to.
Yeah, you don't play them.
Like,
The
I don't
other
think that Augustus click drawing for gamble is indicative of the steel skins not being in hand. I think that you would hold those in hand.
Mm-hmm. The other thing to point out, by the way, is if See How They Run hits a steel skin, there is another line for Big Oppo. Okay, here we go.
False lead
Here we go.
off.
It's happening. And this is
We're-
only
we're
1
on,
false
we're
lead.
on.
Well,
Doing it. You're forcing the issue.
Shot
Steel skin,
is
steel
confident that he has something here. Whether we
Okay.
can duck to bladder weights, it doesn't seem to be the case. So whether it's set up an
So
I think it's
agenda,
one-
gonna be a
Two.
see how they run with Moonpool
1
on
and
the
2, See
table
How They Run.
and then one in hand. But
I think you
I'm
have to
just so
like,
Would
curious.
you ever pay 1 to get a core damage?
yeah.
Yeah.
So wait,
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
you can
Why not?
also set up a See How They Run or a FUT in server 2 and then do an Oppo, but it looks like double
Here we
advance.
go.
I think we're setting up, you do this and then
And
an
we're
Oppo
asking
and then
for
you
action?
fork.
There's a. Oh, you think that I think that you could. The thing is, you could have
No action. Yep.
oppoed.
So
and
there
not
must be a
oppoed
steel skin in
the-
hand. There must be.
Is this a 50-50?
Maybe two.
Or does Augie have two
Maybe
steel
two
skins?
steel skins.
This could just be a 50-50 for the bracket reset. So we're removing two
Yeah.
agendas from hand to archives to back into R&D potentially, scoring to see how they run.
Mhm.
So this gives a tag, which we can interact with, but the kind of damage is not
negative.
super important.
Ooh. 50-50. It might be
50-50
100%.
or 100%. Yeah.
After this, I have an
Um,
action.
yeah,
That's
okay,
assumed.
okay.
Yeah, we're good.
That,
Yep.
okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Steel
we're
skin!
looking like we're
Oh,
doing
hit
it.
the steel
Yep.
skin. And then
I
there you
think
go.
that was a guaranteed steel skin.
You think? I would love to
Cool.
hope it's a 50-50.
So no big oppo possible either. Okay, it's suddenly looking. It's a coin flip.
Well, it's a coin flip.
Dang it. Dang.
Okay, no matter what of your guesses, you should say it's a coin flip because firstly, it's cooler,
Yeah,
and
you
secondly,
should,
you're obfuscating.
Oh
but
my
yeah, that
God.
might have just been a coin flip.
Oh my goodness.
Does
And
Augie
then
have
the
upper
back-
They're
bracket
so
armor?
skilled.
Weird.
They're so skilled.
Now this leaves
So
Jad
the-
with
so
4
now-
credits. A tag?
Yeah.
The badge will clear.
badge.
Augustus is on 11 credits.
Plus
Has
Keiko
two
companions.
dolls.
This game can turn around really quickly.
Yeah, this is extremely Augustus favored now.
The bladderworts might
Mhm.
start to matter on 4 credits. But Jad here, like, I don't know whether you decide to trash a Fueno. I don't think you can trash these and go down to 2 credits. You can't res any ice at that point.
Cannot. That's so. Like, if anything, it'd probably be Trickster. But, like, forced out a false lead, didn't get the kill. That was also like a 5 credit,
Mhm.
5 credit score.
Oh, just
Zia
click
has
for
no
credit.
Oh, that's
money.
a credit.
Zia has no money.
So,
Yeah, and I want to highlight that false lead here. There was a false lead shown to the moon pool to put it back in the deck.
yeah.
We are sitting on 1 false lead gaming for a good amount of time.
We're cooking up here. Server 7A were installed both the same turn. I think
I
that's
do believe
right.
That was the case. They were both installed the last turn, but then neither one of them were used in this moon pool combo, which is really interesting.
We're checking again. Table bite could be alive and well. It is a table bite. Jot
That is a
paying the
big-
credits. That's going to drop the last twinning from the hand as well, Dr. Nuka. But we're on only 1 credit. The tag immediately clicked.
Only one-
Ask for action.
I think now
You can check everything
Augustus has
now.
got to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Augustus can just run everything down. There's no more pressure from bites. You could just check everything.
It's a second bite.
I
There were-
bet
Those are
Right.
the 2 bites are dealt with. We're just trying to figure out how to get a solidarity badge. I guess we do have a counter. We trashed our bite, but we've diffused a lot on 1 credit. This is not likely
Yeah,
a
What
bladder
is
ward.
happening?
Take the last part off the table too. Why not?
I think this game's over.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way.
We
This
do
is-
this.
This is wild. This is wild to see double false lead scored out. Augustus on, not like digging for a sure gamble, just trying to find something here, and then almost like complete tables turned here, right? Where now I think Augustus is very clearly in the driver's seat. Both of the bites are in the bin. There's 2 cohorts in the bin, 3 futs also
Yeah.
in the bin from the Alco. You're at 3 points and you don't have that much of a scoring out plan. Leah, what you've played a lot of Alco recently. What are your outs?
This is the spot where I pressed the concede button.
Well, okay, hold on. Jot's gonna play. He's gonna play this.
I know he will. He's a stronger person than I am.
I think
It's-
that if this was a JNet casual game, I think that I would consider Leah's course.
No. Okay, we can't, as commentary, we can't be saying this. Jot has a
Oh,
Samak
you're right.
Simon.
Okay.
We have some options. We have a Samak.
So
Okay,
he does have a false lead. Well, his first step of action, he
Yeah.
needs to get his money back. So
I
he
think
needs to get back to
a
5
bladder
points
wart
before
behind-
Wednesday.
Samak behind a bladder where it's interesting. Like, one of the cool things about Hoshiko is that she's forced to draw when she interacts, so you can grind her out. I don't want to say the G word, but like, we have an angle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
Andre, you're cooking. cooking here.
so the problem with single false lead is solidarity badge means that you can't false lead double end of the line anymore. That's not possible.
Yeah. You need the big false lead, or sorry, the big oppo. But hey, we found a sure gamble. Our money's good. The badge. Notice how Augie's keeping the badge counter just exactly for what you said. Like, you don't need to use this if you're ahead. So now the question is, what in server 2 do you have to touch? We saw the false lead go back. I think a Bladderword chat's best thing here. And there you go, is taking cards out of hand. Hoshiko, ooh, losing a pintle also not a bad hit considering that's behind a Samuk.
Yeah.
I think if you hit the Rising Tide, then you're really, really happy with this. Yeah, unfortunate snipe. Yeah, that's for sure.
And so now the game plan from Giat here is
Purge, because you can't take credits. Like, that's the part. As soon as you take credits, Bladderword doesn't work. So like, you can't waste your turn. I'm not saying you purge, but do you just purge?
For what though?
Just to make sure Bladderword fires.
Back to what?
the Bladderword
Oh.
Yeah.
Just say you have to deal with my Bladderword. I'm purging every turn. Like, you start to advance.
Thought about that.
Ice
That's
or
so
whatever. No, but we drew with
Hmm.
Ayuko. Looks like Jat wants to put cards on the table.
We do have 3 anemones. I think Augustus is so far ahead that he can be confident that he could win just by never playing another card.
You might be right.
Definitely.
Barring the Rising Tide,
Every
I
single-
think as long as the Bladderwords are not firing, yeah, you're.
Mhm.
I think that's not a bad point.
Yeah.
Every card here is a point of HP, and it's probably more
Yeah.
valuable than.
Yeah, no
being played.
anemones. That's really, really important.
Oh, we are not on enemies?
No, sorry.
Oh.
Like, we've not seen
Oh,
any.
okay,
I'm
okay,
assuming we're on 3, but we haven't seen them
Okay.
yet. Yeah.
Nenemy represents 2 damage each, so very expensive though. So I think that we're gearing up for a petty cash turn. We're gonna see what happens after that. I
I don't know if you want
think
money.
if he's to come back.
If you could give your money away, you would. Let's see a double Bladderwort. I think that's like the
I
worst thing
don't
for
know.
Augustus is double Bladderwort on this table. Checking the outermost, an enemy res is within the coffers. Again, HQ is the open server. You could go in there. There has to be a Fuji standing in
Yeah.
there. Ooh, another Samuk.
A
That
second Samuk.
allows you to duck the Bladderwort perfectly. And this is an expensive card to go through until you find your Rising Tide. Augustus
There
might just
be a
walk away
second
here.
Bladderwort. There might be a second Bladderwort.
The big tell is whether you use Trickster Taka here or you're expecting to run something else. Because Taka needs to feed an icebreaker or she's going to be upset.
Have we
We're
used-
out of twinning, so no multi-accesses. But we can
Have we
certainly hit
used-
singles.
Have we used Taka to
No.
pay for?
No, not once.
No, there hasn't been a single.
No ice has been broken for credits, if that's what you're asking, so far.
Yes.
No, also,
Taka has been converting to Keiko credits,
Yeah.
so
yeah.
not useless.
Now, that being said, Badge also was used, so it looks like Augustus is looking for something. Nose has to go through the Samuk. It's going to take 3 damage to prevent the Bladderwort.
This is so
No.
wild.
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Is this bad?
this is bad.
Yeah, you're trading
mean-
1 damage for 3 damage.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Okay.
Whoa, Steel Skin, Botulus. So this Bladderwort has to go down, which you are going to trash for free. Get the Solidarity Badge.
Yeah, so I don't mind this at all because I think
You need
Augustus is
to.
basically saying that
Yeah.
the cards that I currently had in my hand were not as good as the cards in my deck.
But also, like, Hoshiko now touched a card. So functionally, again, we're going to drawing a card for sure. We're checking server 1. I don't know what this can be. My guess is a Spin Doctor or a Moon Pool. Some sort of recursion angle. We're not using the Botulus. We're flipping the Matryoshka. I guess so we can use a Taka.
Might be a Moonpool or a Bladderwort.
It's a Moon Pool for 3. That's coming down. Not getting used. Not that Jot has the credits.
Click once to draw. Yeah.
This forces us to the final 9 cards because Hoshiko has to draw next turn. Bladderwort in server 3 is the perfect res for Jot. It's not that. Maybe a second Moon Pool.
Credit,
And we are-
credit.
We are
Mindscaping? That
definitely
doesn't
getting-
do anything.
No, Mindscaping. We're setting up R&D. We're opening our hand up a bit here, but we've only seen 4 agenda points with what's going to be like 11 cards left in R&D. The centrals have to be loaded.
Yeah, there's 17 points left. No, excuse me, 16 points left in the game because
Yeah.
there's 1 false lead removed.
Is your game plan to shuffle all the bites back, but then I guess Augustus just never runs until you advance cards?
Can you do enough damage meaningfully with bites? Like, it's 4 credits every time.
Yeah, click for
Well-
credits.
Yeah.
Augustus has exactly 8 HP. He has 5 cards in hand right now, but a
Oh,
maximum hand
core.
size of 4 because of that core. So
Right.
the 2 bites, in theory,
Could matter. It's gonna be hard.
do
Ooh,
something, but-
Stone Chip used right away.
Friendship Pop.
I think
Oh,
we're
wow.
are we digging for the Rising Tide, hoping it's not the last card?
We
Or are we just getting
I
a
assume we are.
maybe we're just getting a loaded hand so we can run archives here? Because like our read is archives, usually the ice there is anemone, and so you need cards in hand to actually force out, because it's probably Moonpool or Spin Doctor in server 3, and then the agendas in archives behind anemone.
You know,
Oh,
like
Iru.
Augustus has to touch at least 1 Fuji. So that represents 2 damage, and then maybe 2 more from anemone.
Mm-hmm.
So conceivably we can get grinded out here. It seems very unlikely though.
Hannah asking for
Yeah,
action.
Iru is a very good call out here.
Yeah, there's one ear in the list. Gachapon. What are we looking for? Oh,
Rising
guess the
Tide.
Rising Tide.
Rising Tide.
Wait, this forces you to remove the Shergamble, doesn't it? Wait,
Yes.
what's the text on Gachapon?
Oh no, we can reshuffle the
Okay.
Shergamble.
3 of the remaining cards.
It was I think that was literally the last card in the deck.
To see how they run.
See how they run.
Points on the table. We're on 5 hit points left. Every enemy is 2. Every bite, which I think they're both in archives, is 3. Fuji's are 2. Like, the hit points on Augustus' side are going to matter. Hoshiko has to draw the final card and wear core damage.
We need to touch at least 1 Fuji to win.
Oppo.
I'm pretty sure we can't. Yeah, because there's 1 see how they run left and 1 more falsely left. So Augustus must have 2 HP to touch a Fuji.
Well, if you win off of it.
Unless they touch
Not if he's already on.
Not if you win off of it, yeah.
So Petty Cash being played, Oppo was touched in hand. Augustus will be on 5 cards, having to play or discard 1, puts down to 4 cards, anemones, Fujis. The Samoks now are dealt with. The Rising Tide will not have more than 1 strength, but turns out that is just good enough.
I think Zia just hunker up now. I think that's all he can do.
Mitra, anemone,
Hunker up,
Mitra, anemone.
install,
I don't think it's in this
Mitra,
deck.
anemone. Like, unironically, you spin back bites here. I think that like we're on that stage now.
Yeah, the archives run is going to be at least 4 damage is our read here. So you can't keep more than a 2-pointer in the bin. You could throw out a false lead because false lead into Fuji does not win. But from that point, you just run centrals and hope that you can touch something. Drawing. We're looking probably for anemones, looking for spin doctors, looking for ways to control centrals.
Zia's hand must be filled. Like,
wait, was the Rising Tide the last card of the deck? Is that the order that we saw off of the Gachapon? It was literally the last card.
I think that it was. I think it was literally the last card of the deck.
Hansei, we got an AU counter, 9 cards left in R&D. We've seen so far only 6 agenda points, 14 left in the game. There's going to be 7 face down in archives here.
And archives has to hold some of the points.
Yeah.
Right?
You have 2
And if it's
pools.
archives, Augustus gets to choose the order in which he touched cards.
Super important.
One of the things is, there is still 1 moon pool left in play here, so...
Can you kindly check, is Jad on Urtica? Because some players are on 1 of Urtica.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I do not see your
No Urtica.
Okay, thank you.
I ran 1 Urtica in APAC. It only got 1 person, and it was Saka.
And that's why we tell the story. Yeah. Jad, undoing the Hansei. So need to think a bit more again. Jad needs to plan out because this is a very technical end game when it comes to exactly cards in hand, archives, the threat, what Augustus is thinking, because the margins, again, are narrow. HQ is wide open. You can just run in there. You can touch a Fuji. You can just say, okay, I have only 3 more cards to win the game with, which is just enough to run through archives.
Augustus thought the last card was going to be twinning. I think that's what they were also digging for, besides the Rising Tide.
Yeah, but imagine playing 3 twinnings and losing all of them to damage, right? Like, that just happens. This matchup forces cards out of your hand, but I've not seen a 3 twinning deck.
Yeah.
And here Augustus definitely wants to see, well, maybe you don't need to at this point, but seeing more than 1 card is pretty good.
What was the earlier play that hit 2 twinnings at the same time. Was it the Samok damage?
I think it was either the Samuk or I think the Fuji fired on a false lead or something.
I think it was a false lead being scored FUT damage off of a false lead being scored, right?
2020 Matryoshka was off of Samuk. So actually, no, Augustus decided the first ones.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And hey, that's why you play 3. You can lose 2. Who cares?
Yep.
Yeah,
Unless you
definitely.
lose all 3.
Hanse, once again, might be a different card behind the Samuk. Again, that's only a 3 credit check, but drawing our last card with Hoshiko. Now we don't have ID text. We only have bad ID text.
I want to say the same thing about Alco, by the way.
yeah. But you just, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Anna in the remote server, it's a false lead. 3
False
agenda
lead.
points.
False lead.
Okay, false lead is a
Hey, so-
freebie. It is a freebie because
this
it
doesn't
doesn't
change the math.
contribute to him winning at all.
Ning HQ here. This is a card we have to get rid of. Bladderwort.
Bladderwort, that's a must trash.
Probably, yeah. We have the Fueno. Get a credit off of that too. Get the badge
Yeah,
counter,
we
which
have a dash, which doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but it doesn't.
I
Mine's
think you're
skipping.
just
is there
checking
is
to
there
see
nothing in
We
hand?
just keep running it.
options
I think we
are.
just keep running HQ.
Yeah.
If you run archives, it's
Oh.
Anemone into a single
So
Fuji.
we know that
Oh,
Ziad has big oppo here.
How is there not more than there has to be 4 points in archives, right?
I
Oh
mean,
my
there's
gosh!
a
You know
lot
what?
of
Okay,
points
wait.
in
Here's the line. Here's the line.
archives, but-
Here's the line. Are you ready?
Yeah.
So you. Oh, it doesn't work. He has Hannah.
Minor throw.
Okay, I was thinking you
Oh,
can
no.
pop false lead and then
Lead?
end of the line to take out 4 cards, but he has Hannah.
Yeah, but you have to Hannah
So
now.
That's not possible.
We're running it.
It's running R&D. I mean, if this isn't an enemy.
We
this-
need it to be
this
an
is
enemy here.
Really rough.
If Jot wants the claw back. Oh, it is.
Oh,
Okay.
God, that's an enemy. Okay.
So it's not quite enough. It needs 1 more enemy hit.
Single.
So
Sis longevity.
Crispy Fuji.
You could run
Oh,
archives and
no,
win
look at
here.
that. Oh no. All right.
okay. I mean,
That needed to be a Fuji if Ziad wants
Yeah.
to win. Now suddenly he's 2 damage down.
No, but he can just run archives.
yeah,
Right?
because
Yes.
there's no way
Yes.
that there's 0 points in archives.
There's
I think
no
Archives
way.
just wins.
This might take down Augie to no cards, but that's enough. Fuji's text doesn't matter when you win the game.
Yeah.
We're assuming this is the anemone.
Oh.
Shot has to give out a card from hand.
Oh wow. Yeah, R&D needed to produce Fuji exactly. Oh, we're
Shot is thinking, yeah, so which card do you throw with anemone? Which means, is this not the win?
Yeah.
Huh.
And if this doesn't
Wow.
win, you just have to score every agenda behind an anemone. As much as centrals will fall apart at some point.
Well, an enemy
but-
doesn't kill.
No, the
Easy.
res.
You could.
Like on a
It only
new
does 2
anemone.
damage.
Oh yeah, but we're
Oh,
assuming
yeah,
this.
happy-
We're assuming this is anemone, right?
Right.
So if
right.
there's 0 points in archives right now, and this is an enemy, and Augustus goes down to 0 cards in hand, then
0
yes, we have the enemy res,
We are grinder.
Uru. Okay.
and
How do you not
Let's
win
see
here?
it.
touch.
Just
touch
need
point?
2 points.
How do you not win?
We touch points.
That's yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
just
okay.
take
You win.
points.
You win a lot.
Why did we think about that?
We have an ultimate
Yeah.
showdown winner, Augustus Caesar,
Wow.
still with 1 life left to spare, takes it there with no cards in hand, finding the 2 Fujis in the
GG.
bin. Good game. And the last anemone is also in the bin, which like for shot,
GG.
that's not gonna help. Wow.
Wow.
Well played to both players.
So
Good
close.
game.
That was way
Oh,
closer than I
wow.
expected.
It's never punished. That came down to a coin flip. Like, let's be like such a wild game. Like Augustus's start seemed a
Yeah.
bit slow. There was a lethal that Jot needed to win the coin flip, didn't, and then still clawing it back to this wild board state of just all we have is cards on the table. Hoshiko sapping credits, but Jot getting cornered again. The Ayuko ability does force the cards out, whether
Oh,
they're
I wanna
agendas. They
point
have to go
something
somewhere.
out. R&D has a Fuji.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so could have been a Fuji touch, and that probably would have locked Augustus out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
Yep.
touching the longevity of the deck was big.
Yeah.
It's like really, really big.
Also, 2 more spin doctors not found. Those 2 spin doctors could spin back bites, and that would have changed the game a lot.
Yeah,
So this game is a
Yeah.
lot closer than we thought it was.
Yep. And credits to Giat for playing to their outs. Really great game for both players.
Very cool. Hold on. I have
GG.
some standings. Thank you. This is our final standings from this event. Sorry, y'all. I know you can't see it on stream right now for the delay, but Augustus Caesar coming in first place. And then again, 24 players. This is a culmination of a massive online organized play circuit, the showdowns throughout the years, and then, of course, throughout the year, all the other stuff that's going on. So just showing up on this, I'd be like very jealous to be here, let alone just players play some great Netrunner today.
Sure.
We saw some really great Netrunner. If I'm not mistaken, we are going to try and get an interview from Augustus. If Jot wants to show up for an interview too, I think would be very happy. It looks like Augustus is here and Jot is here. Hey y'all, can you hear us?
Hey, yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Congratulations to you both. What a final
Congratulations.
game.
Wow, what a game.
That was one hell of a game.
Yeah, quite a board state indeed.
Okay, if I'm not wrong, y'all have to go play tomorrow in the Gunslinger show match versus the Chinese community. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, they're clearly way better than us though, so we're gonna get our asses handed to us. It was nice to win this and then go play against the real pros.
Yeah,
They've got such a strong scene over there.
it's looked really
Yeah, I mean,
cool.
we have to like really carry because I think we have to sweep and split
Wow.
at least to
Yeah,
win. But yeah, that's I think guaranteed.
So much pressure on you guys.
it's an uphill fight. Are you all playing the same decks that you're playing today?
Well, the plan was to play a slightly memeier version of this Hosh, but then they trounced us, so maybe I might be going back to this.
Oh, the hubris catches up. That's really funny.
Yeah, you know.
That's good to hear. So, hey, actually, speaking about the decks you played today, Scrops, which I'm not 100% sure how I'm meant to be saying that word, but that was a deck list that performed today. It was a deck list that showed up at Worlds. Augustus, I know you as a very big op player. What do you think about this list?
It's busted. I can't figure out how to beat it. So I was like, well, if I can't figure out how to beat it, then probably no one else does.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. It seems that Augustus and Ziad are quiet.
Oh yeah, I tried to bring them up a bit. Let me know if in the chat, if you're watching, if it's a bit better, but I've been bringing up their audio, so hopefully it's a bit better.
Yeah. I am also notorious for needing to shout at the mic.
Yeah.
Because I'm a very quiet person.
That's okay, we got you.
Yeah, the ob is, I did lose to Sumsraft on it. So Sumsraft figured out how to beat it. Mostly involves breaking envelopment for 1 credit. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's a start.
All right.
Can you, I'm imagining this will be the deck list of the week really soon on NetRunDB, if not already. How would you describe this deck if just someone's watching this and is going to pick it up next week?
Well, I think mostly it's a fast advance combo deck. I think that's how you're supposed to think about it when you're playing it, and how you're supposed to think about how to beat it.
Mm-hmm.
That is like the key thing is that they're gonna try to do some shenanigans, and the best way to stop them scoring up assault is just to steal it. So that's my only tip for the matchup. And if you're playing the deck, then just try to drop assault. That's pretty important. The deck does have the loose condition of never drawing one, which is why we're playing 21 points. Very smart, very smart.
Were you playing this at the AMT recently? Because I think I saw some games where you did not drop assault, and you were like really, really clawing to get that flatline win at the end.
Yep, for sure. I played not like this exact Hoshiko, but the Bob was exactly what I played in the AMT.
Very cool. You won that, by the way. Congrats, right?
Yeah, that was nice.
Nice.
It was great practice for this. I wasn't very sure if I was going to bring up to this. I wasn't sure what to bring because corpse in the moment feel like all a bit wishy-washy. But then I played this at AMT and it did great, and so I was lucky playing this because everything else doesn't feel great, and this feels awesome.
Very cool. Hey, Jot,
congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Jot, I want to talk to you about your Shaper list because Shaper was not well represented at this tournament. I also don't know if Shaper converted well at this tournament. I know you as like one of the best Shaper Lat players for a long time. Why'd you bring Lat to this event?
It was mostly a comfort pick. I really liked the last minute changes list from Worlds brought by Bridgman and Sokka. I tuned it a little bit. It's what I've been playing for the last couple of weeks at meetups and such. And so yeah, I don't know. I just feel comfortable playing Lat and playing Shaper in general. If you know the meta and like you know what to expect, it's probably the deck that rewards it the best.
Super cool. Why would you say that?
I've experienced. I mean, if you know your reach and your opponent doesn't, that's an advantage for yourself.
Very cool. We saw some great games where you pulled out the compilation, send it HQ just at the right turns, and the big deal's coming for sure. But just taking those agendas away, we never saw a long game from the Lat. I'm pretty sure. So well played.
Yeah, just really great reads from you all around.
Thanks. It does hold up in the long games as well.
Cool.
Yep.
In terms of the win
I
condition,
have one question.
Go ahead.
Oh, so Augustus, was it really a coin flip for that steel skin?
Yeah. I would have said it if it wasn't, but yes, it was only one. This is part of the reason why, like, I think this Alka deck is really good on average, and like most of the time you'll get some, like you'll just get your opponent. But the reason that deterred me from practicing it and really bringing it to tournaments was those sort of situations that I found out myself a lot in testing, where you have to go for it. I think the played perfectly, and you just have to roll the dice there. And it happens that I won the coin flip, and that costs it most of the. I mean, obviously, if he misses, if it doesn't miss, then he just wins. So that was great. But then you had to spend a full sleep to get there, right? So.
Yeah, what wasn't obvious from the stream, I think, is that I almost had to kill the turn before when I had like a 3 count of fat, but I was 1 credit short.
Oh no!
So yeah, that would have been like surely enough damage to kill Augustus.
That is so disappointing.
Yeah, didn't happen.
When it got to the late game, how noticeably did the gears change in your head of I'm grinding out now? Was that because that seemed like the strategy, right? Like the bladder wars start to matter. Was that, what is your end game that you think you can close out there?
From that board state, I was expecting at some point to play the Oppo because I still had 1 false lead. And even with the Solidarity Badge, which like is a huge help in the matchup, Augustus would have still like probably been on 1 tag, maybe. I mean, with Hannah, maybe not so much.
The moment where the gear switches when I drew the Hannah, because I had to draw quite aggressively for the Hannah, and I'm pretty sure there might be some weird edge case, but I think with Badge and Hannah both installed, there isn't a world where you can stick a tag. So at that point, you have to go for the alternate win condition. And the fact that I had to spend so much time drawing for the Hannah meant that I was pretty susceptible to that.
Yeah.
There was a world where if I ran R&D and stole a Fuji, that would have made things very hairy because I couldn't have then run archives because there was obviously both of our enemies, right? I would just die before stealing agendas, which would be awkward. But yeah, I mean, I hammer R&D a bit more there. And I think, I mean, depends on how many agendas. There was a lot of agendas in there. I don't know how many turns there was a win in archives, but I felt safe leaving it until now. But yeah.
Yeah, those were there for at least a couple of turns. I think at least the Fujis. I was looking for a spin, but still had 2 in the deck, but never drew it. Because like from that, I could have been able to like spin maybe some bites back or something like that. Like, yeah, like you were saying, to grind you out.
Grinder, yeah.
Yeah. We called out the spinning back of the bites a couple times and how that would have really changed the game, for sure.
I also wanted to ask, because I don't think I've ever seen this, Augustus, but you're on 3 copies of the twinning. And obviously, like the 3rd copy of the twinning was the important one in that matchup. Do you just want to get your multi-axis down as fast as possible, or the consistency? Why 3 copies?
This is something I fight with the team on all the time. My decks have had 3 twinning forever.
Yeah.
And I think, like, especially because our game plan against Leo is to install a twinning and then run R&D so that they don't see any agendas. And your game plan against Ob and the Fast Events PD are both also to see twinning early. I just really want to minimize the amount of games where this brings back a memory of one of my very first learning games. I was watching a tournament game of Sokka that just like from the outside it looked like Sokka was just clicking to draw like 3 clicks a turn for some reason, And that was because Saka only had 2 pieces of multi-access in his deck, and he really needed the Stargate against a Sports Medal or something.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And so I want to avoid those situations where I literally can't play the game because it comes down to accesses, and I can't find my multi-access.
Yeah. Super cool. That makes
It, like,
sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Sometimes you'll draw all 3 twinnings and you'll have some awkward games, but I think the trade-off is worth for me. It's not like it's not a big deal. I think if you're playing 2 twinning, you're perfectly fine. And it's mostly about edges and where you get them.
And Uru really helps in locking out the court.
Aero is great.
Yeah.
There was, I think, I want to say 2 games this tournament where if I didn't have Aero, I would be completely cooked. But because I had Aero, I completely destroyed the court. Well, they were close games anyway. But Aero was the only single reason why I won games. Aero was great. I think us and Snare Bears both discovered that Aero was good, and both that was like our secret tech for Worlds.
Yep.
And it paid off. It's great. Play Aero in your Hoshiko decks. That was very nasty.
Yeah, even in criminal decks, that
something-
card's great.
Yeah, I'm thinking we should start playing that in Criminal. I've been playing Finality, but I think Uru is just better.
Yeah. Also,
Maybe we gotta start.
another star card of the tournament, Overclock. This was not in my Worlds deck, but both me and Ziad's deck and also the finals both involved some very unorthodox but killer Overclock plays. Mine was less good than Ziad's. Oh yeah, that turn, by the way, I thought I had a hush down because Ziad had some really good snipes that game.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a hand where I was planning to hush the Semak to go through and overclocking. So that's why I was autopiloting overclock into that remote to be like, oh wait, I actually don't have a hush. So I got sniped. And then it turned out to still be right because I needed to duck maybe credits, right? And I was going to discard the overclock. So I still played it, but it was funny. Overclock is great. Gives you so much money to run into Leo remotes and also to trash assets. It's great.
Yeah, Hush went straight to the bin afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rising Tide being the last card in the deck was also like relatively funny for everyone else besides you, but
I was waiting for it to come down, but it was like the second to last card.
Yeah.
Semak Explorers take 3 damage.
It's only 3 damage. It doesn't even give Alco counters.
Yeah. Very cool. Again, huge congratulations to both of you. Like, we've seen some great Netrunner today, honestly. Some like fantastic, super exciting games. And even just like, you know, getting invited here, I think is a pretty big show of performance throughout the year. So I want to give a huge congratulations to all y'all. And then, of course, everyone else who played today and everyone who's just coming out to play at any event, whether it's showdowns or whether it's, you know, just going out to your locals. This game is like really popping off this year. And I'm expecting even more next year. And it's all because people kind of, you know, care, which is incredibly appreciated. We're going to have in a bit, Abraham, I think Abraham's going to say some words. But before that, Jat, is there any shout outs you want to make on a sign off?
Oh, just the usuals. Shout outs to Tiebreakers, my team. Shout outs to St. Petersburg Meta for to all of those who have been coming week to week. Y'all are great. And of course to Abraham and NSG. Thanks.
Very cool. And then Augustus, do you have any shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, I'm also going to shout out the Tiebreakers. Absolutely the best dusting team around. You better watch us. And tune in tomorrow to see us lose to the Chinese.
I look forward to that. Those are always really great. Again, congrats, y'all. Cool. I think we have Abraham here also on the call. ManintheMoon, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Congratulations on, I guess this is the wrap of the Showdown of 2025. It was an immense year of organized play. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. The event went quite smoothly. There were a lot of things that could have ended up awkward at round 6 when we tried to cut to 8 players. And I was very relieved that we just had exactly 8 players at X and 2, and then the cut went very smoothly. So that was a relief. I had a lot of contingency plans that I didn't have to
no
use.
way.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Great.
I can imagine that. What do you want to say about next year, about what's going on with the Showdown? Because I know you have some pretty ambitious plans.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to run 5 showdowns next year. The same 3 that I ran the previous year. So the New Year's Showdown, which is coming up, the Summer Showdown, and the World Showdown, which are quite a few of those are already on the schedule. And then this Ultimate Showdown again. I'm in the process of setting up a APAC showdown in March.
Cool.
That will have a start time that's pretty good for APAC players, and the American players often jump into APAC events. And then I love playing in the APAC events. I'm really hoping, yeah. And then I'm running an event in July, or organizing an event in July with an EMEA friendly start time, which will be a start time at 2 a.m. for me. And I'm really hoping for both the APAC and the EMEA showdowns that I can get somebody else set up to TO and judge those events. So I'll do all the back end. I'll get all of the prize support set up. I'll do all of the prize, all the registration, distribution, and promotion. But I'll have other people dedicated to actually run the events on the day, because
cool.
I'm pretty tapped out with my organizing.
Yeah, I can believe it. And hey, speaking about that, I guess you might want to mention a bit about netrunnercards.net, which I think is the reason why most of this stuff makes sense. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Basically, so all of the showdown events and the whole organized play project that I'm taking on is self-funded by the events that people play in. I have a small collection of Patreon members too, which are supporting my events, help support free tickets, and then I also have the alt arts that I commission for the events end up for sale on my site. If you miss out on them, don't win them, or just don't have time to play an event, I usually try to get them all distributed to the players of the events first, but then most of them will end up for sale on the site that anyone can purchase. Sometimes that depends on my arrangement with the artist, but most of them end up for sale there. And then I also sell them to TOs at a substantial discount. I usually give a little bit longer waiting period before I release them to TOs. But if you love one of the alt arts that you see at one of the events, it will eventually end up available at a really, really substantial discount. I remember one of the hardest things I had when I started trying to organize events was finding affordable prize support where I could actually make an event.
Yeah.
Not lose money. That's important for sustainability as an organizer. So that's my goal with the site, is that it, and for the next 72 hours, I know that Andre's been mentioning this, but if you place any order, that can be, just one individual playset or whatever, I'll send a playset of Descents with that order. So that can be an order as a TO, an order as a player. I would be happy to send them to anyone, but this at least gets me a little bit of money to pay for the postage to get them to you. So
super cool. Yeah. I've used the website before, and I got some great stuff from tournaments. I'm a big fan of it. I think you're doing some good work here.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess one other thing I want to say is just a huge thank you to the community as a whole. Everyone has been so supportive of these events. That's the reason that they keep going. I mean, it's nice at this point that they have grown to the point where I'm trying to think about different ways that I can support the community with the I guess position that I'm in running large events like this. But yeah, it's always a lot of work, and I'm really, really thankful to the community and to all the volunteers who showed up, all the players who showed up today. It was a huge success.
Yeah, I want to say
these tournaments
go
are
ahead.
so cool. These tournaments are so cool, and I can't wait to see them back in 2026, especially with the increased lineup that you have too. I think that they're going to be something for people to look forward to and keep an eye out for next year.
I want to be in all of them.
Can you get up at 2 a.m. with me and play in the
I got up at 4 a.m. for something this year.
Yeah, I do want to say today this was an invitational tournament, which is not super usual for Netrunner, but if I'm not mistaken, we had a 200 player showdown. It was the World Showdown, if I'm not mistaken, and nearly half the field, it was their first tournament. So I am such a big fan of that. People getting involved in organized play. The first jump is always the hardest jump, and then you realize wait, I see why people do this. So I would give it a, if you're hearing this and you haven't got involved in anything, I would give it a strong recommend. You won't regret it. Cool. With that, Abraham, any final send-offs before we shut the whole shop down?
Thank you so much, Andre, for running this stream all day long. It has been a fantastic success.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the commentators who showed up. Thanks to the judges. I really enjoy organizing. I do not particularly like taking judge calls, so a huge thank you to the players who were around and took the 3 judge calls that there were during the event. So I just didn't have to sit there like staring at the judge channel like stressed all day long.
Yeah.
And yeah, a huge thank you to all the players who showed up. I'm really excited to see what you come up with for the Alt-Art Augustus. We'll be in touch soon.
Ooh, I started having some thoughts at the beginning of this tournament, and I was like, no, we need to focus on the matchup. Now I have all the time to think about what we should do.
That's awesome. Yeah. For those who don't know, the winner gets an Alt-Art commission with their likeness in it. So look forward to catching some Augie on some cards next year. With that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, are you gonna pull Aga Fusion into the Alt-Art? See if you can think of a way to do that.
Oh, that's pretty tempting.
Augustus, imagine the amount of signing you'd have to do the next year.
Oh, now I understand why Jai doesn't like this one.
Jai's try.
Very cool. With that, again, to Jad and to Gus's, huge congratulations on a fantastic run. Congrats to everyone today. Safer, Leah, thanks so much for joining me on comms, let alone everyone I've had the pleasure to share a microphone with today. Thanks so much. It's like it makes these things happen. I think that's mostly it. We'll catch you in the next one. Stay tuned. Again, showdowns will start up as of next year. Tune in, I think on Monday, there's going to be a new ban list on nullsignal.games. And otherwise, that's it. Thanks so much for watching, y'all. Leave a like on the video. Leave a comment. That stuff's great.
For that one.
Take care, y'all. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.